Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 2 of the finals weekend for Arena Cup Series 5. My name is Cracked Wisdom, joined in the booth by Hot Sauce with that beautiful apron from the chef's kitchen in the middle of Russia. That's right, blessed with the face of Nikita, telling everybody exactly what we expect to see from all of our teams taking part today. We're cooking. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute blessing to bring you guys all back into the Hunt Premier channel live on Twitch, as well as the Battle State Games channel live on Twitch for Season 5 of our tournament, where we pit the top 4 teams of the EU region versus the top 4 teams of the CIS region to crown ourselves an Arena Cup Series champion. We've said goodbye now to a fair few faces, but we've got ourselves down to the nitty-gritty. Now we get to really decide who the top dog is. As we said, we've enjoyed ourselves 3 amazing days worth of entertainment, with Friday's action kicking us off exactly where we left off from the weekend before. Cinema, and more. Gosh darn cinema. Hot. It's just been hot off the top, so I'm not surprised you brought the apron to the kitchen for today.
Привет, Khagdila, my Russian friends, EU, NA, welcome in everybody. We are excited to bring you the action here for ACS 5. It's day 4, it's championship weekend, as we're going to find out who punches that ticket into the grand finals here today. But I'm excited for this. You know, Virtus Pro, we haven't got to see a ton of. We'll get to see a little bit more of them here today. But man, we talk about it every day. How does it get more and more exciting? It just gets better and better. So stoked to be back in the booth. We've got 2 days left of action, and kind of sad also that we've only got 2 days left of action.
I know you can't believe that it's only going to conclude itself in a whole 2 days worth of gameplay, but it's okay. As we crown ourselves a champion this time, Hort, it simply makes all of the other 7 teams furious that they didn't quite make it around this occasion, which means we look forward to the next one, which I'm sure will be closely following in the horizon. We have got many more tournaments to fill out the rest of this year, though, first, before we even think about ACS 6 and what might be happening down that line. And we've also got games to conclude to crown ourselves a champion first, to see which of the teams in ACS 6 are going to be fighting to take that one back off of. So less of the future, more for now, as we like to keep ourselves within the gifts and the gift wrapping. We like ourselves a good old present, and as we're living in it, we're going to talk about the first gift we're going to give to you guys today. There's going to be 3 best of 3s taking to the field again for you folks to watch today. The first one going to be a battle of arguably the toughest team in this competition versus one of our new rising teams from the EU scene. Virtus Pro, Virtus Plow, the polar bear of destruction, the devil in disguise. However you want to name this team, they have been ruthless when it has turned up at the Arena Cup Series, be it from either of their 2 previous victories or their 3rd place last time around. Virtus Pro Polar Bear squad is looking for revenge, not only to reclaim that title they didn't get last time over, but also to put a 3rd trophy on the mantelpiece so that the 2 that are currently up there are balanced out.
Yeah, you know, we'll get to see the other 2 teams that happened to topple them last season a little bit later today as well, as we figure out exactly what happens in our first one. But 404, OKAK, both have looked really good. 404 looked amazing yesterday. And, you know, thanks to our King Connor in the background, I got to look at some of these stats here. Eevee, 105 kills in this one. And I think the next closest person is his teammate with 95 at that rig. Wow. This is a team to look out for. They kind of were sitting in that 3rd place spot based on where they finished in season Epic 9, but they are hungry for an ACS championship. They fell, I think, just a little bit short with 2nd place last season, so they're ready to hoist a trophy of their own here.
Certainly are. We then get to follow into the rest of the schedule for today. Like we said, 3 best of 3s, 404 playing against one of the 2 teams in the match above, and then OKAK in a similar situation where teams to be decided will be filled in throughout that schedule during the day. We will drop into this schedule screen once in a while to help keep you guys updated as that does change. And also, if you're wanting to follow along in real time live, as the Liquipedia webpage that is currently being maintained by Skycycle and his crew. Chat, slightly broken record on this one. I know you've heard me say it a lot recently, but there's a lot of work that goes into the coding behind Liquipedia. It's a lot of time and effort that actually does get taken to make it look as good as it does. I can't speak enough for the work that Skycycle and his team are putting into it, because that currently right now, for me, in my opinion, is the best source, other than listening to us on the casting desk, thanks to the work that goes into our background and production for the stats, for your best, most detailed breakdown of the teams, their brackets, the players that go into each of the individual teams, and their performances both through this tournament and their previous tournament history. So if you're interested in really getting into the detail and the depth of this kind of a tournament, you like EFT comp, the arena scene as a whole, Liquipedia is your place to go for all of the nitty-gritty details. If you're not fancying too much context, that's all right. Like we said, thanks to the amazing work from Connor in the background and mine and myself and Hot's vocals, we'll be able to give those cool, kooky facts to you to help spice up and put a bit of color into that black and white picture that currently seems like, are they going to win or are they not? Well, first concept of the day, are they going to win or are they not, is the question we're going to be asking Mercenary, right, Hot? It's not a who's going to take it. Is it Virtus Pro? Is it Mercenary? It's can anybody in this situation being Mercenary do anything to stop the Polar Bears?
Yeah, you know, and Mercenary's day doesn't get any easier. If they happen to lose to the Polar Bears, then they go on to play OKAK, which was arguably that second, if not the best team repeating from last year. If they happen to beat the Polar Bears, they go on to face 404, which looks like the new demons of the group. So Mercenaries have a tough day. Can they beat the Polar Bears? I got word in the background that there may be no Luki today, as well as no Kiyoshima. I just don't see it happening. The Polar Bears have 9-4'd 2 people already. They 9-2'd the Spartans as well. And one of those 9-4 victories might have been against Mercenaries. So I just don't see it here in a best of 3. The Polar Bears have been a dominating force since the beginning of time, I feel like, when it comes to ACS. And so you look at the roster of Magic, Rask, Hard, FMX, Communica. This is a solid squad that continuously and consistently plays well. So Mercenary, they need another crazy showing like yesterday without Luki. Now they need another one of these core members to really step up and shine.
Yeah, but I learnt my lesson. Nope, not doing it. Nope. After we yesterday said that Mercenary were going to get binned off 2-0 by EPA due to 2 missing members of the squad, I have absolute faith that that roster extends down to 7, not to 5. It doesn't matter which of the 5 people are going to turn up on the pitch on the day. This Mercenary roster is fully fledged. Now, we might have seen 2 of those teams swap about, but when it comes to that Mercenary lineup, you've still got a couple of core members on the pitch. Like you said, Zaki's here. Nemo Nas has returned in place of Luki from yesterday. Fox is still going to be driving on that main starting roster. They're now supported by Goes and Oni, who both played yesterday. Oni with a good rookie debut. For me personally, for the Mercenary squad, looked really strong. Wasn't required to be outstanding above and beyond, but played his 20% with the team to a T, and even came up out on top in a couple of clutch situations that were required of him. Flip side, the Polar Bears, Magic, Rask, Hard, FMX, and Communica, like you said, this is a team that is not going to give them room for errors. You make one mistake and the Polar Bears are going to cancel you out for 3. Even if you only made 1, they'll triple it and they make your problem as big as they possibly can. For me, we had a comment from the Mercenary squad off the back of yesterday's match where somebody left spawn and had a grenade in their hand. And they didn't have a lineup for it. There's something akin to a League of Legends casting scene from KGL. Hello, I have grenade and no lineup. Hello. And still managed to get a kill with it. So we take it. If I'm going to give it anything to this match, Hort, this is the unpredictables. We're not going to guess. I'm just going to let it play out on screen.
Yeah, I heard there were a couple lineup Larrys over there that knew some lineups. So I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see how it plays out today. We talk about the Virtus Pro. You know, it used to be the Andreezy nade lineups, but I believe Communica stepping in. And so there's probably still not going to have any issues in my mind. I look back at the season Epic 9 as well. This is a team that's very comfortable on Iceberg. We know they're very comfortable on every other map as well. So for me, it almost feels like there's really not many weak spots here for this Polar Bear. You know, it just depends on whether they have a bad day or bad game or not, and you're able to capitalize on that. But we haven't seen too many from the Polar Bears. I don't know about you, Cracks, but I'm ready to see exactly where we're headed for this next best of 3.
I'm scared. I'm really, really scared. Because you know there's only one cold territory that the Polar Bears don't like to live in, and that's Iceberg. And well, I was right. Out of the bin and into the trash can outside. We don't keep that one underneath the desk in the kitchen. No, that one stinks so bad it's going to get taken out into the outside garbage disposal. Iceberg off the table. Bay 5 follows it. Virtus Pro not looking at playing the unknown. Mercenary looking at not trying to play the known. One of the more common maps we've seen so far. Bay 5 off the table. Starting Skybridge. Second is Bowl. And a decider on Fort. I find looking at this, Hort, that my mentality is unswayed from the map picks. I think we see a match that favors both teams. Skybridge, absolutely a CIS dominant map, 100% a Virtus Pro map. And Mercenary have looked at their best, if not the best, at the best on Bowl so far.
Yeah, and I talked about how comfortable Virtus Pro is on Iceberg, but I say if there's one EU team that plays Iceberg more than others, it's probably Mercenary. So I do understand that band as well. How many times have we seen the Polar Bears dominate on Skybridge? Definitely not surprised by this, but I agree. Mercenary, probably the best on bowl so far that we've seen from them, at least this season, but still playing with two subs again and now doing it against the Polar Bears and alternating a couple subs as well. We had Lukey yesterday, not here today. So really mixing up that team chemistry, that team synergy. It can be hard to kind of keep that flowing in the right direction. So they have a couple extra, I think, speed bumps ahead of them today, but we saw that, they were able to tackle those yesterday against EPA. So they've been in this situation before. It's still something that they can be comfortable with. They can trust in Goes and Oni. They certainly have the talent. We saw Oni with a couple nice clutches yesterday. So, I think it's still nice that you have a deep roster, but it's tough playing out without your core five.
It is interesting that this Mercenary roster does consist of people that have either been through the EPA squad or have been heavily contested against them for the majority of their career. For people that maybe haven't followed the history so much of this lineup, both Fox and Goes were a vast part of that EPA history, where they have at previous times both played with the roster and the lineup of Walker, Blitzer, Girl, and as a team together. So Goes and Fox will have already had some experience, obviously, interacting with each other through their various periods through EPA. And then you've got to add on to the fact that you've got three of the people that have played against EPA the most. You've got those Sicario long mainstay members in Nemo Nas, Lukey, Zaki that have just been at the top of their game, again, for an equal amount of time as that of the newcomer in Fox, or as that as the long-staying member in Goes from a different team. So this body of the Mercenary squad, we spoke about it coming into ACS, it feels like it has this sort of super team vibe to it. It's got experienced players, a lot of individual talent from each of the members, and it's putting it together as five. That has been the real question we've been asking of them since the beginning of the tournament. It's something that they've not stopped to show us that is definitely within the wheelhouse. I just don't think that they've found the perfect formula yet. We've seen a couple of good bursts of play. We've seen them even hold up to 6 rounds in a row back to back against tough teams. So we know they have the consistency there, but I've not seen consistent consistency. It's only fits and bursts at the moment. I want to see a more rounded Mercenary if they're going to be able to really give us any question marks as to whether it's anything other than a Virtus Pro 2-0 here. I think chat is right. I've seen many comments already. You would be daft not to put your predictions with the Polar Bears in this one, especially considering anything other than a 2-map situation. However, anything's possible. And I do not want to count out this Mercenary lineup after I sacked them off so easily yesterday, given how well they turned up. Let's see. I'm not saying they're going to make it, but you've got to have a little faith for these things to happen.
I could be that jerk you were yesterday, because I don't know if I see it here from the Polar Bears are just so insane, right? You talk about these shining stars, this superstar team of mercenaries, but that is what Virtus Pro is. They are 5 superstars that work amazing together. So we'll see how they fare on Skybridge, because it's hard with a nade on the Nemo already. The Polar Bears open up with a 2-piece chicken dinner, and they're looking to stampede on the A site. Nothing new here, though. That's what these teams continuously do, and somehow people just don't know how to stop them yet.
Yeah, and if you've not been here before, maybe you're not so familiar as to why Virtus Pro is considered one of those demons. Let me break it down for you. There's a little few things inside of this game called deaths that are required for you to be able to take space, and Virtus Pro, imagine like the Grim Reaper is the king of deaths. Well, this team is like the people that are the boss of the Grim Reaper, if you get me. It's like these guys rule over death. They deliver it with the swiftest of flicks and with the deftest aim of a crosshair. Just like that, 2 from Rascal and from FMX. Smoke not going to deny the devastating damage that they can do. They're just going to continue to fire through that smoke and pre-fire out some punishment. Virtus Pro take themselves to an early lead 1-0 up. 3 kills from Hard, including that util usage, which is not something we're seeing any lacking of from the Virtus Pro side. In fact, it wasn't just Hard, but it was Hard and Rask the last time we saw them last weekend, Hort, that were both popping off with the grenades.
Yeah, and it's tough. I feel like we haven't seen a ton of Virtus Pro on screen, because they've been able to pretty much sweep the competition, like we talked about, 12-2, a couple 12-4s on the board. So we've seen a lot from these other teams, but the Polar Bears, it doesn't matter. They lay weight. They'll be patient. Amazing job here by them. But Zaki already finding some util of his own. Fox will answer back onto Magic, and this is what Mercenary needs. They need a relatively quick response. We talked about allowing teams to put those multiple rounds on the board, and you just can't do it when it's the polar bears. But Communica will answer back and find one of his own, shifting around to the KFC side here as well, and still trying to find a way to get this pressure onto the site.
I mean, Zaki's wacky. He's ready to make his team happy. Oni's got hops and moves like some you've never seen before. Up on the box, down on the box, hard to the position. It's going to be interesting to convert upon. He only makes one. Zaki's still feeling a little bit crazy, but he's just not quite got the flicks like FMX. FMX versus Fox, 3 letter name, 3 to the left to begin with it, but it's Fox that finds the final killing blow. The Mercenary squad do level us up one apiece.
Hey, you know what? I'm already a little bit impressed, and I think this is great for Mercenary. You know, this is what they got to do. You get around and you build off of that momentum. Look, guys, they're beatable. We've already taken a round within the first 2 rounds, and so I love to see this early for Mercenary, but you know, I want to see it continuously. It's tough to get too excited this early in the game because I can remember back to that 9-4 that's already taken place here between these 2 teams.
Chat, I want to need you to get 3 words locked in today, all right? Gamba, because we're going to be at loads of channel points. Gamba's going up in and out of each of these games, so you can let us know where your thoughts lies, as well as unpredictability. That's going to be the key factor for today. And then clutch. The 3rd word of clutch. That's going to be the one you're going to want to keep your eyes on, because the clutch factor between these 2 teams is at a very high potential. Nemo takes the first. Rash goes down. Fox looking to fight over the shoulder of FMX. Oni is going to pick up one in the meanwhile, but FMX has got both Nemo and Fox to his name, taking all of the time that they need to make space onto site. Virtus Pro in a 3 versus 3 have a full safe secure setup. Zaki finds himself a fortunate kill as FMX overpeaks a little bit short on the timing. Bomb's still not planted, Hort, as well. That's kind of intimidated off of the site. Down, run up, spray through the smoke from Zaki, doesn't find a kill.
That plant does go down. Hard and Communica will look to back off just slightly here and trying to play together on the jump across. Zaki just inches away from finding Hard there. Will apply a little damage, but it's Oni to pick it up. And now in a 3v1, Mercenary, an opportunity to take care of Communica. To shift forward here, the device being deactivated. He's gonna get through 2, and he almost finds it. The fusel comes in, Oni sticking it, trusting in the teammates to buy enough time, and Mercenaries on top.
Hey, don't get too ahead of yourself. Don't get too ahead of yourself, Paul. It ain't over till it's over. We said this all yesterday. We saw scorelines go anywhere near as aggressive as 4-0 in the lead before teams were having to turn it around, but 4-0 did not stop a 7-in-a-row slam and a massive 180 to the scoreline. So I'm going to keep my eyes peeled as this one continues to develop. But I know the one word that I'm going to keep in the back of my head for the whole of today, the one that I expect to be flooding the chat before we're done, cinema. It's 3 syllables, 6 letters, and paired up in 3 sets of 2s. Cinema. You're going to remember that one for the weekend. Magic, he's going to find himself a first onto Fox.
Ooh. Oh. And how is he still standing? Zaki, this has been a common thing for Zaki. We've seen him eat some nades here, but I guess cool guys don't look at explosions, and he's not going to let that one bother him as hard. We'll toss out a smoke, look to block off the sight line. He'll follow it up with a nade here as well on the back end, but Zaki's already backed off a bit. And now the flash to come in as well. Hard and Crew trying to pressure forward. They found a pick, but so has Mercenary.
Yeah, Zaki looking to try and play that position up by Filbo, but nobody's safe by Filbo. Twice over the UFO comes out in a little bit of an aggressive spot. Floor is lava. Zaki loses his ankles and his heels, but nothing else. FMX is going to finish off what was left of Zaki's top half. His shot through E blocks free fire, device being planted, a little bit of trade back and forth of bullets. Both teams just trying to put a bit of intimidation down. No actual line of fight being held within that. The Rascaloni Communica picks up goes, and the trade is the information battle between Zaki and Filbo. Keep the distraction to the favor of Virtus. 4 versus 2. 30 on the clock. That's an interesting one. Hold up. Nemo with a chance.
25 seconds on the clock here, though, and you got to find Rask is just going to ego peek it. He's feeling confident in the Virtus Pro. Bears will find a way to tie it up here. And so far, some good back and forth. FMX at 6-2. Oni at 4-3. That sub who came in yesterday now shining here as well. And Honestly, we saw maybe a slow start in that first game yesterday, but had some really key clutches here for Mercenary and already doing a great job against the Polar Bears.
Yes, they might have had a chance, almost had a chance. There's Nemo in a 1v3, as you do tend to expect Nemo to be capable of pulling that off. Not expected to succeed, but has the ability to. Then you remember that it's the other three members of a Virtus Pro lineup that he's going to do that against. Then you realize that just an ego swing from Rask might finish that immediately, as it does. How many first bloods in a row is that from FMX now? Is that every round? Grenade, kill. 3 out of 4 rounds, FMX with first blood so far. Oni's going to finish him off and shut him down quickly, though. Then Oni with the quick moves. Magic finds Nemo, but Oni's making some magic on site.
Oh, Rask and Hard combined for 2, though, and it goes down to Goes, the lone member. And look at the positioning of Communica here. He might just catch him on this rotation. Goes might not be aware. He's going to peek, though. Good situational awareness coming in from Goes, but Communica slightly better shots as he gives him a buzz off the top. And the Polar Bears now back in the lead and being that driving force from the attacking side.
It's a lot less of a snowball and more of a tennis match than I thought this game was going to be to begin with, which I am delighted to embrace. Mercenary find themselves keeping pace with Virtus Pro, which is more than we can say for most of the teams that have tried to do so thus far this tournament. Now, there is one small speed bump that Mercenary need to get over if they want to do better than any other team so far, and that is put more than 4 rounds on the table versus this Virtus Pro lineup. They are on the defending side. Virtus Pro have the tempo with the attacking half, so these are 2 good rounds to collect from Mercenary. But they've got to make sure that they go as close to even in this first half as possible to give themselves even a chance of taking that one.
No home for that nade just yet. Mercenaries wise to give him some space, and this is a comfortable a team that's comfortable playing deep in this defensive position. You had mentioned that a bit yesterday as well, and so give him some space. The util doesn't quite find a home yet. Hart's going to find a secondary lineup. He says, I'm going to toss this one just a bit further. We'll see if it finds a home. Oh, this is a smoke here as well, so just going to smoke off that lane. Hard with the flash, and now that entry probably going to follow up here shortly after.
Back and forth again, shots ringing out across the courtyard, but not really for too much damage towards either of the team's healths. FMX a little bit of chip on there, a couple of jump peaks from Mercenary. Spot the bomb does go towards side 2. But it's just going to be into the firing line of Virtus Pro. You don't come and steal the bomb off site like that, not with the whole squad watching. Oh dear, that went wrong really quickly, didn't it?
Man, Rask, the fastest triple we've seen today. Of course, we're only 6 rounds in, but that just goes to show you what you are in for. An absolute treat when you're watching the ACS here with Battle State Games and Hunt Premier. Virtus Pro, a little bit of a slow start for them, but man, it's been some rounds in a row. They're picking up to that stride. You talked about that snowball, and if Mercenaries doesn't slow it down, it might just become that avalanche.
I love the questions coming in from chat as well. People asking about that grenade going off by Zaki's ankles. He did manage to tuck the majority of his model behind the box before it went off, which is what saves him dying from the full brunt of the explosion. Even if still a shrapnel fragment had hit him in the head from that grenade, just like we see of that one that lands underneath the toes of Zaki, it would have wiped him out. Virtus Pro find themselves 2 kills in their favor early on into round number 7 as they are playing extremely aggressively on both sides, A and B. Communica has tucked himself in as a big distraction. He's going to get removed! Oni! Put the wings down, boy. That was nasty.
Oh, and he finds one more at the top of the escalators. Oni is popping off right now. 8 and 5, dancing around. Nemo finds one before Rask takes him out. Fox there for a pick of his own for Magic, and now it's Mercenary. A 2v1 advantage, and both on the flank. Rask might have enough time to get away here, and he does. I'm not sure if they're able to hear him from VIP, and he's going to be able to find a plant for free here.
Yeah, Fox is going to call audio very shortly. Oh, he's not heard it. He's going to hear the bomb going off. I know it's planted towards that B site now, but they did not get the audio cues they were hoping for. So that's the position you want to play. If you tuck into that tight corner in VIP, you hold up against the wall, you might be able to catch the audio cue with the footsteps going down lane 1. Rask did the smart job of going lane 2 instead, so he didn't over-telegraph the rotation. 30 on the clock. Rask is doing what I love to see people doing with post plant in a 1v number situation. He's looking for an aggressive pick. You have to try and isolate this one kill. Notice the Mercenary players are not going to separate until they need to. Oni jumps across to confirm information. Oni's on site, and there's nothing Rask can do about this now. He has to go top trade, and Fox is just going to pressure him off. 2, 1, the bomb is defused, and it doesn't even matter. Amazing retake work from Mercenary. That was textbook hot.
I am just pleasantly impressed with this Mercenary squad. It started yesterday with their ability to play 2 subs and get a big dub against EPA that went to the distance and was a very exciting matchup. And now we see it again, you know, with Lukey being out, who was a shining star, and Oni stepping up as this sub, 8 and 5 top fragger, but just consistent great decision making from Oni, and you love the movement as well. This is, you know, a player that is very talented that maybe we weren't quite as familiar with, but certainly has won a fan over in me.
Yeah, who is Oni? That's the next thing I want to see on the Mercenary socials page, is an explanation and a description of this character who is absolutely showing up when is needed to. Yeah, 3 members of Virtus Pro looking for an aggressive sandwich hold here. This is quite a cool, kooky little walkout. Communica's holding for the counter push. Oni gets taken out immediately, and as we've seen from this match so far, that's a big pickup for Virtus Pro.
What can they do with it, though? That's the big question. Rask patient in toward VIP, waiting for that smoke to dissipate hard. Throwing one down lane side here as well, and that might give that VIP pressure a chance to peek his head out here as well. The nade toward the back, but Zaki and crew say, hey, we are aware that one's being thrown here. They're staying away from that position, and now they pressure onto the site due to that smoke that we talked about. So they're going to be able to get this plant down, and that secondary smoke comes in so late that it's going to be tough for Mercenary to push through blindly.
It's the second time that we've seen zero pressure or approach from the Mercenary squad with multiple numbers up on both sides coming from that flank. We saw Virtus Pro actually just a little moment back, the number 7 player in Magic, checking back that lobby position to make sure the flank wasn't coming in. But now that they've confirmed that, everybody can be looking forwards. And this is the problem with what happens is when nobody is distracted, you can't retake the site because it's just a crossfire of decimation. Virtus Pro gives each of the Mercenary players the chance to take a 1 step out of the cover. Just in a slight hope. We'll get your hopes up and then just rip that carpet from underneath their feet as they all just fall like dominoes.
5-3, though. I feel like if you are on the side of Mercenaries, we talked about this yesterday, you know, it's like you feel like you've done your job on that defensive side. So 5-3, we haven't seen any team get more than 4 rounds against Virtus Pro yet in the ACS. So already knocking at that door, you know, maybe working for a little side quest here, just 1 step at a time like we often talk about. The Mercenaries, though, as we always say in the second half, these first couple rounds are going to be incredibly crucial here for both of these teams.
Even more so potentially here for Virtus Pro. This is where Mercenary can really start to throw a tool into the works. If you can just put 2 rounds of pressure on here, even if it's a 5 and 5 on your attacking side, then Virtus Pro have to start asking questions of themselves. It was their attacking half first time. Now the sides have swapped. It goes to Mercenary. Goes to Mercenary's favor. He's going to take out the first blood onto a big stepper in Rask. One of the 2 main hardest points of being able to get to site and plant this bomb through the Virtus Pro lineup is taking out their 2 forward-leading fraggers. Rask is 1. Harder FMX is going to be the other, depending on what position they're playing. Your backside anchors, Communica, and Magic at the back end of the round, the ones to keep eyes on. And either one of Hard or FMX that doesn't play entry will be your playmaker. For Mercenary, you're looking at Fox, you're looking at Goes, you're looking at maybe Zaki even to make this initial point of contact play or a pick to move the round. 60 on the clock, both teams just waiting with the tension of this one hanging on the edge of a knife.
See that smoke, though. It's going to buy them some time toward that KFC side. It's tough for the device to pressure through there. Fox proned into VIP, and got a little time to give, but not a lot. They're going to have to try to explode onto the site. Now we see on that mini-map that subtle rotation there as well, beginning to shift and bring everybody toward this A site here. Oni and the crew will now step forward. The device is going down, but FMX has found the first on the Nemo. The device getting planted, though, and an opportunity now for the Mercenaries.
Wow, Hard and Oni sharing the same brain cell as both members go down, and there's no way Oni reads it! Oni just seems to realize he's there through the smoke. 1-2, Goes gets 1. Communica's got a trade back. Wow, this game is already cinema.
Communica will find that pick onto Oni. Shining Star down, and Communica's not done. He's got Zaki as well. Him and FMX both into double-digit kills. Fox all alone in VIP, and FMX another headshot as well. And if you look at the kills across the board, it's everybody close to double-digit kills. And for the first time, we see Magic toward the bottom of that list, where he had a 20-0 half on Skybridge, I think, last ACS. So that's the problem with Virtus Pro. That's the problem with the Polar Bears. Every single individual on this team is so dangerous.
It's, you know, it's the one time as well. This is where we talk about Virtus Pro just being that good. The first time that they've been pushed to have to work it out the back half of the round, where they've been requiring that backbone that normally is solid in the clutch in Magic and Communica to step up. This time it's Communica working off of that playmaking from FMX that gets himself 3 to close it out. Nemo and Rask trade early. Fox and Rask are going to have one apiece each. It's Rask shutting Fox down, though. Rask got a bit of a killing spree as FMX steps up to help his shoulder work. 2 for 3. Mercenary in a tough spot again.
Things drastically slow down here. Mercenaries flexing from this KFC side. Shots to the smoke that don't find a mark, and they're just trying to get on towards site, but they've got to be careful of VIP. And Rask on the peak finds Oni. He's already got a triple again in this round. Zaki cautious of the flank, but no one's home. It's Virtus Pro that has complete control of this A site.
You could split the sound in the arena by dropping a pin on the floor. Zaki, under the pressure. One of the best places where he performs the most. We've seen Zaki pull off crazier stunts than this. Wacky Zaki, the man lightning, the main man with the MP7 whilst that thing's in the meta. He was the guy that was changing and making waves in the scene when it came to different gunplay, because he's just got some form of 6th, 7th sense, where he seems to know what play to make and when to make it. 20 seconds left on the clock. There's still a player tucked far away, so that even if he does get this individual kill, he's not going to be able to get free plant time. He has to find the close kill, which is not going to be given up. Magic's discipline has just about secured that one for him. He has to stick to the plant, get off. Magic gets the swing, and that is another good textbook closeout from Virtus Pro. I've got to agree with you, Hort. It might not be scoreline close, 6-7. It's 3-7 right now. But it really feels like Mercenary are forcing the Polar Bears to have to actually play a really solid game of Arena to get it over the line here, which I am very impressed for.
Yeah, I mean, the Mercenaries are very talented, but my issue is we haven't seen teams get over 4 rounds. And it was a great start for Mercenaries, but now it seems like it's fizzled a little bit. Yes, the rounds are close. It's only a player or 2 left standing, but close is only good for so long. You gotta be able to get it over that edge here, at least a few of these rounds. And so it seems like despite some of these rounds being close, that same fire isn't quite there. It's been kind of smothered by this Polar Bear squad, and it's just util like that from Hard that continues to make it tougher and tougher for the Mercenaries.
Oxide side of VIP is looking to try and make a bit of a difference when it comes to the A site control, but as we can see, Virtus Pro deep support, or the line of scrimmage, I guess you could call it, is being spread all the way off the backside of that A site. Very, very similar to what Mercenary was playing. The difference being that there were hard aggressive smokes towards E-Box and Headshot from the attacking side on Virtus Pro, where Mercenary are allowing a good 60 seconds off the clock before they want to execute a similar strategy. Difference between the two players is the amount of time to get to battle it hours to try to get onto site. This time it does fall in the favor of Mercenary. Zaki's going to be the first one to pick up a kill through the smoke, but it is a little bit of a dice roll for this A site. It's smoke v smoke fights where you can't really see the person you're shooting.
They get the plant though, and it's hard to pressure through those smokes as well. We see Virtus Pro just laying in wait, waiting for some of these smokes to clear. Zaki and crew will back off here, but Magic from behind, not able to connect. Bot giving up, and Fox will turn, finds it, Communica. Snaps to Nemenos here as well. He knows there's someone lurking toward VIP. Has found a kill of his own from KFC. He'll look to fall back. Communica misses that one. Snaps to the dome, and Communica on these 180s has been nutty, but 20 seconds on the clock. Rask gonna have to bait this one out. Does that become a die? the audio cue, but Rask on the challenge, and the Polar Bears continue to be that dominating force. The claws have been sharpened before we began, and now the Polar Bears just still dominating. 8 rounds, 1 away from shutting down Skybridge.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed in that one there. There's a slight micro misplay in that one. But there's a reason I'm sat in the commentating chair and not playing behind one of the PCs, taking part of the 10 people in this pro scene. I'll be honest with you, I'm a little disappointed that Zaki is caught trying to play himself a cosplay of a Red Bull advert. Those wings aren't going to shoot your enemy, my friend. I'd just like him to be on his feet with his gun up and trying to actually take that fight, rather than jumping across an angle, being caught with his pants down. That's my perspective. Also, probably not the right one. Whoa, we just witnessed the crime as Rask got absolutely abused outside of VIP. Great to be on board with a teammate behind him as we saw that model fold.
See what they do with the player advantage here, because Zaki's found another with an nade. It's Communica to go down hard. Able to answer back, and uh-oh, it's minor mistakes like those that can haunt it. Nemo finds an nade kill. Unfortunately, it is onto a teammate cracked.
Hey, we've seen every team in this tournament so far fall prey to the pressure of the team kill. Almost a flying Virtus Polar Bear was about to make us a little bit of a highlight play. Oni starting to see flashback of some of the cool moves he'd made earlier on in the game. They're about to come back and do him a bit of doo-doos. Magic? Are we going to see another ridiculous gameplay move where people just read through smoke? This is insane, by the way. The amount of audio cues that are being read to perfection. Look at it! Look at it! Look at it! He hears him going to VIP, and Magic just does not hesitate. There's 2. Boss fight for Oni's going to be a tough one. He's in a 1v3. Good night. Say goodbye. Your demons are everywhere. Oh my, Virtus Pro. Okay. It went from being a close game to just nightmares. And folks, I've seen a couple of you asking during the game. That is a spectator silhouette glitch, all right? Don't stress too much. It's not affecting the gameplay at all. FMX is just making his silhouette have a good raid whilst he's playing the game too. GG's Virtus Pro, 9-3, Hort. What a confident closeout after a very tough first half.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, 5-3 half to me really wasn't even a tough first half. I think we got a little bit fooled by those early rounds that were back and forth. But for me, Virtus Pro did exactly what they wanted to do. 5-3 half is phenomenal. 9-3 half, an even better finish. So, you know, again, this does not surprise me in the least. But what does surprise me is the fact that we saw Oni absolutely dominating. And so, you know, we didn't quite see those 3 core members shining for Mercenary. And you wonder if it's tougher without Lukey. He has been a staple, a talisman for this squad for just a very, very long time.
Oh, here we go. Head-to-head, the versus. The beginning of our amazing days worth of action finishes off with the Polar Bears finding themselves in the lead 1-0. Still a potential of 1 minimum, 2 maximum more maps to come in the future. It's a chance for Mercenary to take to their theoretical home turf to be able to try and get themselves an advantage. As we move forward here, we're going to be looking to the underdog in Mercenary in this tie now, both on paper and on the scoreboard, to try and claim us some more maps worth of entertainment. It was a great effort from them in the first few rounds here on Skybridge, but we both, I think, agree that it's a very much CIS-dominated map when it comes to favoritism on Skybridge. It's just one of those maps that the Russian teams have gotten down to a T. It is absolutely the bread and butter of some of their stronger choices when it comes to pick and bans, and it's the reason why the EU teams have really found themselves looking towards that map 2 selection in the pick ban process to try and pull it back a little bit. We saw it yesterday. We saw a 2-1 with 404 really turning the tide when that pick ban selection swayed into their favor. Have Mercenary been able to produce a similar result? And can they execute the same way? Because it's a good conversation saying you won picks and bans. It's a whole other story going into the game and taking 2 maps off the Polar Bears.
Yeah, I don't know if it's more of a CIS region dominated map or if it's a CIS region dominated scene. We haven't seen an EU team in the grand finals since I've been here back at ACS 2. I think I missed the first one. So for me, it's just a fact that these teams consistently play so well together. I mean, we really haven't seen these EU teams kind of give Virtus Pro a run for their money. We haven't seen anybody give Virtus Pro a run for their money, at least in ACS 5. We flash back to season Epic 9, where OKAK did send them to the lower bracket. We flash back to ACS 4, where it was that former OKAK team that did beat them as well, and Virtus Pro ending up in third. But, I think they're pretty upset about not completing that three-peat last year, not completing that dynasty. So, I mean, they're hungry for a dub here, and it certainly shows in ACS 5.
Yeah, it really does. And I mean, you can't fault either of the minor misplays that were made by Mercenary in that match there. We had a team kill. We had a couple of questions as to whether we should be, playing as actively as we were, rather than a little bit more discipline, crosshair up, going ready to fight. But you can't blame them. This is the kind of effect that the Polar Bears put onto the pitch. It's not just playing a match against another team. It's like there's an atmosphere, like an air around you that just it adds that little bit more pressure. The one time if you've never desk popped in your life and you get into a match and you suddenly accidentally hit the space bar, that's a real shock to the system. It's a little bit of a jump that does get you going as you're like, wait a minute, I got put under that much pressure that I like desk popped, and I don't desk pop. Like, I've played games for X many years and I've never hit the space bar by accident. But these kind of people, these dominant players in the Virtus Pro lineup, they have that effect on you, and they have that effect on the arena. So I'm just really interested to see where map 2 goes. It's a bold kind of feel though, Hort, so I hope you're feeling real serial about this one, because we're ready to get steady.
For me, it's going to be another Polar Bears victory. I mean, again, like I said, I haven't seen anybody show me that they can compete. There is nobody that's gotten over 9-4. Mercenaries, even having a good start, can't get past 3 rounds when they had previously got 4. I want to be proven wrong. I would be all for it. Chat, everybody can roast me if they want, but I just don't see it. Polar Bears are picking up right where they left off, despite having not played at all yesterday and getting to hang out. It doesn't matter. They have the talent. This is the Polar Bears. I need to see. Someone's got to prove to me that they can beat them. And so, you saw me in the last couple ACSs, even when they lost last year or last season, I had them picked to win it slightly. So, I'm a Polar Bear fan. What can I say?
And with good reason. It's not like there's even any bias here coming into this. This is a simple, you could look through results for the last 4 seasons, and it's a Virtus Pro, like 86-something% domination. There's a small fraction of it in there where OKAK, the team named OKAK this year, previously XP Academy, took it home for the first time in a long while that wasn't a Virtus Pro victory, barring that first ever season that was taken, like we said, by Paravision, the likes of the Roms and crew that are running under 404 in this tournament. It's been a Virtus Pro kind of feel. It really has. And like you've said, and rightly so, chat, all right, Hort rides the side of caution for a reason. We spoke about Panderic and their run through the lower bracket. It takes actually seeing it done to convince us, because we've seen teams pull it all the way back but still not get it over the line in that last map. There's a very big difference between looking competitive and beating the top dog.
Yeah, look, I got spicy with my predictions on day one. When there's a best of 1, you can see those upsets. But when it comes down to those best of 3s and those best of 5s, genuinely that better team wins, because they consistently play well. And that's what we've seen from the Polar Bears time and time again. And I say I'm a fan of the Polar Bears, but truthfully, I'm a fan of all of these teams. I've had the pleasure of talking with a lot of different members, maybe come across a few of them in the arena games, but they're all wonderful individuals. They're all extremely talented. So, I enjoy watching and casting all of them, but just from my time here and witnessing what the Polar Bears have done, it's pretty easy for me to just kind of lean into that and say, yeah, this is a 2-0 victory for them. I will say I am very impressed with Mercenary's ability to play with 2 subs, not just yesterday, but today as well. And the fact that Oni is playing so well in this situation is exciting. It's refreshing to see. And I think, with the release of 1.0 as well, and more people getting invested in Tarkov, we're going to, in the near future, see some new and rising stars.
Going to be keeping our eyes on the flavor in the background. You're absolutely right. I think as the game continues to grow, more and more eyes starting to look this way. We were fortunate to feast our eyes upon a few people from the Liquid Org that were playing a couple of weeks back in a show match that was really entertaining for me to watch. I had an absolute blast watching the varying levels of skill from people who both got on with Tarkov amazingly straight off the rip. The likes of Rogue, who put like an 18 and something performance out it was before he ended up dying, versus some of the guys that were in there that were a great joy to watch, but just didn't really necessarily take to Tarkov straight off the rip, maybe fumbling the reload, putting the wrong ammo in the magazine, little bits of this that really does give you that very pure, thoroughbred feel of what Tarkov is as a game. So I love to see the game growing. I'm loving to see more people interacting with it, but I do feel that the pros that are in the current scene right now need to keep themselves improving and rising, because there are going to be some steaming hot players that are going to be taking their eyes over the comp scene in the near future, and I think they're going to be like, are these guys really as good as they think they are, or do we need to come and teach them a lesson or two? And I'm telling you now, I'm excited to see that clash. Some of the people from other games start to bleed into this and bring some of those skills that we have in the likes of your Counter-Strikes, your Rainbows, Six Sieges, your CS Pros, CS2, either side of the coin. I'm just really excited. I'm curious to see. For now, we get to focus on what's going on inside of the current scene. And speaking of that current scene, we would not be able to put all of this together without our amazing partners. Hort, Aorus, and AMD Radeon. They're back again. And I believe they've got an amazing little monitor trailer to show us and something to talk about when it comes in terms of the giveaway. So we'll go a little bit the other way around now first, folks. Let's have a look at what they've got on offer when it comes to products, and then we'll talk We're still bopping away. We've been bopping away. We're going to be bopping away thanks to that amazing partnership. Like we said, shout out to Aorus and AMD Radeon, who have been with us since the back end of the middle of summer, riding out on into the sunset to close out 2025 with us all the way to the end of the year. We will be continuing to shower you guys with beautiful gifts and giveaways thanks to that amazing partnership, including one currently active right now. Exclamation mark monitor in the Hunt Premier Twitch channel chat to be able to get yourself into that giveaway that is currently active right now. One exclamation mark monitor in the chat gets you one entry. The giveaway is going to be live up until the 14th of December. So for any of you with a keen eye on the calendar, that's tomorrow. Exactly. So make sure that you get your chances locked in right now, folks. Okay. Exclamation mark monitor in the Hunt Premier Twitch channel chat to enter into that giveaway. And a final thank you and a shout out Aorus and AMD Radeon for helping us bring amazing gifts to the people at home.
Giving that away on the final day tomorrow. And that is a 27-inch, 280 hertz OLED gaming monitor. You don't want to miss out on that. And, you know, it would make these highlights just look that much better. Hard opening up with that nade kill. We got to see a dominating round to kick things off for Virtus Pro, but it was the Mercenaries who began to battle back early, and we saw a close competitive game through those first 5-6 rounds.
So we get a second to just redigest some of these opening rounds. This really was a great match to watch, and you're going to see this is one of the moments that started to turn the game around for me. This is where my head was holding and waiting with bated breath for the Polar Bears to open the floodgates, because work like that out of Communica for the three-piece, I mean, it did one thing. It inspired the Mercenary squad to have to reach further, and reach they did. Like you said, 6 rounds in a row. We saw both teams going back and forth, fighting tooth and nail for control over this A site in a rarely even split between the two. That one, Zaki did not have the fortune of getting behind enough cover to avoid. Oh, here we go. Bonk.
I mean, there was a lot of fun, exciting moments in this one. There was a lot of rounds that, you know, Mercenaries came somewhat close to clutching, but couldn't quite finalize. We think back to that one of Zaki there as well. And it was unfortunate. Zaki was kind of too far away. He heard that diffuse and thought, hey, I don't have enough time to get back. But Virtus Pro had pulled off, ran there, got the shot. And so, I mean, timing, everything kind of a big factor here. But it's something that we've seen from the Polar Bears time and time again. They consistently play well. They're good at that on-the-fly decision-making when the action's heating up. And so I think that's why we see them win and win, you know, win and win and win and win, especially when they have the same core members over and over and over. I mean, we've seen the same 5 for so long. We talked about, I think, Andreezy stepping out and Communica stepping in full-time now, but it's been pretty much that same core roster.
That's another beautiful nade that you're seeing out of Harden. This is something, again, that was silently, continually reinforcing the back lines of what made this Virtus Pro performance powerful, as you just realized that we didn't speak about it so much because there was so much crazy action going on that it's hard to focus on the little things that really do make the big differences. But you notice time and time again, hard with the grenade, just here, just there, maybe 1 in every 2 rounds, but it's that one grenade that starts the playoff, right? It's like the trigger that fired the gun. The grenade goes, the kill comes through, and then the polar bears go, oh, is that blood on the ground? And they are in there just absolutely tearing it apart. I'm telling you now, the amount of response time that doesn't exist between Virtus Pro picking up the first kill and then the clash of titans is absolutely phenomenal to watch. And it's one of the reasons why teams that even at the top of their game struggle to keep pace with them, right, Hort? That change of the switch, the speed from handbrake on to 6th gear is instantaneous. And some teams, even at the top of their game, just struggle to respond to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. We've seen some teams compete with the polar bears, but not yet in ACS 5. And I mean, we saw some of that in that recent season, Epic 9. Like I said, they were sent to that lower bracket where they had to fight their way back and then ended up getting that sweet revenge against OKAK. But as far as ACS 5 goes, I really haven't seen anybody compete with the polar bears yet.
I mean, Mercenary did for the first 3 rounds, right? We're gotta get him the one time for the one time. Maybe they're gonna for map 2, all right? This is Mercenary home territory. If we're gonna see them be confident anywhere, if we're gonna see them put out the strongest performance, they're gonna deliver and give us any questions as to whether they might take this home in the best of 3. It's gotta be here. It's gotta be now. It's Bol, it's Mercenary, it's Virtus Pro, it's gonna be util all over the place, and my one deep, unsettling fear in my gut right now, the Hort, is that what's Bol known for? That's util, right? What's hard known for? That's util, right? Oh my word, it's fractions away. It's fractions.
I don't even know how they didn't take like a skosh of damage right there. That was absolutely wild. But you know, you're right. The util, it's something that we've seen set a lot of these teams apart. You know, we talked about Sabiri yesterday and the amount of nade kills and flashes he has, which I'll touch base on a little bit later today. But yeah, a lot of these CS region teams seem to just be that slight step front of a lot of the other teams.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're missing the mark for the piece of util. That one actually bounces just off the top of the roof and goes past headshot. We're having a duel down towards the generator. I said we were having a duel down towards the generator. Never mind. Magic is having his way with the 3 men in front of you on generator. And Virtus Pro made what looked like it was going to be quite an even round after a couple of util lands. Just not quite finding the mark. I'm confused. Magic got a 4-piece. Generator didn't look like they had any ability to stop him. That looked effortless.
Well, you know, we talked about it in the previous one, right? Any one of these players, if not all of them, consistently pop off. And where we saw Magic maybe have a slightly quieter game than normal on Skybridge, everybody else was in double digits. So Magic said, hey guys, let me handle it this time. You guys take the round off. A nice 4K to open things up. And on this attacking side, the polar bears, it's where they tend to have the most success. We'll see hard with another one of these lineups, guys. If you're watching in chat, take note of some of these lineups. They can help you in some of your games as well.
Up and over the top, that Gennade's amazing. That's right on the top of the head of Fox. Poor Fox, he's going to find himself needing a hard hat for the damage from that one.
Here's Magic toward the Jin sign. Zaki on the other side, but Hard has found another kill. This time he finds Nemo. Shots exchange, but Communica will find the 2K. Magic not able to get it, but has help in the teammates. The plant goes down, and now just cautious of where they could come from. Hard looking for this flank that's coming in. That is only back there who has been spotted. And the P90 up close, sure. At a distance, doesn't matter. This weapon is in the meta for a reason.
It certainly is, although I am starting to see something which makes me understand why a few of the Russian players are falling more into this. Let's have a couple of assault rifles in the team, even maybe that mutant that we saw creep up yesterday. You saw the P90 versus P90 battle twice now, where both players strafing from left to right and using those leans to make that model just a little bit more difficult to hit the headshot on. It makes the spray across back and forth very much a dice roll between who wins that fight. Now, if you're shooting center of mass and you're just aiming to thorax, you're not looking for that headshot. You throw the mutant, you can that consistently through that armor. That's a different way to go about it, and it helps your consistency in those strafe battles. It's only up close quarters. Long range, the P90 is absolutely king. A chasing Fox after first point of contact goes really well for the Mercenary. Side of the line of sight for hard. That's not someone you want to peek into. That is a coffin, my friend.
Rask finding Fox quickly here as well, but it is still a 3v3. Nemo, a little utility of his own here. They're posted up on the site right now. It seems like Oni is going to rotate that direction. They realize the majority of DP is here. Now the pressure from above. Communica able to find one. Goes. Instantly gets the trade. Will tuck the head. And now Oni picking up on the hard. Mercenaries trying to battle back here in round 3.
Did he want? Absolutely within the wheelhouse of Rask to be able to pull this off. We've seen him do way more crazy things. So close, man. Look at the play. And Oni reads it like an absolute genius. A little bit of audio cue to help him out, but it's just so good. Oni. I don't know if this man's good enough for just having a cameo for a Halloween event. I think we might need to bring this cultist boss back. This guy is absolutely frying today.
Oni, I said it earlier, I was very impressed with Oni's ability to come in here and shine like this. He's been playing extremely well, and you know, I think it's refreshing to see. I think we're going to see, like I said earlier, a lot more of these new rising stars as well. So I'm excited to see some mix-ups in the arena scene. Oni certainly doing a great job here, but you have to continue to do that for 9 solid rounds, especially if you want to take a game away or a map away from these polar bears here. And so far it's been all A-site action, it seems, for Virtus Pro.
The thing that's impressed me the most about it is it's not necessarily been the flashiest of plays, but it's that game sense and awareness. Fox finds a great set of angle onto hard, but he doesn't realize the second folding up. But Zaki does. Zaki covers his back and one goes down. This is really good play. Teamwork out of Mercenary. Close on curtain. That flash stuff goes going to try and find the bomb. He's going to have to tuck away quickly. Careful of top med and careful of his back on Gen. Gen's covered. Goes is being saved without knowing it. This is so well played from Mercenary. They're juggling the aggro like champs right now. The communication is on point. You can see the discipline also. Neither player, Sight nor Hop Up, wanting to over-aggress into that fight because they don't need to. There's 50 seconds left on the clock, and every single duel that goes down without a player dying is just more time wasted. Look at that lurk from Oni Hot.
You can see him there in that background, trying to come around here toward this med side, and see Mercenaries maybe forcing Communica back here a bit. Oni's going to quicken the pace, though, and they might hear this audio cue. He's got to be careful here. The pincer play is coming in toward Jin. Rask finds one, immediately traded out. Oni on the flank, and the Mercenaries will find a way to tie it up here on Bull.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And grateful to the spectator for jumping on board with that as we catch. Like you say, having to quicken the pace is, I guess, Virtus Pro kind of read the fact that that flank was going to be dangerous at some point soon. They've not seen or heard contact, nor have they made too much more towards that A site. So you'd have to assume somebody is lurking towards that timing. They read that. They say, time is to go to the site now before we get ourselves clapped from the backside. And, well, although they do try and make the play, it turns out that that speed, that extra pace put on by Oni is there in time to claim the final kill whilst the distraction is being made. 2-2, the scoreline is dead even. We saw this from map 1, though. We need to see, as you've said, Hawk, we've got to see them go further. At least progress to the point where we're taking a first half victory into halftime, maybe?
You know, that's too many rounds away for me to even think about that at the moment, especially with Virtus Pro. I mean, you could keep it close early, and then they seem to run away with it. So I need a few more rounds in the bag to really figure out how this one might play out. But so far, Virtus Pro has just been all A-site. Communica's going to open up with this opening pick. Zaki does answer back here on the Magic to keep it a 4v4. We see Goes in the background there, keeping that head tucked. And Hard doesn't see him just yet, but is aware that someone could be lurking here.
Yeah, he's going to come out of the position with the same contact. The smoke. Communica's reading it extremely well. He thinks he's there. He knows he's there, but he doesn't see him because of that. So he gets one, he gets two. Communica takes out Zaki, and it's left down to a 2 versus 1. Only in a position to try and spoil this. He's there just in time. With 35 on the clock, he's got to clear. There's 3 crucial angles to make certain of. He's just going to completely forget about Ambo. He's going to commit all his time. Oh, he's got to go round. It's good respect from Oni. It's tough. It's just too tough, man.
It's tough to consistently do it against a team like Virtus Pro as well. Communica, a triple in that round, sitting at 7-2 here. And you often see them all kind of even in kills. Zaki on the other side is having a standout game as well at 7-4, but It's not very often we see Nemo with that donut. Goes with just one as well. And so it takes that village, as they often say. We got to see the whole crew clicking together here.
I've got to give it to Go so far, though. It definitely looks like Virtus.pro are targeting this site player. They've put the majority of their util and then the forward push towards removing that one person that's playing the close sight box or tucked up to curtains. So you kind of feel a little bit for Goes as he's the one taking the brunt of the aggression of the majority of the textbook. Flip side, like you've said, Nemo having a little bit of a rougher game. Court going down into the ground the last time. I know there's smokes around, but we've seen just how good both of these two teams have been able to kill people through smokes and audio cues. You want to talk about a loud audio cue? Pivoting on your ankles and going prone are two of the loudest things you can do with your PMC in this game.
Fox set up here. Unfortunately, doesn't find that first one on the peak, and now we'll have to give a little bit of space here. Now the flash comes in, but Magic was ready. Nice shot to the dome, and now Muminos gonna let the gun sing out through the smoke, but not a ton of damage. We see a little off the top for some of these Virtus.pro members, but Oni dangerously low. Goes down, and well, it's more trouble for Mercenary.
Yeah, you're left with what you're meant to do. Goes is playing the tuck position on site to play off a contact from someone else so he can peek up and be the surprise, but VP are just not giving chance for anybody else to see contact. That's a great play out of Nemo. That's the kind of mental magic we expect out of this monster of a player. The two-piece is disgusting. As you find FMX. Didn't see him on top, but there's going to be Zaki in the back line. He's going to have the second one open for free. No way!
Can he reel it back? It's going to come down to Zaki this time versus Communicate. It's the two juggernauts, 9 and 4 and 8 and 2. Ring around the rosy. Zaki, he's trying to quicken the pace, but he can't quite get there. The turns, the late stretches, too long, and Communica around and around he goes. But Zaki, smart to just stop. Unfortunately, time has ran down. Communica finds the kill. Anyways, Virtus.pro begins to extend that lead.
Again, right as the flank comes in, right as the timing is starting to get dangerous, that the backside is about to become the biggest problem, Zaki still manages to get to because the timing is spot on from the Mercenary rotation. But Virtus.pro do not care. They go forward. They get a kill of their own. They make space to slip the net. And in doing so, the numbers don't play to their favor. Instead, they trade 1 for 1 for 1 down to a 1v1. And Virtus.pro are not seen to lose these 1v1s. It's part of how ridiculous they are. Hard takes Goes out of the air as he tries to jump to site with a grenade. Fox goes back the other way, though, as Fox finds one. Communica levels the tables.
Communica has been on a tear here today in both of these games, and already into double digits at 10 and 2, has been playing lights out. Zaki trying to be that other juggernaut, that raid boss that can potentially battle Communica here. It is a 3v3, but for the first time, we're seeing maybe that device considering the B site here. There is one towards split to look to cover that, but nope, Virtus.pro going to look to head back toward the A now with the device.
Understandable concern from the Virtus.pro squad after they've had a couple of rounds where Oni and Zaki in different ways have come around that flank. Now they are playing with a more mental approach to respecting that. Happy to push towards the site with 4 instead of 5 players. Now in the 3v3, they're going to go 2v2 and then leave 1 to try and deal with the potential of that threat. Respecting it for 35 or so seconds has brought that third player back now as Virtus.pro decide they're going to commit to the A site push. Smoke goes out, headshot. Grenade to site to remove a player if they are still lurking. Something commonly done by the Mercenary squad. Hop up and Tetris are holding tight. Fox is here. Zaki's on site. Bomb and squad are rushing into the drain spot with Fox top head. 2 in. Fox slips the net. Pushes gets to opens to Nemo's. FMX finds site. This is getting close. Fox has got arm. Caught in a tough one. It's FMX for a 1v2. Fox takes out his teammate, and that might just be a mistake he's going to regret.
We've seen a couple rough team kills here from Mercenaries. 8 seconds on the clock. FMX on the hunt. The spray, but Fox will nail it. And Mercenaries get a very important round. They keep it close. They get up to 3, which is where they stalled out last time on Skybridge. Can they get over that edge this time?
Big 3 piece from Fox and a good bit of discipline at the end, keeping the cool. Team kills happen in Arena, especially under the pressure. 2 people try and collide for the same angle to try and fight together, instead fight on top of each other, and a team kill comes through. Being able to close it out and still get that final kill, even without that, not letting it shake you too much. It's a good recovery from Fox. Mercenary do claim the round still. It goes in the bag 3 to 4. This is 2 in a row, though, Hort, where Mercenary have had themselves in a good position for numbers towards the later part of the round. The adjustments feeling really flexible now from the Mercenary squad. Fox is feeling himself a little bit hard. It's going to take him out with a grenade because he any more damage.
Hard has found so many key utility kills here already in this one. Something they're going to have to figure out how to deal with is FMS. Rask will find too. Zaki does get a pick of his own. Hard does go down, but the device now being planted on the site. You take a look at that mini-map, and you see Mercenary trying to shift one behind. And, well, I'm not sure if Zaki, he does have a flash here, I believe, so maybe looking to toss this over as Oni gets in position.
Yeah, and Oni's going to be able to push up to Curtain with the cover of that smoke for the majority of time. He's going to realize that Rask is holding the tight angle. As long as he can hold this far left-hand side wall, he gives space to his teammates to work, and the Mercenary squad are going to be able to pull it off. Oni is just the distraction. Zaki steps up for 2. Score goes to 4 and 4. Chat, lock in. First half, even split. Mercenary have done as much as is possibly askable from them in an even first half on the defending side in bowl. They now have a chance to do something no other team has done at ACS so far yet and put more than 4 rounds in the bag versus the previous 2-time champions.
These first 2 rounds of the second half are going to be really exciting here. And I mean, Mercenaries have been here for. They've gotten 4 rounds before as well. So it's about getting over that hump. And we talked about one of these core players showing up and shining. And well, in this round, it is Zaki, 13 and 6. Another big clutch in that previous round where he finds 2. And so looking good so far, but it's not done, right? And you can't stop now. You got to keep it going. So Mercenaries on the attacking side, but they have similar success.
Yeah, a little bit less ability to play for the flank, but Zaki's going to be able to bring some of those grenades to bear from early on, opening into the round from that attacking side. We saw Hard doing some great work. We're on board with another one here. Lethal towards the Ambo is actually early for Owen's push. That's a good bit of a job for Mercenary. Too hot off the rock. 2 quick kills come through. The third's going to fly as Curtain falls.
Magic.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Fox. Mercenaries, flawless round, and the lead. What's going on here, Cracked?
Nah, flawless is not the words I expected to be coming out of my round in the first. Wait, hold up. I can't even get words out of my mouth properly. I'm still confusing the word round and mouth and what is going on? Wait, a flawless first from Mercenary on the attacking side.
Flawless. Keep it up. That is the important thing. Hey, they are the first team to get more than 4 rounds against the Polar Bears, but
Yep.
you're not going to be happy with that, right? You don't settle for 5 and a loss. You want that dub here, and that's what they're searching for. But these nade lineups are beautiful. That one comes in behind, goes in the pit for a moment. But Magic is on a tear. The 4K and Communica will clean it up. The Polar Bears answer back.
Wait, hello? Guys, somebody just shut the curtain on the Magician's show. Magic is here. Sorry, that stage was not meant for anybody other than me, he says. Steaming up the kill feed. Look at the 10 and 7 scoreline after being relatively even through the rest of his team. Him and Communica. What a huge round out of Magic.
He said, why pull a rabbit out of the hat when you could get a 4K, baby? It's an exciting one, Cracked. I didn't quite expect it to be this close, especially after that last showing. Mercenary doing a great job of digging deep here in the trenches, and I would love to see a game number 3. We still got to put a few more rounds on here. 9, that magic number.
Starting to consider a lot of numbers, Magic. 4 feels pretty good right now. 7's behind his name, looking quite nice. Magic number 9 to escape map number 2. Kind of feel like the word escape from map number 2 is now sitting in the palms of the Virtus Pro lineup with the way of how the Mercenaries have gone about being merciless. Nemo for 1. You just hear the slight rattle of that Model 1 on the right-hand side towards the generator lane. You see the kill at the kill feed and you start questioning to yourselves, what's going on? Where is this consistent stability from Virtus Pro come from? A slight wayward flash there towards the generators and delay that push. Fox now have to do some real work. Never mind. Ghost has got his back. 3 in, sight down. Mercenary really starting to bring the pain.
We're going to enjoy the lead now after this round. Up by 1, 6-5, and looking strong here on Bull. Zaki 17-7 with another double. And right now, Mercenary, they just have to stay in front of the pack, even if it's only by a round at a time. They keep that head above water. They get to match point first, and they give themselves a chance to close it out here on Bull. Virtus Pro, they're going to have to find a way to get a couple rounds in a row if they want to steal that lead back.
What a game. What a game. After Skybridge was a tough one as well, because they did a great job in the first half of Skybridge, but Virtus Pro definitely showed that that map belongs to the Polar Bears. This one's going to feel spicy now. You know Virtus Pro are not going to go down easily. They've reinforced that tower lane. They don't shy away from fights. They run headfirst into them. Rask is sneaking. Rask is creeping, and he's eating everybody up inside of his line of sight.
Freestanding here for Mercenary. Vice down. Oni will try to scoop that up. Maybe a little extra goodies from a fallen teammate here as well. We see on the minimap there, Magic posted up, not going for that flank, but just holding any potential rotation, which does give the Polar Bears a ton of info here.
I feel like those 4 rounds on Skybridge in the home territory for the Polar Bears has really inspired the Mercenary squad. I feel like they've gone into the dugout between map 1 and map 2 and gone, guys, we had them shaking. We had them quaking a little bit. The Iceberg was starting to feel like it was part of the Titanic. This might just be the tip of the iceberg. We're not going to get to play it, but Goes is going to take the head of Communicator off. We're starting to level numbers back again as Mercenary have gotten themselves into a situation we've not seen for a couple of rounds. Down numbers, down 2-1 to begin with, and that's changing really quickly as Goes and Oni step together. Halt, wait, halt, pinch me, this ain't real. What is going on? Oni, this is real. Mercenary have a 2-round lead at 7-5. What? Zaki is 17-8.
Insane plays from Zaki and really stepping it up here for his squad. So you love to see it. Just 2 away, though. They've got to get at least 1 more and guarantee that OT. But getting in a good position, getting to match point, and giving yourself a couple additional opportunities to close it out against a team like Virtus Pro would certainly feel good. But can Virtus Pro dig deep here now? We haven't really seen them have to play from behind yet in any of their series. So a little bit of unknown territory for them.
Yeah, this is a mega firsts for the Mercenary squad. More than 4 rounds taken off of Virtus Pro. Are they potentially going to be the first team to deliver a map defeat to Virtus Pro here? We're on board. Slower round expected to come out. Do not believe that Virtus Pro are ready to throw this one in the bin right now. They're going to be full confidence mentality-wise, thinking that they can take this one by just slowing it down a little bit. Discipline gunplay, just be the better team in the fights. Mercenary have to throw another wrench in the works here now to try and switch it up, and this is what we're looking at. Keep an eye on that minimap, Hort, as the swarms start to take towards you're running into the one person nobody's forgotten about after that 4-piece.
Hard's going to find Oni. A little surprised they want to go that way, especially after Magic had such a good time there. But Nemo gets so far back toward the spawn. He's able to find Communica. Call comes in. Trade goes out. Magic will find it. And just like that, they get that 2-player advantage here again. And it looks like the Mercenaries are still going to opt to try and pressure toward this B site.
Yeah, you'd like to think that that number 7 lurk out in Rask, if it had gotten very aggressive towards the nose of the helicopter, would be an option. Goats is going to look for it. If you find that one isolated kill, it would open up the A site, but playing smart, playing defensive in a 4v2, Rask knows he does not need to force this out. He's going to play up on top med and cover off the rotation. The bomb is now down, and short of a miracle out of Fox here, the Virtus Pro squad have put themselves in a better position to claw one back. 7-6, the scoreline gets closer. And as we said, Hort, slow discipline. And Virtus Pro retain some of that confidence we have in them for so long, for exactly that reason.
Yeah, and I'm sure that they're not even worried in this situation, right? They've been champions before, and I'm sure even in Epic Season 9, some of these other tournaments they've been down. We talked to them about going to that lower bracket. So, despite it being a risky game for them and looking grim, I'm sure they're pretty cool, calm, and collected. I think it shows it in that previous round. They gather one back, and well, now they're just 1 away from tying it up. They do all this before Mercenary can get to match point as well, and so still a chance for them to steal it away in regulation.
Again, Mercenary trying to emanate a little bit of that fearlessness. They send someone to challenge Magic over on that side. Hard's going to return back to some former glory with the gold of the grenade as one comes from the sky. To Berry goes. Back to the bench, he's vanished. 4 versus 5 Mercenary have to re-approach and assess in a slightly different fashion. Now down a member. Oh man, Rask is on some creature energy right here. He's in a position to play spoiler for a lot of things, but it's just not safe either. He knows himself. He's like, I don't like being here. I wouldn't either.
Yeah, I thought he was doing the hokey pokey and turning himself about a few times there. But Communica will poke Oni into the dirt here. Now just 3 standing for Mercenary. They have a nice 2-point cushion, but it is slowly slipping away from the grasp of their fingers here. And they've got some control of this gym lane, trying to inch forward, but the Polar Bears have 2 tucked on site. Now just waiting for some of this pressure to come through the smoke.
Yeah, cool guys don't look at explosions, but Stone Cold people stare them in the face as FMX does take anything other than a bit of back and forth. Hard to Fox, Nemo for Hard, but Rask is going to cover off, and the numbers for the Virtus Pro squad that have played from the beginning of that round come to fruition. The scoreline ties up at 7 apiece, and the Polar Bears are definitely not out of this yet. Nobody had figured as such, but the Mercenary squad will have had hopes held high with a 2-round lead. Now the pressure is on for both teams to try and close this out. The next round, the most crucial of the match so far.
Yeah, I mean, to get to match point at the very end of the game, to get that opportunity to close it out in regulation, but at a minimum, though, you're safe with overtime. It's always nice to be in that driver's seat and have that little bit of comfortability on your side. So, as Crack said, this one probably the most crucial round of the game yet here. And Team Mercenary slowing it down a bit on this attack. They've got one toward that Magic side. Magic's going to let the gun sing out as well and keep them at bay. Only took a little bit of damage there, but he's able to remain alive.
Just a tickle. It's really a threshold. Not something Oni's going to be scared about. The cultist of mad regeneration. And it's just built different. Speaking of built different, don't believe that Rask hasn't got laser vision through that smoke, because he's going to be able to pick you off on any single footstep that there's an audio cue out of place. 1 down. Rask removes Zaki from the equation.
Oof. Gets close there, but shots don't quite connect. FMX trying to hold this Jin lane here with just a little bit of a slither, and if Numenos creeps out any further, he might find his head in the crosshair of FMX.
It felt a little bit of Harry Potter now, just wondering whether the Mercenary squad are going to huff or puff their way onto site. They're going to have to huff and puff if they're going to be able to remove all of these smokes right now. A is really close to business. Fox is going to drop the bomb. This is an interesting creative play going on here. A little bit of swap and play going in. It's the 3 members from the Mercenary squad are looking to put that merciless move toward the generator. Nemo picked up on the backside. FMX played hot on the rocks. Only Fox for 2. Hard for 2. Scores are flying, but Fox finds himself a 3rd. He's left in a 1 versus 2 thanks to some great kills, but he's going to have to find a full ace to be able to pick up that match point round for his team.
The kill feed looks like a shirt there for a second with the flag stripes that were back and forth, but Magic does find the final one, and the Polar Bears, after looking a little bit rough there, I mean, Mercenary was up by 2. They tread that water, they get above, they get to match point first, and how defeating could this be for Mercenaries when you come so close to being the first team to topple the Polar Bears here in the ACS, and then it just slips away in these final 2 rounds?
Just seen somebody pop up in the chat. Wait, there's an escape from Tarkov Pro League. Since when? Well, welcome in, sir. If you're just joining us, this is Season 5 of the Arena Cup Series. CIS versus EU in full flow right now. 8-7. Scoreline 9 required to win. 8-8 would take us to overtime. So right now, Mercenary have 1 round to make it count. 1 round to take that shot and make the difference. Goes in on Gen. Aggressive. Mercenary not waiting the time. This time, they're going full pedal to the metal. The device is planted. Time reduced to 50. A ridiculously great shot from Oni's going to pick off the header hard. Magic finds Nemo.
2 more kills, and we can head to overtime. They're not aware Fox is here, but Magic, the moves, goes from above, will drop him down. Got to get through Communica, though, and that's easier said than done as he finds goes back to a 2v1. 28 seconds on the clock here, and Zach just looking for that pixel through the box here. Does he find it? Communica time dwindling away.
20 seconds. 15 left on the clock. He's got to find 2 kills or a sneak defuse. Zaki on site, and we're going to overtime, baby.
Hey, I didn't have this on my cards for today either. I thought this was going to be a decisive 2-0 for the Polar Bears. Zaki is having one hell of a performance here on ball, and we do find ourselves in OT. This, I'm a little bit baffled. I'm not gonna lie. Almost a loss for words, and honestly thrilled that now I feel like this game could go either way.
It really could. This is the knife's edge though here. The first 2 rounds. Neither team wants to lose 2 in a row right here. So for the first time viewers, overtime is a best of 4 rounds. 2 attacking, 2 defending for either team. If we are tied at the end, we go again. Nade over the top is great. That's going to land right on the top of the head of Zaki.
It's a tough one, especially when you lose Zaki that early. He's been that knight in shining armor here through the majority of this one. Fox, though, finds hard on the jump over. Magic quick to answer back, though. And they keep that player advantage, but only for a moment, and the moment's gone. Oni finding the headshot on Duras.
It just makes you absolutely astounded how insanely accurate time and time again Hard is. These grenades are not just landing near people, they are literally dropping into their pockets. Magic doing magic things as Goes gets removed so quickly it looks like magic. He cast a spell on him and he disappeared.
Beep of the device. Communica able to find one. FMX almost found himself in trouble there, but Communica with the help over the top has got his teammates back, and now it's a round that looks like it's favoring Virtus Pro here. Numenos on this long rotation, but you can take a look at the minimap and see that it is Communica posted up for this rotation in here. The intel, they have everything they need to close this round out.
Second jump shot in a row, and Nemo's going to take that advantage to chip a little bit of damage off Communica. He's got 40 seconds left on the clock. Will be refreshed to 50. They're not going to matter regardless. Communica's going to hit his shot on the jump from Nemo instead. Virtus Pro take the first. Attacking side, I think, favored in overtime for sure. As you've already seen how both teams play, this is where you throw some of the more stranger rounds in the textbook at the field. You throw everything you've got, the kitchen sink and the next door neighbor's tree if you can at it. When it comes to overtime, this one is just about getting it over the line. It doesn't necessarily have to be clean. It just needs to be 2 in the lead by the end. Well, 1 in the lead by the end of overtime, but it'll only ever be 2 in the lead overall. Or 3 at any point in time throughout overtime. So Virtus Pro take 2 rounds in a row now. It will be spoken for. There's 3 wins and a best of 4. Obviously takes you to victory. On board with another grenade that looks like it's got homing capabilities. If it were not for that one piece of scenery just stopping it, making its mark.
Yeah, slightly to the right. That might have found a home, but Magic will give Oni a home in the dirt here. It's a shallow grave, and Mercenaries now fighting with that player disadvantage yet again. Fox. Shots for the smoke here toward that gym side, but nobody's home yet. We can see those silhouettes in the background. Virtus Pro just being patient here, I think, waiting for some of these smokes to begin to clear out.
Yeah, Nemo preferring himself that slightly higher vantage point from the Sun Lounger rather than the grave just now down prone generator to try and play an off angle for support. He's holding, as are the rest of the Mercenary squad. We see Rast through the curtain scenery, just holding the angle that would work into generator. FMX on the left hand side is going to work his magic into picking up the gen space. If Fox picks up this bomb, things change drastically. Sight is a great challenge. Bomb is taken by Fox, and that's where the round starts to swing. Gen swings by 2. Ghost picks up Fox. That's a little bit of a mistake, but it does end up with a second kill too. And with FMX, not so good. Tickled, but Bomb is in a terrible spot with only 30 on the clock. Where is support? Where is Zaki?
Oh, he's spotted now. And Goes finds one through the smoke as well. 20 on the clock. Magic has to quicken the pace. 19 and 10, and he'll try, but that right-hand peek from Goes is too good. Mercenaries will find a way to tie it up in the first half of OT.
Job done from both teams. Keep it even. Keep it relevant. This next round then now becomes one of the monumental ones again. Hawk, one of these 2 teams here is going to earn a shot at the game. You can't pick it at this point in time. It is literally back and forth, tooth and nail, millimeters of mistakes, not making a difference either. The team kill comes through under pressure again, and it still just pulls out an even more powerful clutch from the member that makes the mistake to clean up the difference afterwards. It's just great work. And not necessarily picking up the kills, but just that rotation, just that presence and his timing, Hawk. The distraction, like you say, goes, picks up a miracle shot through the smoke, but it's because they're not looking at him. He's got so much space thanks to Zaki's work.
Oh, Mercenaries will get an opportunity to attack now. Rask will spot Zaki on the hop across here, who takes a little bit of damage in those legs. Nades will rain down, and that one at the back of Rask. Return fire from Zaki. Magic will pick up one of his own, and a little back and forth here as it continues to get spicy.
Spicy is an understatement. This is not just spicy, this is searing hot, and it feels like a couple of the mercenary members might have had their armor melted through as hard as absolutely the most devastating member on the pitch from the Virtus Pro squad at this moment. 3 kills this round, and Zaki left last alive. Virtus Pro are going to secure themselves the advantage, it looks like, for the final round of the first overtime.
Zaki all alone. I certainly don't envy him, but if there's one person you want left on the side of Mercenaries, at least here in Bowl, it is Zaki. 21-12 as he finds that one at Jin. The Polar Bear is trying to use the buddy system here. Communica and Hard working together. Communica has been a shining star here as well at 15-12. You see him stacked up together here as well. Zaki has to be careful. He does have a nade to potentially work with. He's going to let that one fly out as well, but there's only 25 seconds left on the clock here.
He goes for the shots as well through the smoke. That would have just about been the header hard if he'd have been slightly more over to the right-hand side. There's 20 seconds left on the clock. He has the bomb on his back, but he's going to try for the challenge. He's going to play for the fight. This is the big brain, big ball play. He spotted the head. He's not got time to be able to fight it, but he will have time to make sight. The tuck. He's got to get this perfect one, though.
Yeah.
He can do this safely. No, he's not tucked enough, and that's it.
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, what a great attempt from Zaki, though. He gets a triple on the round. He almost gets the plant down. I mean, I really like the ebb and flow from them there. He takes that bomb running. He turns on a dime, takes that engagement, wins the fight as well, and almost gets the plant down, but almost just isn't good enough here in moments like this. The Polar Bears back on top, and now a chance to close it out.
It's just how meticulous Zaki was playing. He had 43 bullets left to deal with, 11 in a mag and then 30 to go on top of it, but that 11 he kept because he wanted to make sure he had a full magazine to fight with after the bomb, and in doing so it made that fight into the twofer. Maybe with the 30 round, does he transfer there? You don't know. Well, that's in the past. Rask for Zaki. Oni and Fox together though are going to remove forward, facing members of the Virtus Pro defense. A site acquired, bomb planted. Jen's getting swarmed on. Mercenaries might just push us to a second overtime here if this doesn't come through. There's 2 players left for Virtus Pro to try and make the moves. In single Magic. Is he going to be Magic? He's the four. He's going to do it. Make devastation, but he's not got it. Nemo, we're going to overtime too.
Magic, nutty plays, but again, much like Zaki in that previous round, it just wasn't quite good enough, and we find ourselves tied up 10-10. OT number 2, game 1. Series 1 of day 4, and I am just pleasantly impressed, surprised, yes. All of these emotions crammed into one. It's tough, but man, I'm here for it.
Okay, now, where do we see the chess gameplay step up another level? We've seen teams basically face each other. With that, we will win the fight. We will play it stronger than you will. Now I'm expecting something from the util to break the difference. A crazy play, a different push, something just a little bit out of the ordinary to make that all-important gap. 10-10. A line of scrimmage from both sides sees safety the priority in round number 21.
On the nade lineup. Gonna tuck this one away momentarily here as well. We see that even spread across the board, and Mercenary's given a little bit more love toward that B site this time as well. We see Magic shifting forward. He's got to be careful of Oni, who is anchoring it down over here.
Call-outs being given back and forth across the defending lineup. Obviously, Mercenary not needing to have to force anything just here. The timer and the pressure is in the hands of the attacking side until that bomb gets planted. So for now, the longer Virtus Pro wait, the happier Mercenary are going to be about the outcome. The nade over towards Tetris. Office is clear. Nade to backside. finishing touch is also clear. Hard finds one onto Fox, but not giving up. Goes and snuck into the spot, which they remember him for. He finds his kill without info given. FMX is good for 2, though. Oni's down. Magic's on the flank, and it's just goes. It's not even.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick round, pretty decisive as well here for the Polar Bears. They get back out in front of the pack here. They enjoyed that lead. We haven't really seen teams put 2 in a row here in OT, though. It's been that pretty back and forth here, even from half to half. So, Mercenaries, you know, you want to see them take this round to keep it close. I feel like whoever is that team to put 2 in a row first will likely go on to grab that dub.
They're leading the pack. 23 and 13 in Magic, 22 and 15 on Zaki. 2 players frying right now. Fox finds one. Hard is going to drop another bomb on top of the head of a Mercenary.
Well, they get Magic out early. Hard finds Nemo, though, to give him that player advantage. Zaki's still on the battlefield. Hard ringing out shots as well, and they have to dip back to safety through the smoke. The device already planted, and now just 45 on the clock for the Mercenaries.
Yeah, VP take a leaf out of the Mercenary book with an aggressive push towards the A site. They get the bomb down. They say, in the face of Defiance, we charge. Fox is going to remove one of the key factors in Hard. 3 versus 3. Mercenary have earned himself a shot. Rask wins out onto Fox. Oni has Communica. Zaki takes out Rask. The bomb site is accessible. Device is going to be deactivated. No, Zaki's just out there. Zaki wins the fight, and he's got time to defuse. We go even in the first half again.
Yeah, Zaki does a great job of getting off that device immediately once his teammate goes down. He knows that pressure is coming in, and well, unfortunately for the Polar Bears, caught in that animation of the run, not able to get the gun up in time, and well, Mercenaries do exactly what they need to do. They're getting at least 1 round in each of these halves here, so keeping it close, but who's going to be that first team to have that break?
I hope you bought a double dose of popcorn. I knew I did the right thing in taking a trip to the shop and doubling up on the amount of drinks I was going to need for today. We made a joke about it yesterday. I still went and did it just because I made a joke yesterday. I was like, you know what, I'm going to do it just to save myself the effort of having to go for tomorrow. Nope. I'm going to the shop tonight. I guarantee you we're going to be through drinks by the end of this one. This is insane. 11 to 11. 22 rounds deep, and both of these teams cannot be separated to decide a winner on ball. This is great. We're going to continue going through 2 more rounds of this overtime. Again, this one another crucial round. This one plays for overtime. One of these 2 teams will get a chance to escape with a victory off the back of this round.
Mercenaries lining up for maybe a potential B attack this time. We see him slowly crab walking forward down there. Magic still posted up. Hard holding on to a couple of these nades as well. Maybe waiting for that call out from a teammate. We're going to see that Stampede begin to flow toward Magic now, though. Magic, the free fire, finds 1, gets a second as well. And Hard, the triple nade kill from above. My man is raining down death and destruction. He said, Sabiri, I see you with those nade kills, but I'm coming for that leaderboard, baby.
From where? How? What?
Bro, Hard, insane, a triple nade kill. I believe our first one of ACS 5, maybe of any ACS, I don't know, but that was nasty and devastating and something that could really take the win from the sails of Mercenary. They are 1 round away now, and Mercenary tried to figure out what they want to do, but I don't know if I'd go back to Magic because he's already found Fox.
I mean, I could understand being intimidated of going anywhere near where Hard potentially might be after that kind of gameplay. And here comes another. He's going to jump at the right time, get the bottom of his soles of his shoes tickled with a little bit of shrapnel, but that's it, nothing else. The damage actually barely minimal, if any. Smoke to the tail of the helicopter as 2 Mercenary members with the bomb are lurking towards this A site. Interesting spread. Full match from both teams. 3v3 on A, 1v1 towards the B site. The lurk being tamed. Oni sneaks away into the shadows, looking to full rotate through spawn, whilst Hard is currently being held hostage on the B site by nobody but his demons. This is a big player. You don't want to be out of the play when it goes down. Virtus Pro are going to need to look to rotate him out soon. Zaki's on the nade. They're still setting up for this.
I feel like my heart is pounding out of my chest, waiting for this action to unfold. And we see Nemo and crew beginning to shift toward that Jin. There's two here for the Polar Bears, but Oni has found the first. Nemo will find the second, and the Mercenaries are not ready to be done just yet.
The flank. And he's dead. Zaki's watching it. They're there. It's another one. Ah, we're going again. This is... Whoa, it was perfect. I thought Virtus Pro had set it up. I genuinely thought they'd pulled the wool over their eyes. Mercenary have gone for a couple of flank plays, Oni, Zaki loose in different situations, the long and the short flank. This time they sent the man, the myth, and the legend himself to go for a flank on a really off timing, but Zaki's waiting for it. The Mercenary squad do not let their guard down, and we go to a third overtime.
Wouldn't have it any other way, baby. ACS 5, Day 4, Battle State Games, Hunt Premiere. They never disappoint, and this one has been just so much fun to watch, let alone cast. Into our third overtime. Who's going to be that team to at least get into that driver's seat first?
Quick moves as up, he goes pick up one, you can see him ready to probe for the second. Rast chooses the time to drop off at the right moment. He actually ends up just slipping underneath the bullets like Neo from the Matrix, as Zaki looks for the 180 whip and rip. He only gets one. Trade and shut down crucially, as the big 27 and 17 member of that Mercenary squad is watching from the sidelines.
Those ones tucked in the corner will have help from Communica. Magic does go down to Oni in the meantime, and Communica will look to drop some utility toward the site. Rask looking for some vision over the top here, and we see Goes just on the other side of Curtain here.
Goes for one. The back and forth trades continue. The plaid stripes and the kill feed find Fashion furious, but only to the man that's named Hard. He does not want to see a blue name flying underneath his. He'll double down for a second at the end, and that's put Virtus Pro up by one again in the first half of overtime 3.
And that's the thing here, you know, we saw Mercenary kind of stand in front of the pack through the majority of the game, but once we got into OT, it's been VP that kind of always gets that first round. They're always in front of the pack, and we haven't seen Mercenary be able to take it away from him yet. And so they keep it close, they return fire, they have those relatively quick responses, but not able to get over the edge here. And that makes it a bit scary that Virtus Pro is always in that driver's seat, always that one closer to closing it out.
Hard for one. Zaki, Nemo, both three starting to score. Only 3 early on. Lots of shots ringing out across the main site, but not so much damage dealt through. Zaki's here for 2. He's the only person that's going to make the difference if he swings for the third on Jen. It's the main man, Zaki, standing strong. Mercenary find themselves in a 4v1 to level it up again in overtime 3.
FMX all alone in a 1v4, and I flash back to yesterday talking about one of my first ACS events with Lukey going 27 kills for 27 headshots. Zaki is at 31 kills in 17 deaths. I cannot remember the last time I've seen a 30 bomb in ACS.
We're at over 150 kills in this game already. We've over 150 kills. 26 and 29 respectively. On the side of Virtus Pro. Yes, there is a scoreline over there, folks, that is not showing the same as it should. If you check the end of the round scorecard, you will see Hard is at 29 kills. This is ridiculous. 2 more rounds for overtime 3. This one again, one of the more crucial ones. This one to give one of the teams an advantage chance at taking the match in the next round. We've seen Virtus Pro go up twice in a row, and one can't help but feel for every time the Polar Bears don't convert, it's either one closer to it slipping away, The Mercenary getting a chance. Oh, it's one closer to them closing the door.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like Hard's got 7, 8 nade kills in this game alone, let alone 3 in one round. And so I think they're giving some space here, trying to respect that a little bit. And Hard's going to wait for those teammates' cues to come in and maybe swap to a smoke to kind of alleviate any pressure that might look to come forward here in these opening moments. So a minute on the clock, the time will begin to dwindle away. Mercenaries will figure out what they want to do as Hard will look to line up another one of these nades.
Yeah, second smoke went out to Curtain at bang on the minute mark, so you're looking about 40 seconds before there's any visibility to fight from angles through towards that A site. On that similar timing, expect Hard's grenade to come out about 42-ish seconds, give or take, for the aggressive push through the curtain, unless it's being held for call out on info. Timer passes. Counter smokes go. Mercenaries look to push.
Big sprays coming out. Zaki not able to find the mark, but it's FMX and Fox that find the first two for their respective teams. Now Zaki begins to come alive. Finds one. Fox one more. And that's good for two. Zaki will lay him down in the dirt, but FMX has found a way to shut down the Juggernaut. And it now rests on the shoulders of the sub-Oni. Device down in an awkward spot, and now time not on their side. FMX can ring around the Rosie, and Virtus Pro always staying out in front.
That's a tough one there for Oni. You think that that one there's possible. He's on site. The bomb is down on site. He doesn't necessarily realize how far FMX has distended himself. There is space to get that plant down, but you don't have that information. You don't get the 20/20 vision and the silhouettes of seeing through walls that we do in the casting booth. You just got to play off a game sense, and brother, you got to give him the confidence. Oni, one of the newer members of the first made on screen. But us here, as a fresh member in, the confidence is outstanding. The play has matched it, and he does not look out of place alongside this Mercenary squad. It is great to see.
BP up by one. Mercenaries on this attacking side. They've always done a good job of finding that answer, of getting that round back after they lose one. They gotta continue to do so here if they want to stay in this, but here's Hard yet again. This man, much like Sabiri, seems to have the secret sauce to the heat-seeking nades.
It's just years of playing, isn't it? At this point, it's experience. You smell a whiff of the ambulance. Here's shots ringing out. He's going to fire one over towards two of them. It's going to go off in the face of both Fox and Oni and Nemo. It's going to do tickle damage to 3, but no more. Rask says bullets are more damaging the grenade, so I'll bring them to bear. One goes down as Zaki is out of the equation. Big man Zaki goes down.
That's such a good kill to get early for Virtus Pro as well. Zaki has been that glue, been that clutch factor in some of these close rounds, and Magic will now find Oni. That device still down now on Plat with that flank pick from Magic. And things going to get exponentially tougher. Hard eats all of that one, though, and he might be staring directly into the sun.
He is, and Goes manages to make the pick off of that play, too. 3 versus 4. Virtus Pro still in the better position in this round. This would be the one to close it out. There's 20 on the clock. The time is short. Nemo hits a nail of a head down towards tower. 17. Fox finds Communica. Surely not. Surely Magic can hold the line. Surely Magic can hold the line. Tuck tight left. Nemo doesn't see him. He does. The bomb goes down. They've got it again. We're going to overtime 4, baby. Surely Magic can do it, but surely he can't. Because what else? Why else? What would we be here for if it was not cinema?
And they get Zaki on the first pick. They give themselves the best opportunity, and they fall just a bit short yet again. They're allowing Mercenaries to hang around for quite some time, and it feels good for the Polar Bears. They're always getting that first round, and it looks like, you know, it's just waiting for Mercenary to make that mistake, but at the same time, allowing Mercenary to stick around this long, it only takes one mistake from the Polar Bears as well, and we very well could end up seeing a map number 3.
At this point, it's anybody's game. It's been so far gone now that this is, again, essentially a 0-0 scoreline in a best of 4. Who can win 3 of 4 rounds? 2 attacking, 2 defending. That is literally where we're at right now. Scorelines, kill-to-death ratios, everything's gone in the bin. The textbook, how it was meant to be played, how we'd set out about going about this, gone. Right now, it's about the improvisation, which 5 members of each team can come together better to pick apart the opponent's choices in the moment.
Oh, again, trying not to hold my breath here as it comes down to the wire. 4 OTs. VP on the attack at the moment. Nemo just looking for a little bit of something down the lane here. A pixel peek, and a pixel is all they often need at this kind of level. But the nades come raining down over the top, and now those smokes are going to begin to pressure on the site. Fox is still able to find one through the crack of the smoke. No, he gets a second.
That's really big. The 2-for-1 actually cancels out as he gets traded off the back end of the action, but he's good for 2. Numbers are flat. Bomber's down. Nemo finds Magic. Oni finds Hard. FMX is the last left standing, and I'm not even going to think about calling this one done for, because this guy is known to be devastating, but it is going to go down to a Mercenary first round for the first time in 4 overtimes. The lead goes the other way.
Mercenaries up on top, but they've got to find a way to close it out. Virtus Pro, they haven't been in this position in OT yet, so we'll see how they fare with their backs kind of scooched up against the wall. Not quite at risk of losing yet, but it's a very important round for them.
Okay. Big round here for Mercenary. Same as it has been for VP for the last 3 times over. A chance to put themselves 2 up instead of 1. Give themselves a cushion to try and get a victory in overtime here. That is the ideal, perfect scenario for either team in the first half of overtime. 2 in a row gives you 2 match points. Forces the other team to have to be perfection for 2 rounds to make it go to another overtime minimum.
Hard. You know, so many different nade lineups, but back to this log. He loves this one right here, and I think his teammates maybe trying to bait them into position here to find this one. He's been so good with these nades here. If he could find one in this round as well to open things off, it would be huge for the Polar Bears.
You love that lineup. Jump up onto the angled part of the metal wall. 4-finger at the cross between the skyscraper and the bridge of the top of the arena. And then let it sing. Here, halfway up the ramp, just on the edge of the concave part of the netting. Magic's going to pick up a kill onto Oni. The bomb and squad rotates. You like to see this. Fox catches one on the backside of the rotation. It's a big pickup onto Hard, but VP are going to take the space. Site control already belonging to them. The challenge from Zaki comes in. This is huge. Zaki, you've got to be big here. Good for 1. Bombs up. Nearly good for 2, but Nemo picks one up on the backside. Ras goes down.
Oh, Nemo, does he get here in time? No, the device is planted. He still kills Rastro. And it's a 3v1 FMX all alone. Mercenaries, a chance to go up by 2.
Got to squash the beef, though. You can't fumble the bag, and there ain't going to be no bag fumbling here today from the Mercenaries in their 4th. First half of overtime, they secure the first 2-0 lead of either 2 teams in this clash. Crucially, they give themselves 2 chances, not 1 but 2 shots at this match point.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better opportunity now for Mercenaries, and you feel like their time is now, especially if they want to win this. If they allow Virtus Pro back into this and go to another OT, it could be troublesome for them. So we'll see if they can close it out. They only need 1 more of the next 2, and it's coming from the attacking side as well.
This is where I'm scared, though. The Polar Bears, and they just need to go there. Keep your eye on Hard or FMX or Magic, but basically the entire Polar Bear lineup, deciding which one of them is going to turn themselves into a firecracker. It might be Communicate. He's going to have an early opener, and that's the big man in Fox that's been making the difference the last couple of rounds down in the grave.
They start here for VP, and they need it. Down by 2 rounds. They can't afford to drop a single round here. They need it to go to an OT5 if they want a chance at winning. For Mercenaries, just one of these next 2. Rask trying to find Jackie through the smoke. The spray comes in just a second late as well, and he'll look to rotate off that angle.
Open up at the top. Re-smoke towards curtain to keep that A site protected. Hard's going to hold on to the util. Again, probably an ambulance seeker. Or saving here for an underarmed grenade towards generator for a push. We see two mercenary members holding behind ambulance, just playing seat. Super deep and safe back there. Plat duel. Top plat to generator lane, not accessible as none of the Virtus Pro players are hiding far enough back for the pick. Good positioning out of VP, not to give anything isolated early. Big duel again. Fox down. Nemo also under pressure. Nemo goes down too. Communica's big on side.
Goes. Still able to find one. The numbers are stacked in favor of VP, and Hard is pumping heads and getting bread. Virtus Pro 1 away from tying it up, and neither team wants to go silently into the night, but the Polar Bears need both of these rounds. They've gotten one more to OT5, and we are already in the most amount of rounds that we've had in an ACS ever. 1917 is Hunt's record, courtesy of Klish there in the background. Wonderful crew behind us, always keeping us updated and informed. So a big shout out to those working so hard behind the scenes.
Hey, we're not far behind it. 19 and 17. That early grenade towards Split has seen all of the Virtus Pro members scared to come out of spawn too quick. Nobody wants to bite the dust. Underarm towards the front side of generators. Headshot box is not going to claim a life. Smoke to curtain. Actually sees Mercenary realizing the A site's open. The bomb's in on site. Hort. The detonation of the grenade comes from Hard.
The site may have appeared to have been safe, but with Hard having nades in hand and that early in the round, it never is. The device going down to the second one, and Nemo. My, oh my, what a nasty pick onto FMX, but the player advantage still in favor, and Nemo not aware that Communica is still back there as well. Virtus Pro up by 2. They've got to close this one out.
What is he doing up there? You got to understand why he's not facing the right way. He turned back around and there's just a man stood in the box. Fox finds Rask, down he goes. Communica instantly able to respond. The device has been planted, but Magic is on site ready to defuse this. Can Ghost make this work? Time is close. Gets the kill, this is good. One goes down. Not quite enough to save it. We're going to another overtime, baby.
And another one, and another one, and another one, another one. Yo, cue up some Ludacris or something, baby, because it is getting to be a party up in this club. 16 to 16. Both of these teams fresh and clean and looking mean on the sea, baby. We have been blessed with some phenomenal Tarkov Arena today.
Another one. And another one. The production right now are literally going over the schedule and just taking every piece of paper that has schedule written on the top of it and just tearing them apart, lining them up and piling them up for the bonfire of hatred that's going to come out by the end of this. This is absolutely cinema and entertainment, which I am so here for. But I'm pretty sure our bedtime deadlines don't carry the same weight of appeasement. Brother, this is insane. 35 kills on Zaki, 28 on Fox. I don't have quick math enough to be able to add up all the kills on screen, but I'm pretty sure that's the 200 point broken. There's 2 330s, 4. We've got to be over 200 kills in this game at this point. It's crazy. Hey, up. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Oof.
Okay.
It's gone on for so long, they're ready to break it. They got to get someone in here. I believe we had one player disconnect, so we'll work on getting them back into the lobby. But man, what a long game. You want to talk about dexterity round after round. And even when it looked like Mercenaries were about to steal it away, VP gets 2 in a row to send us into another OT.
So how many scenarios in overtime have we not gone through yet? We've got a Mercenary 1-0 start. We've had a Virtus Pro 1-0 start. We've had them both go... No, we've had Virtus Pro go 1-1. We've not seen Mercenary go 1-1, but we have seen them go 2-0 and not convert. Now, that arguably is the heavier mental blow of anything out of all of it, if possible. Virtus Pro have only ever had the one chance to be able to get it over the line, arguably 3 times. So, it's interesting. It's definitely anyone's game. The chance that we're going to get to talk about it, though, is great. I love the fact that we actually get 30 seconds to a couple of minutes to be able to discuss this, because boy, oh boy, has it got crazy. Right, Hard has got to be at over double digits grenade kills at this point in time. Like, I'm convinced even now. This is insane. Communica is a big talking point. removing Communica from site right now is seeming to be one of the hardest problems for Mercenary. It's the one thing that keeps popping up at the end, is it's either Communica or it's FMX that's holding that site down, as trying to get onto the A site. They're losing 2 players to every time, and that's bringing that numbers advantage back that they're pushing site with into Virtus.pro's hands to be able to fight out the clutch. It's a 2v1 again to win the round, but Virtus.pro comes up against the numbers advantage and they survive. So you start asking, how much more does Mercenary need to do to get ahead to cushion that win? Do they need to go 3v1, 4v1 at the end of the round to make it happen? Well, that's what they're going to be looking for. Virtus.pro, however, I think they're going to be probably pleasantly enjoying a tough game for a first time in a little while for AC. I'm sure they're probably loving this because they're like, all right, we get to actually stretch ourselves a little bit. So, yeah, great showing from them too.
I mean, this is Mercenaries doing it with 2 subs as well. If I'm OKAK or 404 or some of these other teams, I'm looking at this like, okay, this is our way, and this is a team that started off strong, that a lot of teams have trouble beating, but they are beatable, and they recognize that. We talked about OKAK, I think, sent them to that lower bracket in Season Epic 9. And so, we see Virtus.pro being, we're used to them kind of being gods. We see them being a little human here. They can bleed. They can be killed. And the fact that Mercenaries is able to really trudge to the trenches here, to stick around 4, 5 overtimes and be relentless along with 2 subs. Zaki, hell of a game from him as well. This is the type of games that I live for.
You got to think. Imagine Lukey was here. And not to take anything away from the 5 players that were on the field, but imagine Lukey was here, and with how well Lukey had been performing. Remember, folks, this is the guy that was dropping 27 and so from yesterday's games. Is again, incredible performances, but man, Oni's showing up, Zaki's performing, Fox looks phenomenally solid, actually working off of both teammates and Zaki and Nemonas. It's good to see the return of Nemo. He looks like he's in form, looks like he's playing well. Goes looks like he's having a good game about it, and you've got to give some credit to Goes in this one, actually, for me. Same to be said for Magic. All right, these 2 players, for both of their teams respectively, insane job. Different ways. Goes has had himself having his stuff pushed in for the majority of this game on site. He has been targeted time and time again by this Virtus.pro attack that I can feel the rough edge of that sandpaper on his back, but you've got to give him credit. He's not swayed. Nor is he folded out of the game and disappeared. He's kept his ground, he's held his ground, and he's bore the brunt of that abuse as best as he can, even winning out on some good fights that have clutched rounds for Mercenaries. Magic, on the other side, is playing that gameplay where he's like this, chairs on full recline out on the B site, enjoying pina coladas. Hi guys, there's another site over here. Okay, bye. No surprise, by the way, if anybody gets a chance to check in on the highlights, this man got ran down like round 3 or round 4 on the attacking side and dropped a 4-piece. Since then, Mercenary said yeah, no, and rightly so. So you got to credit Magic. He's been called upon maybe 3, 4 occasions, I think, but every time he has been called upon, he's not gone to sleep. He's been ready. Even though the game has been quiet in his area of the map, he's been on point every time.
I mean, we talk about how good Lukey is, but at this point, I don't know if I'd want him in here yet at this point today, because all 5 of these players have shown that they have what it takes to potentially topple the Polar Bears. And the fact that no team has been able to get more than 4 rounds and we find ourselves into 5 OTs, I mean, I think it speaks volumes for this Mercenary squad, but I'm baffled. I'm a little bit baffled here by this. I didn't expect it to go this way or this long. Hats off to Mercenary and a job well done here today, but it's only that much, better if they're able to close it out. They've come so far. I think to fall short now would be a little bit devastating.
Yeah, we didn't want anything Jumbo Team-esque. Trying to think of a nice way to say it, but finishing has been the one thing that's been a problem for the Jumbo team for the entirety of this tournament, and I think we were in a similar situation here where we would not like to see Mercenary put such a good effort in and not close it out, folks. The Virtus.pro squad is arguably the favourite to win the tournament, let alone the favourite in this matchup here. So to see them being put through such a tough task and test by Mercenary is why we are veritably impressed with the performance out of both teams. Not just from Mercenary's side of things, but Virtus.pro have been asked to rise. Like, Mercenary have had them under the heat since about the middle of the regulation time. And, I mean, Virtus.pro have not dropped off. Like we said, they've not slacked off. Even the players on the quiet side, they've not let it go either. So I'm just, yeah, there's credit all around. The break here is really going to test them. This might be the break for Mercenary. Experience for Virtus Pro, they will have dealt with some of these pauses and stuff like this a lot more before, I think, as a team, where Mercenary is quite fresh as a roster of 5, especially with these new players playing today. So, let's see how that impacts the gameplay. We're going to jump straight back on in, folks. Hort's going to take us off. We are 16 and 16. VP back on the attacking side. Overtime. Best of 4 rounds, 2 per side.
Oh, and hard. Guess what? It's another nade kill to open things up. And to find it on Zaki is huge. Magic will pick up Nemo right away. And you're right. Maybe that break, something to affect these squads.
Eyes on. Oni under. Magic making that area his territory again. And that is not something we're going to be surprised to see. What's left of Fox trying to fight his way through his demons in the shadows. There's one on the left, one on the right. He is going to find left-hand side with support from Goes. Hard goes down. Communica into Goes. Fox is very unsure as to which way he's getting shot from, and that's going to close the round out. Virtus Pro find themselves a very confident first in the beginning of overtime round number 5.
Well, it's been Virtus Pro that has that early lead in every OT except one, so it doesn't surprise me, but Mercenary's been able to battle back each time, and so that's what I'm looking for here. We haven't seen Virtus Pro really get that 2-0 cushion in an OT half, and they might find it here. I'm starting to kind of lean into what you said about that break, and does it affect these players?
Communica's finding himself a move by the interval. Fox into Nemo. Flash finds Magic. Communica into Oni. 2 for 3. Mercenary down a man. Rask leveled. Goes. Doing work for his team. FMX not willing to let the trade go unanswered.
Shots ringing out. Virtus Pro, the slight player advantage here as well. Fox is going to turn it back. Finds this pick onto hard. The headshot, a nasty one. And now FMX and crew will shift back toward the A site. We see Zaki trying to meet him here from split as well.
Health missing off of both Virtus. Zaki's going to duck, stop, and find his way out of the fight. Fox finds the return frag as the teamwork comes together. Did they realize where FMX is, though? He slipped the net.
Ooh, and FMX, the kill onto Zaki, the juggernaut down. Now in a 1v1 against Fox, but Fox comes up with a big clutch when needed most. Plenty of time to get the defusal, and the Mercenaries continuously find a way to answer back.
Even split first half again.
Never would have thought, Craig. Never would have thought.
Just actually locking in and checking in. Somebody apparently, I believe, is helping us out with the pronunciation of a name and giving us a little bit of lore. Is it Komunayaka? Is that what we're going for? The whole joke is in replacing the Russian letter Ya with the 9, so... Nya. Komunyaka. Figure that one out, boys. Thank you for the information, we appreciate that. It's not Komunica. Komunyaka, I believe, is, or close to. We'll figure it out.
One day, I'll get there.
I appreciate chat trying to help. Some great shots from the member in question. We're going to hold and we're going to hang. We're going to call him a demon instead as he takes one dome.
Hard. More nades over the top. The flash to follow here as well. Tied up 17 apiece. Hard. Gonna let this P90 sing a bit last. Komunyaka rotating back towards spawn side here as well. The device now pressuring onto the A site, and this plant looking to go down with ease. It's hard to have another nade here he can drop on him.
Device down. 4v5, but I can't help but feeling like the numbers are actually working with the Mercenary squad now. And there we go. There's a little bit of the bleed we're looking for. Magic picks up one. Sight down, a little bit of pressure. 4 down to 3. Also to 3 versus 2 as VP starts to apply the twist of the tightening turn of that rope as it is slowly squeezing out any hope Mercenary had of holding the site. You thought they were going to pull it off, but 5 versus 3. They trade evenly, man for man all the way down. VP with 2 left alive. They take another lead and earn another match point.
One more round, and well, we will already tie the record for what we've had over there at HPL at 19 and 17, with a chance to maybe be the longest game in competitive Tarkov Arena history here. It's going to be up to the Mercenaries to make that happen, though. They need one more round to send this into a sixth overtime. The Polar Bears, though, 1 round away from closing it out in what has been a very long game.
Ooh, early aggressive grenade actually doesn't find the pacing. Mercenary are going quick. They're looking for that A-shove that they showed from the round before. There's a big aggressive flank out the number 2 player in Magic. He gives eyes on Magic in about 10 seconds time as that starts to come to bear. Virtus Pro trying to pressure site, but they're working to try and create a large net. One over the top, Sandbags plays its part hard, doing some great work now. A bit of techie boost. Work's going to give him chance for the second. He doesn't find one, almost making it work now. Knowledge given. Nemo for 1. Magic closes out Fox. It's getting hot on site.
Noni gonna make it a bit hotter. He finds Communiaka here. Now shifting forward, shots down toward curtain side, but it's Magic who turns. The flick of the wrist is good. Kills coming down in bunches. Hard. Nemo, the last 2 standing. The device has been planted. 23 to work with, and Hard, not a ton of health.
Nemo with the great shots is going to shut him down and close it out, though. And we go to overtime 6, baby.
OT6, and now officially the longest game in competitive Tarkov Arena history. Both of these teams looking to rewrite history, and into the record books they go. This has been a nail biter, back and forth, at a time we haven't seen anybody competing with Virtus Pro in ACS 5. It's one of these EU teams rising to the top, looking to be the cream of the crop, but can they find a way to close it out? So far, neither team has been able to do so in OT.
Both teams have 2 players worth of kills of over 30. That's right, 4 players in this game have over 30 kills at this point. That's ridiculous. Oh, here we go. Round number 37. That wasn't a mistake. I did just say round number 37. Magic takes Fox. Zaki has Magic. Good trades are quick, fast, and thorough from Rask. Holding back Cavoni, trying to rotate out of V. Plat goes down as well. Virtus Pro. They've unlocked Go Beebly at Hawk, but I'm not sure it's going to stop Nemo.
Nasty shots coming out from Nemo. He's that nade over the top, and Hawk for a 2K. My man is insane, and he's coming for those top nades of Aim Sabiri.
And that's it. We've officially broken the HPL record for the most amount of rounds ever played in a competitive match. Ridiculous. Mate, someone needs to check in PC. I don't know what he makes his V40s out of, but I want that recipe. Sheesh.
Experience, hard work, a lot of practice, and a plethora of skills in the bag. We get to see it all here in front of us. Virtus Pro will be enjoying that lead momentarily. As we said, Mercenaries always quick to answer back, but not this time. FMX finds Oni early.
Maybe even a shade of essence of your favorite gas station bathroom.
You already know, baby. Virtus
You
Pro,
already
the
know.
Polar Bears.
Okay, I thought that was going to be another grenade that was going to go off underneath Zaki. I'm so used to him catching them.
PTSD in full effect.
Fox goes down. 2 members of the Mercenary squad are sitting in the dirt. Our Virtus Pro going to earn themselves a 2-round chance at closing out the game. It's a 3 versus 5, and look at the line of scrimmage from VP.
They got the player advantage to work with. Zaki still standing, though, and he is a difference maker. Don't need to say it any louder for those in the back. You should already be well aware if you've been watching. goes. Just being patient here. We will see a little bit of a shift now on the minimap. The Polar Bears beginning to head back toward that A site. They've got a numbers advantage there, and Magic finding Zaki opens up the site, and the Polar Bears plead a great case to go up by 2.
It's not going to happen. Not today. Mercenary are not finding the miracle that Magic might have brought to bear previously in this map. 2 rounds worth of potential. And the one thing that Mercenary haven't been able to do in the second half of any overtime thus far is put 2 in a row together. This is the big ask now. Virtus.pro have given themselves as much chance as they possibly can to get out of this, just as Mercenary had done previously here with a 2-round lead going into the second half of overtime. Virtus.pro up 20-18 with 2 chances at taking the map and the series from Mercenary.
Yeah, we haven't seen them in this spot in OT yet either. The Mercenaries have been able to answer back every time, and they're the only team that enjoyed that 2-point cushion here. So the Polar Bears get their opportunity now here as well. They got to do it from that defensive side, but there's a big double flank potentially on the cards here. We haven't seen yet. Mercenaries quick in the face, and they look to explode on the A site.
Are we ready for the post-plant grenade? Rice planted back site. The grenade normally went towards front site, so that one's going to go down safely. No, actually no attempt whatsoever at trying to deny the plant from VP. Util saved. Here comes the prep work. Oni's in a position to do damage. Goes us down. Man, this is so tight. How much awareness have Virtus.pro got? 30 seconds. They have to execute soon. Nemo finds one.
Look at the positioning here for Mercenary. We'll get another time to step on, but Oni's there. And in quick succession, they all fall. Mercenaries don't lose a single body. And there were 10 players still standing in that post-plant position there. Mercenaries, they inch back. They need one more cracked. Are we going to lucky number 7? Are we going to see an OT number 7?
Do you know what? I think we might be. Don't know what it is. It's just in the air today. A little bit of something in the air. 19-20. 20-19. I mean, you've got to believe Virtus.pro close it out here. You would expect nothing else, but Mercenary have given us every single step of the way a reason to believe otherwise. That early aggressive nation of off the pace of 3 Mercenary members hard down on the ground is going to do a bit of sneaking and snaking himself. It costs him most of his life, but FMX has got space to back him up too. Down now from the Mercenary squad. VP also in a similar situation now that Fox finds the trade. Rask not willing to let them go for free. 3 members on the push. Fox for 1. Magic into Fox, and it's going to be a Virtus.pro victory as Slugfest turns into real silver scrapes, and the mess turns out in the favor of the experience. The Bears bite one last time, and the Mercenaries are finally put down.
21-19 is your final score. That is absolutely insane. I don't know how many players were probably looking at 40 bombs in this one, and you flash back to that slight reset there. We had a player disconnect, and you talked about the experience of Virtus.pro and how it could potentially affect Mercenaries. So maybe something to consider, but man, the Mercenaries, they put up one hell of a fight, and that's the closest we've seen any team come to toppling the Polar Bears.
I don't know what to say, bro. I've got nothing. What a game. What an absolute stonker of a game. Bruh, if there's anything you want to go tell somebody about, I know it looks like a 2-0 victory and a very confident performance for Virtus.pro on this scoreboard. You want to tell somebody to come back and watch a highlight game from ACS 5. I mean, we've got matches still to come, Hort, but it's going to be tough to topple that one. What a game.
I mean, that quite possibly could be the greatest game that we've seen to date. You know, that's the most rounds. They break a record there as well. And the fact that we see this style of competition between EU and that CIS region team of the likes that we really haven't got to see a ton of is exciting. It's refreshing, and you know, you love to see it. But you know, close only gets you so far, and at the end of the day, Mercenaries do fall short 2-0 in this one. But you know, they're not out of it just yet. They still get another opportunity. We talked about how their day just continues to get tough, though, because regardless of whether they win or lose in this situation, they go on to play another tough CIS region squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've already got one of the mercenary members has just popped over into my DMs to say, well, at least we gave a great show. You love to hear it, folks. Even after that slog versus the toughest team from a region that definitely holds themselves in the highest of regard, the mercenary squad are instantly up to say, what a game. We hope we gave the folks in chat something to watch at least. Well, mercenary squad, I have nothing but a very vigilant 07 to say to you guys, what a game. You did not just give the guys at home a performance to watch, you delivered so much more and should be exceptionally proud of that performance. It might not be a victory, but it absolutely was a delight to watch.
Yeah, I mean, they should hold their heads high and be proud about that performance. That, like I said, was one of the best, if not the best series that we've seen here in ACS, and a lot of fun. For Virtus Pro, though, they got to play again almost immediately here. And so after a very long game number 2 with a ton of overtimes, they got to step right back into the arena against 404, who has been on fire lately. And this is a squad that potentially could look to upset them. It's a squad that has had trouble. They haven't been able to beat Virtus Pro. They haven't been able to beat OKAK recently in Season Epic 9. Well, they toppled OKAK, and now they're looking to do the same to the Polar Bears.
I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed. I mean, you think the Polar Bears thought they were going to have an easy ride to ACS 5? Well, I think the Polar Bears have just been given a little bit of a wake-up call and be like, hey, that's an EU team. We've seen 404 been doing some crazy things too. VP really going to have to keep their game at the top level if they're going to be able to look at chances of retaining this title or reclaiming the title, folks. Let's not forget, this isn't actually a Virtus Pro currently held title. They may have had it 2 times before, but it is the OKAK roster, the OKAK roster, that currently has ACS 4 champions above their names. So Virtus Pro are out for revenge. And I mean, with a game like that from Mercenary, they're not gone yet either, Hort. Let's just remind the folks at home that this is now second chance saloon scenario where they are going to get the lower bracket and a potential chance at revenge in the future.
Yeah, I believe they're playing OKAK in that lower bracket, though. And so, again, another incredibly tough team, a team that has beaten Virtus Pro in the past. So Mercenaries have a very tough day. But, you know, that's what we say, under great pressure. That's where those diamonds are made. And Mercenaries certainly shined bright in that previous one. It just wasn't quite enough. But luckily for them, they get a second chance opportunity. And also, you know, they get a little bit of a time to take a deep breath, to reset, to watch this next series where you look at Virtus Pro and they have to jump right back into a tough matchup against 404.
Oh, yes. And you can see Ghost in the chat saying that match was longer than I slept last night. Well, sir, I think that would equate for a lot of us, actually. I think a lot of us have definitely not seen a game go that long in a humongous amount of time. What a phenomenal match to watch. As you've said, more to come. Thankfully, though, we've got some more bits and bobs to inform the folks at home with first, so everybody gets time to just recuperate a little bit, just resettle the cheeks in the seat, because I'm telling you now, I know my chair has been rustled and as its jimmies moved about since that last one. So, folks, for one of the few final times, as we will be closing the giveaway tomorrow and announcing it live on stream, we have a monitor that is currently being given to one of you lucky guys or gals in the chat, courtesy of our partnership with AMD Radeon and Aorus. This monitor has been going on live since we started the ACS and will, like we said, be closed on the 14th, where we will be drawing that one live in the broadcast. So one of you lucky winners could grab yourself that monitor. All you've got to do to enter into this one, jump into the Hunt Premier Twitch channel chat, type in !monitor. It is a one entry only business. So if you've already been here and you've done that because you were here since the beginning of the tournament, firstly, thanks for being here since the beginning. Secondly, well done. You don't need to do it again. But if you've got any friends, family, or even just somebody close within your community that you think might benefit from that giveaway, then get them to jump in and drop that code in there as well. If you're looking at enjoying the environment here, you've enjoyed the broadcast, and maybe you've just found yourself dipping your toes into the competitive arena scene in the recent times, then maybe it's time to lock into some of those notifications. Try and give yourself a head start and the action and where to be so that you can lock in for those drops, goodies, giveaways, and the all-important action live on screen. ! Socials will take you there. We ourselves at Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games have separate pages for you to lock into both of, and will be updated daily. You see posts from the Hunt, including roadmaps that go in, day out. as well as BSG updating you with all the new bits and bobs coming out from patches, when tournaments are going live, and who's going to be broadcasting it. I can see Hawk giggling away on the sidelines as he's enjoying communicating with you guys in the chat. And that's right, folks. We are trying to keep this engagement going, all right? You guys make the atmosphere just that little bit better, and that's why we are trying our very best to get to each and every one of your comments and questions as you reach out to us. So keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming. It's been an insane day too. Hawk, it's not going to stop. We're not even close to the top. We've got so much more still yet to come.
Yeah, honestly, I love laughing at the banter in chat and the back and forth, and you know, the people maybe poking fun a little bit at your boy over here, but it's all good. It doesn't bother me none. I absolutely love it. It's a good time here, and honestly, between the matches, the excitement, the laughter, the good times here between chat, there's no place else I'd rather be. So, absolutely love it here, and I'm excited for this next one. It's 404 Virtus Pro. I want to see how Virtus Pro plays after that very tough matchup against Mercenary.
Yeah. Oh, you've got to think there's two sides to this, all right? We speak to the perspective of, well, the one, the loose, they've had like 9,700 rounds of gameplay to play already, so they definitely got themselves comfortable or into some form of a rhythm. But you do wonder how much it starts to fall off on the other side when you've kept yourself at that higher level of intensity of gameplay for so long in one match against a specific team. 404 are going to be a completely different pace and a different approach altogether. So, you know, the Polar Bear's going to have to really keep on the toes here for this one. And if anything, it's just going to help us prove to the folks that maybe aren't familiar with VP exactly why they are considered two-time over champions.
Two-time champions, couldn't quite complete that trifecta last season. Looking for that dynasty here, and well, they might get it this season, but, you know, they're hungry for that revenge. 404 has looked really good, though. And 404 is a team that hasn't really been able to topple OKAK or Virtus Pro in recent times yet. So I'm really excited for this next matchup. 404, we said it has been looking really good. You talk about the nade kills. Eevee, who I think is maybe currently the top fragger at the moment as well. It's sitting at 105 kills before we head in today. Nat Rig at 95, Ramza at 98. I mean, this is a team that consistently frags out in bunches.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually just, I was giggling again at one of the comments made in the chat. I said, seen somebody that's like, oh, I've come back and the casters are here again. Well, I'm sorry, pal, but if you manage to look away from your screen for 40 rounds of gameplays worth of time to look back at us, I'm wondering what you're doing in 40 rounds of gameplay that's kept you that busy that you missed the time slipping away. You've lost about an hour, sir, maybe even about an hour and a half as we've gone through the most cinematic round we've seen on ball in the longest time. But whatever you were doing, I hope you're enjoying doing it because you're back with us now and we love to see it. Folks, we're going to take a moment to catch up with the highlights in the very near future. We are going to give you a break. We're not going to be yapping at you the whole time between this and the next series. Going to give you a moment to settle up, refresh, restock, and relock and load so we are ready for the next set of action. As well as that, we're also going to be talking about some bits and bobs coming up in the future further on down the broadcast, as well as reminding ourselves with who you guys believe is going to be on top in the next matchup. Those channel prediction points have been flowing smooth, thick, and fast in the chat, so keep your eyes out for when that one goes live from the mods, so you can place your bets as to who you think will win. Here are the highlights from one of the best, if not the best game we have had our chance and fortune to feast our eyes over, Hawk.
Well, as we watch over this long list of highlights and the plethora of nade kills that Hard was able to rain down, I do want to remind everybody that we've got multiple giveaways, not just the Monitor and Hunt Premiere, but we've got one for you in the Battle State Games site right now. So head on over to the chat box of Battle State Games, !stash if you want to get in that giveaway. And that !stash for you, get you a couple extra stash lines in that space. We know everybody can use them right now.
I believe it's a double giveaway as well. 2 stash expansion codes being given away. So not one, but two. Not one, but 2 stash codes available for you folks in chat. Make sure you get your hands on that hot prize line as quick as you can to get yourself in for a chance to win. Communica coming in with a clean kooky kill towards the end here to close out round number 6. We're going to see a lot of rounds like this. We're going to see a lot of grenades like that too. This and that just seeming to be the casual dance of death that Hard does with a grenade in his hand, dishing it out in equal doses to players as he chooses. Here's another highlight for the real. Fox falling over, almost like he found a banana peel, invisible to the eye. Zaki going to be doing some great work as another 2 for 2 for.
So many good moments in this one. And Magic right here, that quadra while anchoring down that B site. Did just such a great job there. We saw a couple flanks come in, but holding that lurk often. There's Oni, a couple big clutches from the sub coming in as well. And this was just back and forth for the entirety of it. I mean, overtime after overtime after overtime.
I'm not sure you said overtime enough, if I'm going to be honest with you. I think there's
I
like 3 or
didn't.
4 of them missing from the end of there.
You're not wrong.
So here begins overtime. We left 19 and 11, 12 and 13. We got some really good score lines from both teams, both players. Things that you would be like, okay, that's a pretty drastic, a good score line in regulation time. But then we're going to see people go from having 19 kills to 35 kills. And that's when we're going to start considering what's going on inside of the game. Ghost picking up some good work with that P90. Again, another grenade out of the air. This one feeling more for the favor of Mercenary. This was a good aggressive play out of Zaki here. We saw him almost manage to close that out, but you saw the difficulty in the fact that the magazine was low, ammo out. Zaki unable to get enough bullets out for the transfer to the third.
Yeah, and this is just the first overtime, so this is going to go on for a little while. The back and forth, Magic a two-piece in that one. We see both Magic and Zaki at 22 kills at this point, and they would go on to get a bunch more. This was another round that it looked like VP was maybe going to be able to squeeze out. It opens up with a good nade from Hard as well, but Mercenaries just did such a great job of battling back. And is this the triple? It is. Oh my, a better look this time. Hard, the triple nade kill. It came out and maybe had double-digit nade kills by the end of it.
Yeah, I'm confident there's definitely double-digit grenade kills by the end of that. Wow, we broke my brain actually trying to consider the concept of those kills. The kills just keep filling. That kill feed looks more and more disgusting as we check in each time. Fox there gets himself a great two-piece for it. We jump on board with FMX making damage, but not the full dent into the back end of the round. You see multiple times over, Virtus Pro had the advantage in this game towards the later sections of overtime. This one was the one chance that Mercenary had with a 2-0 advantage going into the second half. And this is the one where, if you want to call anything out as a fumble, that's where the Mercenary squad were going to look back probably in the most detail to this game and say, guys, we had 2 rounds. Why did we not close the game out? This is the difference maker that makes you the menace that is the best team considered in this tournament, though. Virtus Pro, 18 to 18. They recover a 2 deficit. Hard drops a 2K with the grenade, and, well, they take that momentum and they ride it all the way out to the finish. They take 2 in the next overtime for the first half. They drop 1 in the second, but they close it out 21 to 19. And we end up finishing a 40-round game. Unbelievable.
A record, a new record for longest one as well. And so, but you know, again, Virtus Pro, they can't really think about that. They can be excited and happy, but they've got to get prepped and ready for 404, who has looked, as we had mentioned, incredibly dangerous. They punched their ticket in that upper bracket here as well. And so we're going to find out which one of our 2 teams will make it into that grand final spot and have a little bit easier of a final day.
That's such a wild statement to make for the first game. Folks, those of you that are checking in that are asking and wondering, maybe it's getting a little bit late in the broadcast, you're like, how many more games are still to go? Guys, that was the first best of 3. That was the first series. We still have 2 more best of 3s to follow. Virtus Pro have to go back-to-back, as Hort has said, straight into the next best of 3 versus 404 without really too much time to recuperate and regather. So I think we need to allow themselves a little bit of space. Now, before we go anywhere, we're going to take a moment to have a look at something that's been brought to us through the partnership that helps put the power into this performance. Also, Hunt Premier partnered with Battlestate Games, working together shoulder by shoulder for as long has been the conception made by the main man running the biz himself. That's the Philbo Baggins up in the top, guy making the shot calls to try and keep us all comfy in our armchairs with cool occupations. But it's a shout out to Aorus and AMD Radeon that really deserves the championing. They have been with us for a long time now, since the beginning of summer, riding all the way out until the end of 2025, a partnership that has brought many of you in chat gifts already and one more still to come. So if you want to take a look at maybe what they've got in store for their range of products, let's have a little look. bigger, bolder, and faster. And where some of you in the chat might have been hoping that the Mercenary squad could have been just that little bit bigger, bolder, and faster, Virtus Pro certainly were. They got it over the line in their first head-to-head of the day. We're going to come back and feature them for their second in the very near future. But for now, it's time to get yourselves ready. Hot, I know you've got that stash waxed. I know that rat tail is flying in the wind and ready to cause some devilish danger. But I wouldn't be lying if I didn't say we didn't need a bathroom break between this one and our next series. So, folks, 10 minutes worth of respite, all right? Don't go too far away from your PCs. You do not want to miss us locking in for the next one, but please make sure you've gone and got those snacks, drinks, and all-important seatbelts. We wouldn't want you walking away with whiplash. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 2 of the finals weekend for Arena Cup Series Season 5. My name, as always, is Cracked Wisdom, balding in the booth next to the man with much more hair than me. That's right, the mustache of Majesty, as well as the man himself, Hot Sauce, here to help us out through all of the Comp Arena action going on for today. We've had one best of 3 that ended up only 2 maps long, but played enough rounds to be the equivalent of all 3 of them. A 40-round barn burner between Virtus Pro and Mercenary to close out our first series saw Virtus Pro with a 2-0 victory into our next matchup. Here, they have to take to the field again in another best of 3, but this time up against 404, a more familiar opponent from the same side of the pond.
Yeah, and I'm really excited for this one for 2 reasons. 404, they've struggled a little bit, like I said earlier in Season Epic 9. This is a team they could not beat, but they couldn't beat OKAK either. And now they've toppled one juggernaut. They're ready to do the same against Virtus Pro. And normally I would strongly favor Virtus Pro, but it's not as strong in this one for me just because they played so many rounds. That first one, 9-3, not bad, but 21-19 in that previous one is a ton of rounds to play. To have to play another series back-to-back can be tough. So Virtus Pro, we know him. Magic, Rask, Hard, FMX, and Kamanyaka, who we just saw on screen, ready to see if they can continue their run here. And, well, only one of these 2 teams can punch that ticket into that grand final spot for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Giving them the chance to do one better than what they did yesterday. 404 here returning for their first time on the pitch today to try and knock down the Polar Bears. Maybe reinvigorated after seeing the performance out of Mercenary, but Natrig, Eevee, Solyara, Palmani, and Romza here, the next team to take on the gauntlet that is Virtus Pro. Map picks and bans going to be a big part of this one, going to play a large factor into how this one goes. We spoke about it in the first head-to-head in the best of 3, and we did see both teams playing to their strengths in their own map picks. Virtus Pro on Skybridge after we see them ban Bowl, and 404 taking out Iceberg is going to be no surprise again for this best of 3. 404 showed some exceptional strength on Fort yesterday as well. Again, no surprise to see them taking us there. And it's a Bay 5 decider, Hort. Feels very weekend 1 more with this kind of best of 3.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised that we see Iceberg banned this time by 404 because, like I said, in Epic Season 9, this is a map that was played a lot and a map that Virtus Pro is very good on. So I was surprised when they banned it away from Mercenaries. But we see Iceberg taken away by 404 this time. Skybridge, we know how good Virtus Pro is on Skybridge. I don't think there's any question to that. Now, what can Fort bring for 404? We've seen them play very well on this map. An opportunity for them to maybe upset Virtus Pro and take it to that Bay 5 where I don't know if we've seen, we saw a lot in day 1, but it has kind of gone away. So yeah, I guess I have to agree. A kind of a reminiscence of day 1 for ACS.
We have another situation where 404 have put themselves in a good position in the pick ban phase to look at a 2-1 reverse. However, the opponent is drastically different, arguably of a similar caliber. The last team that they took this up to and were able to topple on the reverse sweep was the current reigning champions in OKAK, holding that ACS 4 champions title. This time, they have to take down 2-time champions, not current, but previous, ACS 2 and 3, champions 2-time over, looking for their 3rd chance at the repeat. And after such a ridiculous game that they put out versus Mercenary, for me, this is not just one of those molehills that gets turned into a mountain. This is even to the point where we talk about big tasks being taken with small steps, one pace at a time. I've never seen a step taller than the size of the person staring at it.
Well, it's, that's what it takes sometimes, I guess. But unfortunately, I kind of look back to recent matches between these 2 teams. We often reference Epic Season 9, which was back at the end of August. But they met in that lower bracket where OKAK had sent Virtus Pro, and it was a 2-0 victory for Virtus Pro. It was a 9-4 on Skybridge and a 9-2 on Iceberg. So I think we can see why 404 gets rid of Iceberg here. Bay 5 would have been the decider map for them as well then, but they weren't able to get to it. So I think Fort is going to be that big map for me to look out for. Now, if 404 could surprise us and steal away Skybridge, then I might become a believer. But I would have to see something crazy here from 404. Even though Virtus Pro has just played a very long series, a very long game number 2, like you had mentioned at that short break in those OTs. This is a team with a ton of experience. They've been in situations like this before. They've been able to overcome. So it wouldn't surprise me if they're able to do it again here one more time.
This is great. You want to take a look at the prediction in the chat. That prediction is a lot closer than I expected it to be, but currently right now riding a majority of the vote, but only by a little bit. Virtus Pro, 57% of you in the chat think that Virtus Pro are going to take map 1 home versus the 43% in 404 chat. If I'm going to give you a pitch in the dark here from the commentary booth, I would agree with you on this one. There is a very small scenario within which we see Virtus Pro pushed any further forward than 3 or 4 rounds on Skybridge. They have been dominant on this map, arguably as dominant as that map in Iceberg that was banned away from them. Looking down the epic win line results here, I still ever so bow down to Hort's memory on this one, as his memory for the Russian scheduling is just that much better than mine when it comes to the detail and the nitty-gritty of recent results. But that's why we work together as a combo. Can't have a yin without a yang. I'm keen to see who's next up on the block, to be honest with you, is where I've got my strong right-hand man carrying me when I'm failing at my job. It's going to come down to which member from the 404 side is able to do the same work of what we saw from that Mercenary team. We had a couple of quick stats thrown from the previous game. Hard dropped himself 15 grenade kills in that last map on Bowl alone. 19 total through the series. That is a 42% total of his kills in that game were down to grenades. How on earth are 404 going to bring a utility counter to bear against that kind of devastation? Are they going to be able to counteract it with gameplay? It's just one of the questions we need to see 404 ask if they're going to be able to beat Virtus Pro.
I mean, Top Aim Sabiri had the record with most nades in ACS at 19 before that match started. And Hard gets that in the series alone. So they've got to find a way to deal with the util here as well. But, you know, these two teams didn't meet in those the group stages of Season 9, but they did meet twice in the playoffs. Once in the upper bracket, once in the lower bracket. And Virtus Pro 2-0'd them both times. You know, we talked about the ones earlier, the 9-4 Skybridge, the 9-2 Iceberg. But when they met in the upper bracket, it was a 9-7 Iceberg. It was a little bit closer. Fort was 9-7 as well. And so Fort being that second map, it's still a map that Virtus Pro has won. You know, at least as far as Epic 9 goes, they were 4-0 against 404. So 404 hasn't been able to do it yet, but I think 404, watching that previous game, Mercenaries almost beating the Polar Bears, this EU squad, that's got to reignite the flame for 404. They've got to say, hey, this team is beatable. I know our history, we haven't got there yet, but why not today? That history, we've put in the work. We've learned what we need to know about this Polar Bear squad. Now it's time for us to put it all together like that well-oiled machine and come out and just work on taking one game away first, because if they can make it to Bay 5, just maybe we see that upset.
We've had too many times where games have gone to a 3-0 lead, a 4-0 lead for a team playing against Virtus Pro. We've seen them too many times be a little bit slow out of the gate in the first map for a series, but it not matter. No team thus yet has been able to put 3 or 4 consecutive rounds against Virtus Pro in the bag early and to push that lead to a success. That is the missing part of the equation for any team so far at ACS. Mercenary did the best job we've seen so far yet of keeping it close. You want to talk about keeping it close? They kept it close for 40 rounds worth of gameplay. That's insane. But it's still only keeping it close. There's just that little missing bit to get it over the line. So it now rests with 404. It does kind of feel like a dealer's table with Virtus Pro sat in the dealer's chair handing out those 2 cards for the blackjack, and each player in turn gets their shot at placing the dealer. Well, 404's up. They're going to turn over their ace. That's the one they played to make it here versus OKAK. Now we've got to see if there's that face card to be able to stack it up for the full 21 to be able to take out VP. We'll see.
We shall see. You know, it's always nice that, you know, we enjoy our yapping from time to time, but honestly, I just love letting the players, the guns, and all the action doing the talking for itself, and we just get to kind of highlight the wonderful talent that we've got here across the ACS from both of these very talented regions. So 404 Virtus Pro, a best of 3. I just, again, I have to. It's hard for me to bet against my polar bears. You know, it's tough. But again, given the circumstances, given the fact that they've just come off of a very long series, that was a tough second game for them. I think if there ever was a great opportunity for 404, this is probably the best chance for them to get that at least first game on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And whilst we've got winners on the pitch, we've also got winners in the chat. 2 of you also claiming yourselves a stash expansion code from the giveaway. Congratulations to @Jerry_Potter1 and at ESP2CT10. You guys will want to be reaching out to us via a ticket system in Discord. You can claim those prizes and we'll get those codes shipped out to you as quickly as possible. Congratulations, Jerry_Potter1 and ESP2CT10. For those stash expansion code winners.
You're a wizard, Jerry. Jerry Potter. I love the name. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Maybe it's the old dad in me. I love dad jokes. But
you're an old Jerry Potter.
That's great. Love it. Congratulations to our 2 winners, though, again, over there from the Battle State Games side for those stash codes. Everybody can use a little extra stash, especially with all the amazing drops we got going on. All the more reason to hit that follow button down below and become part of that notification gang so you don't miss out on the drops or the action that we have here for you. Crack, this next one, how do you feel about it? Do you want to make a guesstimated decision here as to whether we see a 2-0, a 2-1? What's on the cards for you?
I don't like guessing for our fear if there's a snake in my boot, because every time I've opened my mouth, I've been bitten by those 2 poisonous fangs and been told where to stick my opinions. So I'm going to sit on the bench of Sweden or Switzerland. I don't know, whichever one it is that sits in the middle. I keep forgetting. I've never been one for being very good at geography, all right? But there's a fence somewhere with my name on it, okay? I'm going to stand on that one. And as we yap away at some of the nonsense of considering which side of the world we are on to be unbiased, we're going to not need to, because the gameplay is going to decide it for us. Here we are, series number 2, map 1, 404 kicking on VP. Skybridge, Marnie starting off the action, hot off the rocks, inside of the box. Or Kominaka, actually, has been corrected to claim the trade.
Well, back to a 4v4. 404 starting out on the attacking side here as well. And so Yara will look at a chance to maybe thread the needle here as we see those silhouettes in the background. Virtus Pro looking to keep control of this A site. There's a little bit of a presence in toward VIP, but they're hanging back here on the KFC side and towards spawn side above escalators as well. And I think they're just cautious that, hey, we know Hard can throw these nades. Let's be a little bit careful early on.
Wise choice, one would say. A wise choice. Lock in. Smoke over to VIP hard. Focusing on that far left-hand side. The site. Attacking smokes come out. E-box and headshot both blocked off. That shake looking like they're going to try and line up something a little lethal towards the backside. The crossover is FMX and Komunica get out of the way.
Pressure on the site. Solyar with a hop, skip, and jump will look to drop the device down on site and will get this plant with just a little under 20 remaining now. The pressure onto the shoulders with VP, but it's Magic to find the first on the net rig. The flick from behind, Magic. Good for 2. Solyar will fire. Easy fighting out of VP. Able to drop hard down. Looking for one more, but there's not enough ammo in the mag here. We'll have to dip back. Some heavy bleeds to take care of as well. And now we see the pressure coming in from Kamanyaka. Jimmy finds it, he does. Evie goes down. So Yara on a trade back, and Kamanyaka. So Yara now in a 1v1.
Oh, you don't bet against Komunica in this one. You really just don't. But it's gonna be devastation from the barrel. It doesn't matter about your smoke and mirrors. You can sneak, you can creep, but you just can't beat the common man. Here he comes.
It was a close one, but able to get the job done. And, well, Virtus Pro, they might be feeling hot after that. It might have been a long one, but they're still feeling hot after that one. They get an early round here, but can 404 find that quick response? We saw it time and time again from the Mercenaries in their series. So 404, they've got to keep it close and competitive. They really need to find as many rounds as possible from this attacking side.
round 2. Both sides, both ROMs are not good. Pamani, however, is going to be 2 times stronger than the teammate. Rask and Komanaka down early on for Virtus Pro. 5v3. Just waiting for that grenade out of hard sand to drop somebody. I'm waiting.
.404 certainly respecting it here in this one. Really using that all of the time on that clock, really, to try and get any advantage. And Pamani is on fire here in round 2. He's already up to a 3K. And he appears to be hungry for kills with the inability to get full now. And 2 shift in toward VIP. Magic able to shut down Pamani, who's been on that tear. 1 more still to deal with in VIP. FMX doesn't quite spot the barrel yet. He's locked in, and now we'll see him baiting for that pre-fire. He's going to inch forward, look to take the engagement, but Eevee able to win this one.
All down to Magic. They have one. We've seen crazy things. We've seen crazier things. He gets through the smoke, but doesn't realize that Roms is hooked up tight up on bench. Good cover from 404, and 4 corners of the site are full covered. After the plant, the rounds then level up to 1 apiece. How close did you think this one was going to be, Hot?
I mean, it's so early, right? We saw a close one for Mercenary in their VP matchup. I think it was 3-3 at one point, and then we saw a 5-3 before it ended 9-3. So, you know, if 2 rounds isn't enough, but I'm hoping for it. With the way that we've seen teams really stepping it up here in ACS number 5, it wouldn't surprise me, but at the same time, we know just how good the Polar Bears are on Skybridge.
That Navy's VIP is going to be both deadly and devastating. He's going to take out 2 of his teammates hard. That's not the right color you're looking for.
Yeah, you know, it happens to the best of us sometimes, but, you know, it's good to see they're human as well. But it's great to see 404 is going to take advantage of every single mistake, and that's what they need to do against a team like the Polar Bears. Rask all alone, little bunny Fufu hopping through the forest, but he won't be scooping up anyone and popping him on the head. Ramza shuts him down 6 feet under, and 404 on top.
Just trying to work out and calculate in the background with production how many points he loses for team killing 2 of his teammates versus the 19 kills he's picked up on enemies. We'll have to figure that one out and catch you up on the aggregate score for the grenades for now after that one. That's an unfortunate one. You could see the vision. You can see where it was going, over the lip of the door into VIP, but the throw was just slightly short, so it catches the lip of the door, drops dead outside of VIP, and kills the 2 teammates that should be holding for that aggressive push to work on the damage that would have come from the grenade, stopping that VIP chow. Here we go, we see it adjusted to this time. They play a more defensive push, and that's exactly what he was looking for the first time around. Gold dust.
I mean, by the end of the day, he's going to have about 180 kills, especially if these rounds go on. Magic picking up a 2-piece along the way as well. And Virtus Pro right back to Polar Bear things as they plow through the competition. 1 more. Magic on the flank hard. Finds him with the nades. He finds him with the gun. My man is just out here having fun. Polar Bears tied up 2 apiece.
Man, if I could play this game with my brain, I'd be just as good as these guys. They don't call me Crack Wisdom for nothing. You can see the vision. And the thing that gets me the most hot is the audacity. You muck it up the round before at the cost of 2 of your teammates. And instead of like maybe the obvious choice, which is okay, we probably don't try and execute that again until we've worked on it a little bit. No, instead, the confidence to throw the same thing again and for 404 to still challenge it is unreal.
That shot was unreal, but you know what? Maybe it helped hard that it didn't go off correct the first time, and they thought, okay, we're safe to make this pressure, but a false sense of security and hard knowing that, hey, I hit that 9 times out of 10. It was just a fluke, and their teammates able to trust in them. That's what Polar Bears, or that's why the Polar Bears, I believe, are so dangerous. Kamanyaka has rotated around back toward the A site. Look at the positioning of Virtus Pro on this mini-map in the flank. Again from Magic. They haven't found a way to deal with his magical flank.
He's insane, and his aim has been on point today. When called upon, and this is the other thing we've been so impressed with Magic about, is it's not all the time. He's on the quieter side of the map on that B site, but when called upon, not just good performance, not great, but always above and beyond out of magic.
They're looking for this lead again here on Skybridge. Evie is trying to bring it back. Kamanyaka, the first to go down now for VP, and they've already shifted onto the site thanks to the smoke there, so Yara will put it down, and we see the nade come onto the site, but it's a far one. The plant comes in close here, and FMX picking up on the Evie. 404's only got 2 left standing.
Time. The one thing working for the favor of 404. Numbers not there. No. Moves have to be made. Pamani almost makes a gap. Looked like there was space for a fight, but as one goes down for a trade, 1-for-1, Virtus Pro classify this round as theirs. Claim the defuse, and we go to 3-2. This is close. This is close. I'm going to step and say it. I don't mind if I need support or not. I'll step. We'll make the mistake first. That's fine. For now, it is close. It is a 3-2 lead for Virtus Pro. But the next 3 rounds, arguably some of the more crucial ones for us trying to figure out what it might have foretold for the future.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to wait to that second half, just because even from the Mercenaries, we saw that 5-3 half, and then once Virtus Pro got to that attacking side, they won every single round that followed, and so it's, I don't know, it's tough to tell at this point. It's nice to see that 404 is keeping it close at the moment, but they've got to continue to do so, and Rast just continues to click domes and send them home. Another 6 feet dirt nap to the side of 404, and they're going to have to figure out how to deal with it.
A slightly uncharacteristic loose peak from Emi without any pre-fire there. Just leaves Rask a free kill open for the right hand to the right hand peak. Chow plus high angle advantage for Virtus Pro. Positioning out of spawn just slightly better for the polar bear there. Bombs on site, they're in quickly. 404 looking to try and do the same thing that both Mercenary and VP were doing in the previous game. Maybe they've learned a thing or two from watching back, but did they remember about Hard's grenade? Well, that one's just going to clip the long side of the ramp to be able to get there. That lamp not allowing passage.
Yeah, that was Rask as well. Rask pulling out a couple lineups here for Skybridge, but that one unfortunately clipping the ceiling there, and otherwise it looked like it was going to be perfectly on point. Magic on the flank yet again, and they still haven't been able to deal with it. He gets through one hard, and Rask go down simultaneously. It's Kamanyaka, the last standing. He picks up a kill on the Soul. Yura, the prone Ramza, goes down as well. It's a 1v1 versus Pamani, but on Skybridge, it's so much easier to play this cat and mouse, this ring around the rosy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So much more space to be able to chase around. There's loads of different figures of 8 you can do here. Slightly slow on squeaking through gap there. Pamani almost left space, but now with the time fully drilled down, going to be able to go for the challenge. Pamani going to take a bit of confidence in claiming the kill to close it out as well. 404 level us back up to 3-3, and like you said, Hawk, now we're asking questions. A 5-3 confident first half from Virtus Pro is how it looked when we got through the next 2 rounds and Skybridge in the previous. This one here leaves itself open for a 4-4, or even a 5-3 the other way if 404 have got it in them.
Yeah, they got to prove it. They got to show us that they have it in them. They've got to want it slightly more, as they often say. And Virtus Pro, back to the drawing board here. It's been a little bit of misutility. We've seen one from Hard there with a TK. We saw that last one from Rask as well. And we talk about utility being that big difference maker. Hard's going to toss one in toward VIP, but it's Kamanyaka who shreds the head of Pamani. Evie able to answer back with one of his own as FMX will pick up Ramza. And we're getting some back and forth here in round 7.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But this is something we've spoken about, a lot of expectations when it comes to CIS teams. No team wanting to let the bottom of that kill feed bleed with the color of their squad. Wanting to make sure that trades are never left unanswered. 4 versus 3. Virtus Pro needing to look for retake for defusal. They do have a number advantage. They are going to have to wait out about 20 seconds or so if they don't want to challenge through these smokes. One on the left-hand side through headshot is going to fade out a lot later than the 1 E-box. Great shot from Unicus and open up.
Oh, FMX picking off another as well. And Evie all alone here. Virtus Pro, they love to stay in front of the pack. They're going to shoot out a bit here. And Evie, great trigger discipline, but it doesn't matter because Kamanyaka is coming at you. And Virtus Pro back on top.
A little bit rough there for Evie. Shots looked good. The P90 just not quite able to make its way through that scout class that peaks on the right-hand side. In fact, it's not even. It's an assault and Kamanyaka that comes out there. So that's tier 4 into the P90. That's a feels bad, man. He didn't have much health left to speak of, but you'd normally put your money on Eevee winning that there, especially how they've been playing so far last weekend and yesterday as well.
Yeah, I believe had the most kills leading into today as far as stats go, but even getting that kill, there was a lot of members of Polar Bears still standing. It looked like they were going to solidify that round anyway, and now that chance to get 5-3, 404, needing to tie it up, and it's Ras through the smoke, and he finds Pamani, who's been a driving force. Kamanyaka picking up on that rig as well, and the Polar Bears beginning to turn that snowball back into an avalanche.
They're just so sick, aren't they? It's just like you get a couple of rounds worth of success and you can smell the slight tear in the skin. It's like the scent of blood hits the nostril, and the Virtus Pro Polar Bears, they just pounce. Rask doesn't even put it down to chance. He lays bullets down through the smoke into VIP, and he claims the prize. 2 down for 404. They find themselves disadvantaged here. The last round of their attacking half on Skybridge.
Just got to get through 3 more kills here if you're the Polar Bears, but we do see that device making its way onto site. Smoke blocking off the lane makes it hard to pressure through, especially with that Overwatch on the VIP. In the background, though, you see that subtle shift. It's Magic yet again on a very fast flank. He's found big picks before, and he's going to be looking for more.
Solyara's kind of trapped on site here now. Normally on the A site, you want to plant and get your vendors put off back towards the deeper angle. Solyara's going to play strong on the challenge, though. He's going to take out one. Kamanyaka not allowed to participate in retake. 3 versus 4 now. VP needing to bleed some red. There we go. 2 heads claimed. Solyara and Romza. Eevee for trade, but it's not going to be enough to save the round. Virtus Pro do close the first half out with the defuse and a 5-3 scoreline.
Now they go to the attacking side where they often tend to shine here as well. And so it's been close for a little bit, but now again we see it slipping away. And so 404, they need to put the foot down here. And, you know, I know sometimes we differ on this. Maybe the first 2 rounds, I would say at least 1 of the next 2 rounds when you're down by 5-3, with probably 2 of the next 3. So the pressure, the weight on the shoulders of 404 now to make something happen. The Polar Bears looking to kick it into cruise control as they slide to the attacking side.
Here we go, here we go. This is going to be the real telling tale. 2 rounds worth of testing the waters with Virtus Pro on the attack. It's on 404 to be able to put themselves in a position where they can convince us that they have an equivalent defending half as to what Virtus Pro showed us to be able to hold this one close enough, take it to overtime, or maybe even steal the map away. I mean, if 404 are able to grab a map here on Skybridge, it really would set themselves up for success. Those 2 grenades almost finding the vital target. Eevee has been forced out of the angle, though, which allows Magic in space on site. He swings in. Rat and Romza's going to be taken out. You see the gameplay. You notice that bit of damage done to Eevee, it's not a kill, but it does more than enough to make one. Eevee's going to counter back, though. Space on site denied.
Now that's a huge kill because it comes through smoke. Right when that smoke plumes out, both of these lanes close, which is why you see Hard still able to get onto the site here. So gonna look to get this device down and planted. There's no nades to come in to deny it here as well. And with that, they can shift off and really look to play this post-plant positioning. Now, we saw the Polar Bears sending a flank almost every time. We see no flank this time coming in from 404.
Gonna hold up and wait for the next point of contact. As you can see, lurking on the edge of the D-box spot. Solyara finds one. Eevee's got the second. Ras tucked in behind the smoke, ready to play spoiler. He's gonna get the first, and then he's just gonna look for some free fire angles. Only 1 down. Pamani's good to cover. 4-5. 404. Climb 1 back.
Well, they get that first one. Looking for 1 more to tie it up here. And honestly, that was a great retake from them. There was a good early plant from the Virtus Pro squad. They didn't have to worry about a flank, but 404 quick kills in succession, great teamwork. And, well, it leads them within striking distance now. So we'll see if they're able to reel it back. Magic, Kamanyaka here, both into double-digit kills already.
A couple of comments in the chat. People have been quite impressed with the use of the P90. Somebody mentioning about didn't realize that there was the low riser for the scope on the P90. Didn't realize you didn't have to run that the high pop top one that you have to begin with before you've leveled the gun up a little bit. But yes, this small little riser, the funky F and riser allows you to run the P90 looking nice, sleek, and very small in comparison to that tall top scope that looks a little bit goofy. Round number 10, Kominaka is going to be picking up the first kill onto Solyara on the long angle. That's VIP to E-Box, so a bit of loose peeking from 4-on-4 on the defensive side. Great response.
Rascal trying to scoop this device up. He's able to get out there and do so. Jumps into position on site. And we see these late smokes coming in. Virtus.pro doing a great job of holding them here and allowing some more time to be eaten up off the clock once this plant goes down. Kominaka cautious of the flank this time, and there's two, one headed potentially toward KFC as he finds Natrig first, but are they aware that there's another one coming from KFC?
Extra sets of util from the defending side of 404 put out to try and look at a retake angle. Roms is working this side on the flank. A lot of distraction from Evie. A kill picked up as well. Unica was looking for the flank, but not in the right angle. Lemony snick it. Couple of crickets and silence in the audio. Romsa made it to site. Rask knows he's coming. Romsa's not going to find the second, and it's going to leave him short of time to defuse. A good effort and some great kills, but just not quite enough to take it back. 4-6 VP, extend the score back to 2.
Yeah, as Ramza got on the side, I took a look at the clock and saw there was 11 seconds with two players still standing. And, you know, you often talk about that. When you have those two players, that first person, a point of contact, can just pressure at the sound of the defusal, and they're forced to get off to get the kill. At that point, there's no time left. So great awareness here by Virtus.pro. They solidify another dub on the board. They increase that lead by 2 once more. 404 again, having to kind of up the ante here a bit. They need a little something extra. They're going to send 3 to the B site this time, and maybe a random guess. And so nobody's home. Maybe they can get a fast flank.
Loving the back and forth in the chat right now. Really having a great lot of conversation about the weapon choices as we get to watch the weapons being used in their most devastating fashion. 2 for 2 as trades back and forth, and Plaid Stripes again fill the kill feed. We're feeling hot and fashionable today, sir. Looking dapper like the man with the mustache. Natrig's not wearing his little stash that he had from the other day. A little bit of a comical choice of kit that didn't pay off for the time being. And this time he's all business. I mean, he's banished to the darkness of the Shadow Realm, as well as Roms are then finding a trade back for his sins, though. Kominaka last left alive in a 1v2.
Gonna shift forward here, maybe look to isolate this 1v1. It doesn't matter. Pomani on the P90, equally as dangerous here, as he is also into double-digit kills. And 404 will slowly again begin to reel it back. They haven't found a way to tie it back up yet, though, but they could do it here in round 12.
We'll ask him again, chat. Hot, is it close?
Meh.
Meh.
No, I'm just playing. I'm just being devil's advocate over here.
You love to see it. Round number 12 on the clock. 11 down. Score only separated by 1. Polar Bear's still in the lead, but a close game. Nade off the back of the heels as FMX and Communic. Okay, hold up. Hard almost ripping. Omani escapes with their life. Damage done to 3 players.
Magic comfortable, waiting just outside the smoke here. We'll let some shots stream through, but it's easy to find hard. And an early pick again here for 404. That device still tucked back down to your above the escalators. And look at this stack up on the other side. Are they going to spot this as the smoke clears? No, it's Ramza over the top. Good for 1.
Giga Brain. You love to see the stack boost being used to its full potential. The bomb gets picked as the first kill, which gives them the room to be able to make these plays. Hold some of these crazier angles. Down on the floor can be dangerous, though. Caught out, spotted. FMX not able to convert. Now, what do you do as Virtus.pro? You're 50 seconds. You're just hoping that somebody makes a mistake on the defending team at this point. With the bomb down, there's one.
Well, Rask is going to find Pomani. Trying to slowly work back into it. They should be aware a second one is there because of the boost, but Evie finding the first, and he's been deadly downrange with his P90. And prone in waiting here as Ramza hasn't opted to shift forward yet. We saw Ras cautious of it initially, but it doesn't matter. They haven't found a way to shut Eevee down. Up to 14 for him as well on this P90. And now we find ourselves tied up. Now we can say it's pretty darn close.
Yeah, completely different scene and scenario or environment here in Blast Gang. Team fight, checkpoint, last hero, all the 4 amazing game modes you can participate in Arena, but all drastically different in pace, temperament, and how you go about playing it. This, in Blast Gang with the Blast Pack, the plant and defuse objective makes it much more team-oriented. You have to be able to... Or you can just go in like a dog after blood, and in doing so, it actually turns out against you. You send a dog to fight a polar bear, and, well, the polar bear's going to come out on top.
2 quick ones for Rask here, and now we see Solyar on this flank, but in the background, Hard was waiting patiently here like a stone wall. He gets the pick onto Solyar, and you're going to immediately see the polar bears begin to explode toward this B site. Most teams only anchoring one over here unless they're going for a big flank play. So polar bears will get onto site. Can Ramza find one?
Vice down. Komanyaka taken out. Natrig removed. Last left alive for 404 is Ramza. Seen time and time again, able to pull off numbers, but not in a tough fight left-hand versus right-handed. Scoreline moves again, 1 in the lead for the Virtus Pro squad, but it is only separated by 1.
That's, you know, even when the games are close, it seems like that's one thing that they've always been good at, though, is staying in front of the pack. We talked about it in that Mercenary game as well. There was only at one point we saw Mercenary leading by 2 there in that late OT that they couldn't capitalize on. So it's rare we see Virtus Pro go down. It's rare that we see them have to play from behind, and I'm sure that's a nice problem to have. So 404 needing to get this round and prevent them from going to match point. We see Ramza getting up close to a rat here.
Definitely been the best performance any team's put against Virtus Pro on Skybridge so far, and it seems to be a day of defying Virtus Pro boundaries from what we've seen for the team. They are going to take part in the 3rd head-to-head, which will, I guess, save them some favour, but they still have a job to do here. 404 opposing questions. Virtus Pro, a team that are consistently delivering answers, and there's one right there in the form of a hand grenade. Hard picking up the 2nd kill of the round.
Continues to add up the stats as far as nade kills go. So Yara up close and personal, and Magic on that P90, going to win that battle probably 80-90% of the time. The mag, the fire rate, everything kind of favoring the P90 there at that distance. And you see Pamani here trying to shift forward. That device is going to get planted with ease, though, and it's going to have to maybe wait for that teammate to get into position, look to find some help. Shots already being exchanged, though.
Molly down on the floor doing a little bit of a job of distraction unintentionally there, as you would snap to the first dark shadow that you see slightly prone down by Dylan Wall. Last member left alive is now. We're currently running this 7.62 MDR, which is a bit of a spice of life that we've not seen in a while. The assault class, and that thing looks like a garden hose. You've got to be darn good at controlling the recoil if you want to let that thing sing, boy.
Well, now Virtus Pro gets back to match point. They give themselves that cushion that we talk about, that 2-point lead, two additional opportunities to close it out, and they always look so strong on this attacking side. So it's going to be up to 404 to come up with not just 1, but 2 big rounds in a row. Otherwise, we're going to be heading to 4.
I believe it's M80 you can get in the assault rifle, therefore that 7.62 MDR. I don't believe you can get anything better. I think maybe M62 might be available, but we'll see which one the preferable is. Nade off early in towards sandwich, covers off for the rest of the all members avoid it. Can move. Oh, pick early onto Ramza from Komanyaka is huge as the grenade goes off behind Pamani, clips for damage but doesn't kill.
I look to take care of those bleeds. Eevee will shift forward here as well. We can see all of the silhouettes in the background for Virtus Pro, and they are eager for an opportunity to go to this A site one more time. Utility here toward VIP as we're on board with Rask. Now back to Common Yaka here. Again, I think just waiting for some of this utility to expire. Going to throw some of their own and look like unlikely that pressure will follow shortly after.
Peeking the jump across, a little bit of pressure and pre-fire to allow Kominaka space to cover across to this elevator position. See him holding this left-hand soft side of the angle, not over-peeking, just in case a positive challenge comes through. He reads the boost peak. It's a little bit techy. They've been swifty with it, but you repeat the same thing over and over again, and eventually Virtus Pro are going to start looking for it.
Got the numbers advantage, and they just need this one round here. The device being planted already as well, and so Yara taking some good damage. It's Magic that will finalize that kill, and now pressing forward through the smoke on the backside. Raskin hard, combined for 2, and the Polar Bears take it 9-6. It was close for a minute, but only for a minute.
Yeah, certainly was. Seemed like the last couple of rounds towards the end of the match was just what let it run away with itself, or what let the Virtus Pro squad take it full steam ahead. It is only map 1, and it is the Virtus Pro pick for map 1, but a 17 kill, 11 headshot, and 17, 10, and 6 performance from Kominaka is the victor throughout. Backup performance, Rask and Magic at 15 and 9, 13 and 10 as well, is a great performance out of EP in the first, but you've got to tout Evie, Romza, and Pomani, 15 11, 10 11, and 10 12 for a valiant effort.
I mean, Evie was killing it. So was Pomani on that P90, but you know, we talk about having those important rounds and being able to close some out. We saw big util kills again from Virtus Pro. We saw a little bit of a mishap early, but they're always so good at making those adjustments throughout the game and doing what they need to do to win those big rounds, especially when it gets down to the nitty-gritty and you wind down to those last few rounds of a game. So at least we head to Fort, which is 404's map pick. But again, the last time these two teams met on Fort, it did favor Virtus Pro slightly.
Favor is something that we look at. It doesn't necessarily always play out on the day. I've spoken about it since the beginning of today's broadcast. It really does feel like there's something in the air in the arena where teams have the ability to upset. Maybe they drank the right bottle of Coke this morning as they got out of bed, whatever it is, I don't know, whatever takes you fancy. They made the right cup of coffee. Maybe you had a cup of tea instead of coffee today, and that was the change. Maybe you read the newspaper for the first time in a few years. I know I certainly haven't touched one in a while. Either way, whatever the magic mojo was, we have seen teams be able to put it to the Polar Bears time and time again in different fashions. The one thing we haven't seen anybody be able to do is put that all-important, crucial one map point against them in the bag. A further tougher challenge on their home court on Skybridge does lead us set up for 404 to maybe do it on their map pick. However, as you have mentioned, the history still points us towards a Virtus Pro slightly favoured second map. Maybe not so much as heavily as the first, but still recent results say this could be done in 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 9-7, I think, on Fort the last time they met. So it's still a very, very close game. And you're right, given the fact that 404 played well against them on Skybridge, you know, I think it does give you hope. And I think for 404, you go in with the idea that you are going to win this game. You know, I think that's the type of mentality you have to attack it with, and that you want to get to Bay 5 because there's not a ton of history at least available online here between these two teams as far as Bay 5 goes. It's been often that third map, that decider map. They just haven't been able to get there. So maybe if they can find a way to get there, then they could make that magic happen. But again, you know, if you're going to bet against Virtus Pro, I'm still that's on that slightly crazier side.
Yeah, and if you're feeling like you're about to make some magic happen, maybe you're a king of the keys or typing is the way to take yourself to a brand new monitor. Well, look no further than the Hunt Premier Twitch channel chat. !monitor in the chat there on the Hunt Premier Twitch channel will get you entered into the giveaway courtesy of our partners in Aorus and AMD Radeon, where they have been supporting us for the back half of this year completely, seeing us all the way out of the end of 2025. So we saw on into 2026. A shout out and thank you to the sponsor, Ineoris and AMD Radeon, for that partnership, as well as us being able to take a quick glaze over some of the amazing products bopping so hard, I actually almost pulled my cable out when we were rocking that hard to that one. Genuinely nearly ripped the audio right out of the socket. Well, that's fine. We'll be down to do that. That'd be just about as chaotic as the rest of the chaos we have had inside of the Coliseum since the beginning of today's show. Hot, it's always a blessing to be sat next to you in the booth, but today I'm feeling a little bit underdressed. I've got to say, the drip that you rip when you set up 4 scenes is always spectacular, and the apron today is really making me feel like we are sat in the kitchen. The teams are cooking, the games have been heat, and it's been a 5-star performance all around. We can only thank and be blessed for the fact that we get to be able to take part in cooking up this masterpiece, right?
Yeah, I'm glad to be here because a lot of times when I wear this apron out in public, they're like, why is this guy wearing an apron? But I can't help it. I love the merch. I got my BSG pins. I got Nikita on the apron. You couldn't ask for some better gear. And honestly, you love to see it, whether it's in-game through the Battle Pass and the drip that you're rocking, in-game or IRL. There's a lot of great things that can be found through the Battle State Games page there. So make sure you hit that QR code button down below me as well. And be sure to explore all the wonderful channels that we've got to offer, from Battle State Games to Hunt Premier.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to look at some of those golden highlights, then look no further than the screen right in front of you. So here we go. We're going to swing back on into our first map in this best of 3. Where 404 put up a good challenge, but Virtus Pro again have survived the task that was set before them with a confident victory in somewhere we are starting to consider Polar Bear home turf. That was unfortunate. I'm gonna be real. That's one way to catch a team nade.
As unfortunate as some of those mishaps were, it seems like they're always able to right that wrong. And we see Virtus Pro answering right back. You talked about that first nade from Hard that didn't go out, but then immediately throws it again and has success. So Virtus Pro, they are very comfortable in their ability to play well. And if they happen to make a mistake, in a round, they kind of are great at also just shrugging that off the shoulders and continuing to power forward.
You can see that both CIS teams in this match here are very, very happy and confident to play this retake position from the A site. Not too many teams looking to try and fight for contention of actually seeing that bomb go down. Most more comfortable in being able to try and retake and play on that aggressive approach to the site, whether it be 2 people swinging through an angle, 3 swinging through an angle, using a boost peak to cover off, or both sets of sides of the teams throwing util to great effect. We saw one of those boosts here. Evie doing some great work for the squad, but we said this a lot of times throughout this tournament, Hort. There's a lot of great work being done by a lot of great players, but it takes just a little bit more than that to win a match in the ACS. You've got to be at the very greatest of your gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about, limiting those minor mistakes and which teams are going to capitalize on it. And you look at the Polar Bears win rate through ACS, through any of it. I think Sky was telling us in chat earlier, it's like 80% plus. So they're just a team that wins and knows how to do it consistently well. And so I think it kind of goes back to their ability to adjust on the fly. Most of the times they don't have to adjust. They play so well that their style works, their crosshair placement, the fundamentals, everything. They're just good at what they do. But if for some reason that wrench gets thrown in the mix, they're comfortable, they're capable, and they're confident in those adjustments on the fly. And I think that's why we see them such a winning team. And we mentioned them not able to do that three-peat last year, right? We talked about how hungry they are for it this year, and I think it certainly shows.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be something that we've got to look to explain whether they're going to be able to come the vast amount of challenges put before them. This is only day 2 of 3 for the playoffs. Finals day hits tomorrow. And regardless of which way this match goes, Virtus Pro have guaranteed themselves a position in tomorrow's gameplay regardless due to their victory first of the day versus Mercenary. That being said, tomorrow's gameplay is heavily decided and can heavily favor a team depending on their mentality. If you are victorious here in this match, you get to sit tomorrow out until the grand final in that best of 5 whilst everybody else plays. Positive side, you get to look in advance at your opponents, see how they're playing, what they're doing, and start to prepare. Downside, depending on how your team performs, is you're not necessarily warmed up and ready to cook. For anybody coming in through the lower bracket tomorrow, they've had time to play some games, and they will have a little bit of rhythm behind them before they go up against an undefeated champion, because we will be crowning an undefeated champion so far going into that grand final from this match. Virtus Pro or 404 will find themselves with that second chance saloon not being required to make it to the grand final spot.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to go back and look up this for tomorrow, but I'm having trouble thinking of a time where a team came from the lower bracket and then ended up upsetting that team that had that, that upper bracket run because it's tough. We talk about it. That final day, it's best of fives, and so when you have to play a best of five, if it goes to 4 or 5 games in that series, and then you have to turn around and play another best of five against arguably the best team in the division, your day is very, very tough. It's long, the dexterity, the overtimes, whatever it might be. And so I think it's a little bit of a tougher road. And it's nice. I think you get to be in that upper bracket. You can watch the game in front of you. Once they get down close to the end of the series, you can hop on, get your warm ups, get prepared and prepped. So, I think it's always nice to be in that driver's seat to enjoy that upper bracket wave and ride it all the way through. So, I'll do some homework before tomorrow and double check that. But I can't remember a time when that lower bracket run was completed. That Cinderella story, if you will.
I think, like, honestly, off the top of my head as well, and after having a look through some bits and bobs last night, I believe there isn't a scenario where a lower bracket team has made it to the grand final for a return. I think you're absolutely right, spot on with that one. But like we said, chat, we never like to leave you with guesstimations, so we will make sure that we go home and do the homework between today and tomorrow. We'll bring that ready and prepared for tomorrow's action. Before we even start to think about tomorrow, we've got to conclude the rest of today's combat. We have 404 and VP with still a minimum of one more map to play, and we've got another head-to-head best of three to juice it up with before we close out for today's action for you guys following that. I cannot wait to see Fort. I think this is going to be another match that is explosive. I think in comparison to the first map that we saw, I think the pace in this one will be drastically more so than was on Skybridge. We've seen that Skybridge's gameplay for a CIS feel is very take a site, plant bomb, allowed to get off of site, or maybe get a pick as they try and leave site and then retake aggressively. Fort is drastically different. Once the bomb is down on either side on Fort, it's pretty much a solidly done deal so long as there are two members of the attacking side around to hold it. We spoke yesterday, several situations where a defending team got two players onto site. One would hold and one would defuse, and it didn't matter how well the attacking team had set it up. If they were down 1v2, swinging into that defusal wasn't happening. So I'm looking to see plants for the attacking side for both teams here, but especially 404 be with even or a numbers advantage if they're going to be successful on Fort.
Yeah, I mean, they've been close on Fort before, and it seems like they're playing near the top of their game. I mean, that's the closest, again, we've seen for Skybridge as well for VP. So it feels like 404 is playing at the top of their game. We talked about Eevee having the most frags heading into today as well, as far as some of those background stats go. I think Ramza was just behind him there as well at the start of the day. So this is a team that's capable of fragging, but they really haven't had to play Virtus Pro in ACS 5 yet. So again, I think this is one of their toughest tests, but we talked about it earlier. They have been 2-0'd in Epic Season 9 by OKAK quite a few times, and they got their revenge against OKAK earlier. They sent them to the lower bracket, which we'll be seeing in our final game today. So they've gotten through one juggernaut. They just need to find a way to get these polar bears done and dusted as well.
I don't know if done and dusted is something the polar bears are ever going to consider.
I don't think so either.
It just doesn't seem to be a done and dusted scenario. In fact, today, regardless of which way it's going to go, does not seem to have done and dusted on the books. We've been given a little bit of maybe what if, what could and should in the horizon from every single match that we've seen so far, including the least competitive map of that 9-4 versus Mercenary on Skybridge first of the day. All of them had us being a little bit like, wait a minute. Whoa, wait a sec. Is okay, yeah, we're really here. This is really happening. We did see a 40-round game, and Virtus Pro do not look as dominant as they did weekend one. Virtus Pro looked untouchable. It wasn't like first, second, third, fourth seed. It was like first, sixth, seventh, and eighth seed they felt so far ahead in the lead, comparative to every other match we saw. This weekend has drastically changed our opinions.
Yeah, I mean that overtime game was absolutely insane. That's as closest as we've seen. But I mean, 6-9, I think is still a confident win if you're Virtus Pro. You had the 9-3 on Skybridge earlier. Prior to that, it was 2 9-4s and a 9-2. So I think nothing out of the ordinary for me other than that crazy mercenary game. But Skybridge, or not Skybridge, excuse me, 404. They've got the chance on Fort. They came 2 rounds short last time back in August against VP. So I'm sure they've been, doing their homework and putting in that time to, find those extra couple rounds along the way. But, it kind of reiterates to something you were mentioning earlier. When you're playing at this level in the Arena Cup series, it's really about limiting your mistakes because these teams are able to capitalize on every one of those opportunities at this level. So if you can really limit those mistakes, make sure those team comms are on point, rotations, we talk about basic fundamentals, crosshair placement, all that good stuff. It's just about playing to the best of your ability on said day and what team is showing up. And for Virtus Pro, that's something that they just consistently do well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. A short comment, I guess, for the folks in chat. Be ready. This isn't done for just yet. I get the feeling that 404 is on its way. And whether you feel yourself a short king or a short queen in the chat, whatever it is, we ain't here for a short time today. I'm telling you, we're locked in for a long one. I'm looking forward to map 2. I'm looking forward to 4. I'm looking forward to seeing what more 404 can do. One thing that's delighted me about 404 gameplay so far is we've seen multiple times Pomani and a couple of other players, Natrig or Solyara independent, have found themselves in crazy positions. We've spoken with, like, how are they there? Why is there a 4-piece now in my kill feed from somebody who shouldn't be tucked in this angle? A very Magic effects, like we saw from Magic's on that B site tucked in towards the 90. So Fort's map style and gameplay allows for more of that. I feel there are more angles and positions that Pomani might be able to tuck themselves into in this that might help them leverage an advantage. Same for Solyara. I think the confidence and the dominance we've seen out of Natrig taking heads-up gunfights is something they need to lean more into. I'd like to see Natrig be more on the offensive from that attacking side, get into those head-to-head gunfights and try and make themselves that space to do what they do best, which is just downright slaying. The other thing is I'd like to see somebody confidently challenge hard. We're able to avoid the utility now. You can see that from 404, but there's no real move to try and displace it. We saw multiple times grenades didn't hit but created space for Virtus Pro to take, that it didn't matter whether a kill was taken because they used it to their advantage anyway, as there was no longer an angle being covered. So I'd like to see 404 be more proactive rather than reactive in being able to respond to that util use if they're going to get this one any further over the line than what we saw in the battle in Skybridge.
I think that's the problem is Virtus Pro has just been slightly better than every team when it comes to util. Maybe not always a lot, but just slightly better. And I think that's been the big difference maker. That's why we see, that 6-9 win that we just saw, probably that 7-9 win that they had back, in August against 404 on a map like Fort. So, that I think that's what makes it tough is not only do you have to account for all that, but you have to hope maybe one of these players is having a bad game that you could take advantage of. I think the one thing that benefited Mercenary is these two teams don't play each other a lot, but 404 VP, they're not strangers to each other. So Fort, they may have read this playbook before, but we're ready to get down into it. We can hear the beautiful chaos already beginning to ensue. This time on Fort, Virtus Pro taking on 404.
Early kill from Solyara. Tammy's allows a quick aggressive push up from that side. This is Virtus Pro defender on CT. Looking to try and close up Solyara. Kill works. Trade comes up from the top of round as the back side of the B site is regained, but the front side of the B site is ripped open. Virtus Pro find themselves down a man. The bomb looking forwards towards that eventual goal of the B site, but with a potential consideration of the rotation. You look at Natrig just checking down Colton, kind of realizing that there's absolutely nobody there at all. Oh, Magic!
Magic. He's always working that magic. But 404 in a quick rotation here will find an empty site. The plant will go down with ease, and now it will be up to Virtus Pro on this 3v2 retake.
It's the craziest way I've ever seen a double kill work against the mentality. The double kill almost convinces in the B push, and Magic picking the 2 up there allows that rotation even more space to sell. Smart read by 404. Great pickup by Magic. He got into one of those positions we've been talking about on Fort, and nobody realized he should be exactly where he really shouldn't be.
25 seconds slowly ticking away. So many angles to check. You can see him being cautious here of all of these angles. A couple shots ring out. Pomani able to find the first one on the hard. Pomani gets a second as well. But Komanyarka stepping in for 2. Plenty of time on the clock as well. And Virtus Pro, they always bring it down to the wire. But man, this is a team that stays on fire.
Time is very much of the essence, and Komanyarka does not give the second 404 defender time to cross the gap. Instant transfer and pre-fire into the left-hand tuck side of the breach through Colt. And the player stuck trying to find some form of cover has no way to escape. Confidence wins it out. Virtus.pro could have been down the first round and behind the tempo there out of the gate. 404 made a great start, but the all-important finish. Something that we've seen has plagued a couple of teams this tournament, actually.
Rask has not been plagued by bad aim. This man has hit some nasty shots here today. So Yara does find one back and puts Rask down, but there's FMX. And again, Virtus.pro just consistently finding these big trades.
Inside, outside, FMX picks up one onto Evie. It's another confidence kill for Virtus.pro as the numbers fall further for their favor. Bomb is down. Two members of 404 nearby are in proximity to reclaim it. But that's not the big problem. Neither site really open for business. And mid-control still secured by that beacon anchor. See, Kominaka not playing a position of commonality here. Not trying to be predictable, just holding off the backside of site. As with the numbers, you'd think that VP would have a very aggressive forward defensive hold.
I think they're comfortable just holding these angles on site. They can play with that audio cue. They can work together. They've got the anchor of Magic toward the A site. And, man, you can always trust in Magic in that anchor. We saw that quadra on Bull earlier. And, you know, I think this is they're comfortable in this position. It's up to 404 to make something happen. The more time that runs off the clock, the tougher it's going to get for 404.
The flash comes to bear. 2 kills for the 404 squad. Hard able to pick up one. Natrig left in a 2 versus 1 with 10 seconds left on the clock. He's going to realize that this one is also probably woefully out of hand. The 1 kill onto Hard, but then the timer expires, and that is going to be another round in the bag for Virtus.pro. Defending side so far, so good.
Good. I mean, when is Virtus.pro not good? I don't think we've seen that yet. We haven't really seen them have a true bad day, I feel like. So, you know, it's we say it all the time, you know, consistency is king, and that's something that they've showed through so many Arena Cup series. That's why they found themselves back-to-back champions, almost that 3-peat, but looking for a dynasty here. They want that 3rd one on the board. 404. They've had a great run here in the upper bracket, and I don't think they're ready to go back to that lower bracket, but Polar Bears certainly wanting to push them down there.
I mean, rightly so. They've worked hard for it. 404 have done a great effort to get to where they are at this position, but Virtus.pro are a whole other beast. Early opener again as 404 find themselves with less than 30 seconds off the clock, but less members still alive on the field than they'd like.
That smoke rain down as Natrig will pick up a kill on Rask. Is he aware there's one more lurking in the shadows? Magic trying. Fire comes down. And now the chase is on. Hard Ramza combined for a pick apiece as Hard does get traded out now, and back to a 3v3 we go.
So you hear the sound of the loud AKs bustling on either side of the fort as both teams batter each other about for that control of the middle section. Smoke comes up towards Mini. Archway occupied by FMX. The bomb and teammate just holding from B corners. Ramza puts a bit of pre-fire down to try and pressure out some of that space towards the B site. Ending B the intention for 404. 3rd rotating defender from VP coming in soon.
Big pick from Evie there, and now they got that player advantage. We can hear that plant going down as we're on board here now. Kominaka just waiting for that smoke to clear a bit here. We see it's only a matter of seconds. Has a teammate on the other side. Ramza and crew. Ramza does find the first, and it looks like 404 will get their first round on the board.
This is much better from 404 in that side of the round. I felt like VP had themselves set up for a good retake. This one flips the other way about it. 404 do a much better job of handling the individual ones, the 1v2s, the 2v2s. Their fights win out, and they come with a clean round. 2-1, 404 find themselves closer, but still behind for now. 1 round behind for the time being. We're speaking about that 4-4, 5-3, 6-2 scoreline. I think 4 is a 4-4 look for. 5-3 or anything more.
Yeah, 6-2 is just, it's too much to overcome, especially at this level, you feel like. And again, not impossible, but it's just not something that we typically see. Rask trying to take a nap up here on the bunk beds. Posted up high. Magic's going to find the first one on to Solyara. We'll see that smoke begin to rain down at mid, and you can see Eevee in the background. He knows someone's up here.
Somebody's lurking in the shadows. It's a very common position to play from the defending side, actually. Palace extremely strong for its cover over to Beacon. You have the ability to play aggressive into bedroom, as well as being able to help out if somebody has flanked or rotated through from the backside of the A site to cover off a rotation. So, position of power. Rask on the high shot is going to make the shots count on the second peak. Romza loses his dome to the crown from the King.
Well, they got that player advantage to work with here now. And they can just be patient yet again. We see that device is still hanging out on the minimap all the way back by the A site. But again, no need to pull magic yet. Eevee will find Rask. We'll see a subtle shift as Hard will direct his attention back toward A. And Kamanyaka heading toward B. But the rotation now coming in from 404. I think Magic may have spotted the device here as well. And those help is coming. Hard will find not one, not two, but three. A nasty triple kill coming out from Hard. And this man, 7-3. A beautiful round yet again. Virtus Pro, they mirror that rotation, and they've read the playbook here. They get that 2-point cushion once more. 3-1 here on Fort. Take a look at the score lines across the board. Everybody fairly even in kills, other than Hard, who's begun to separate himself from the pack yet again. And he's been a devastating force to deal with here all day. From the nades to the gun, my man is getting paid. Rask finding an early one on the Eevee. FMX is going to drop Solyara as well. And Virtus Pro beginning to look like they want to run away with it. Natrig has other plans. It's a 2K followed up by Ramza. And now 404 looks to come in and clean up. Device now going down here on the B site. Kamanyaka will shift forward. Ramza takes out a teammate, and that can spell trouble.
Suddenly 3 kills of red filled the feed, and then the red on red starts to pull all of that reverse momentum that had swung to a grinding halt. 2 versus 2. Kaminaka, Magic. Both sat on either side of a pincer movement into this position in the back of Mini. Beacon as the anchor for 404 is good. Cross is good. Romza for 1. Duck, diving, dip, duck, dodge, and diving on sight. But if you can't dodge a wrench, then you can't dodge a bullet. Magic is going to clean him out, but Pomani has the final killing blow. 404 claim a second round and pull themselves back to a 1.
It's always important to keep it close, especially against a team like the Polar Bears. It's a big round for 404. Can they tie it up? We really haven't seen 404 or many teams enjoying a lead against the Polar Bears, and I think that's tough to do, but it's important. You got to try to get out and get out early against this VP squad, but as we always say, it's easier said than done. I mean, these rosters are littered with so much talent, and Hard again, a nade up top, but this time, all the action stampeding toward the A site.
Smoke out to K1. Pomani picks up 1 on the common before it goes out. Rask takes the trade. Eevee's got magic. Solyara's going to fill the feed with another red on red death. 3v3 Hard almost managed to land that free fire through the smoke onto the all-important bomb-planting player. Not this time. Ducking away as Pomani. Solyara there to support with Natrik on the wide angle. Replant goes down for the second attempt.
Oh, Hard is going to find it through the smoke. He will not be denied. He said at first, if you don't succeed, try again. And indeed he does, finding a huge pick. Pomani on site has one more for help here as well, but they're just trying to deal with this smoke. VP able to be patient at the moment. A long lurking flank that could come into play. Natrig has found him though, and FMX goes down.
There is 0 ammo on Hard right now. Sorry, Hart, to interrupt you, but just to make this very clear for the folks at home, this is a 1 versus 1. Hard has his melee. He dropped the last bullet on that P90 and it jammed. He's now looking for another weapon, and that changes things. I thought
Get
we were
the
about to
patience.
see
I
battles.
know. And that rig here not even moving while the device is down and he finds hard. All of a sudden, a round that looks grim becomes much more winnable.
Hard's positioning gets forced because he has to go and fetch another gun. Instead of him being tucked in the tight corner towards the back 90, he has to push back out past the box on the side. It's going to be a clean kill from Rask, though. Who can stop this man when he has a mission in mind? He doesn't even hesitate. Just a deft flick of the wrist. The gun comes up, and the 404 player goes down quicker than the barrel rose.
I mean, he only had 9 rounds in the mag. It took 7 of those 9 to get the kill. Only 2 left. It was a dicey gamble, but one that pays off big time for the Polar Bears. They double that lead, and they guarantee themselves a minimum of a tied half. These last 2 rounds, incredibly crucial here for 404. You need, if you're 404, you need at least one of these next 2 rounds.
I always used to ask the question, especially some people that swing by the stream during the week in between the matches, they'll be like, why are these first rounds so important? It's the round difference. It's how much of a gap is kept between the two teams when you swap sides. The first half might end up 4-4-5-2, but if the map and the team is playing that side, it can be made irrelevant. Natu is going to cancel out some of the A-side. Hard's going to go down as well from the nade from Easiest fly in from the top.
Metering out Evie and Solyara combined for 2 more, and Magic all alone in a 1v5. They've spotted him. He's still in hand, makes that nade a bit of a rough one, but it doesn't matter. Pamani will collect the final one, and it's a flawless round for 404. You talk about wanting to find a way to bounce back. Well, that is probably the best way to do it.
Flawless is absolutely right. That is 100% the way you want to see these guys flying through to a response. 3-4. They pull themselves closer to an even half. I don't expect we see a 4-4 split. Virtus Pro play the tempo of this map and they want to keep themselves 2 in the lead at all times. I expect a quick slam towards the A site, which is exactly what we see out of the spawn. And I'm kind of telling you guys what's already happening in front of your eyes, but the 4-man stack towards this high approach. Solyara rips one, Hard is down. Tight tuck on the box on the left-hand side of Sight is going to be playing coy. Magic not able to make the difference this time. Sight fully open and accessible. The retake going to have to come in from the 3 remaining members of this.
A device is going to be planted here. A real opportunity for 404 to find that tied half. That rig. Good to hold down the flank that's coming in here from Ras. Slow and subtly into the crosshair, and that rig will find the first. FMX does pick up a trade of his own, or a pick of his own, rather, but again, numbers not in their favor, nor is the time.
4v2. 20 left on the clock. Kind of negate 3 to 4 seconds, as that's how much time it takes to use. Solyara's going to negate from Monica. Oh my good lord, 404 find an even first half on their attacking side on Forts. Now, this is one of the maps that definitely has more of an attacking favoured side feel to it than a defending side. And if there is any team in the world you would consider to feel equally as strong on their attacking side as their defending side, it is going to be Virtus Pro. Is 4-4 enough? Is not a question we're going to guess at. It's one we're going to get answered by gameplay, and that is what 404 needs to look to.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, again, it goes back to these first couple rounds, and it's really kind of crucial, not just to kind of separate that round differential, but to try and stifle any momentum that the Polar Bears want to gain early here in this second half. You're right, they are one of the best teams when it comes to attacking, so we'll see how they send this one out. It looks like the device and a few of these heading toward mid, but most of the action is going to funnel back toward this A site.
Again, a lot of gunfire going off without too many casualties. Nato's going to put the first one to Pamani. The nade from the top over from Hard. That's not one that anybody's going to forget too soon, as that one has been dropping the nade all day. Solyara in position on the headshot. So is again going to do damage. Bomb down. Ras claimed. Easy removed. Magic. Dive on the Romza is then traded out immediately by Magic again. Look at how little health Solyara's got left. Oh no.
He is hanging on by a thread for sure. He's got some health to maybe potentially work with. Missing an arm and a leg, though. And on this rotation around, has to get through 3 separate players of Virtus Pro who continue to dance around and try to create some smoke and mirrors themselves. And they've done it. They've made their way onto the B site. The plant will come down with ease. And so Yara's job is going to get a little bit tougher.
Second, the device deactivation notification comes up on top. Solyara tucks away from the long angle towards the A site just in case the double back came through, but there really is not enough health on Solyara. He needs 3 insane one taps without getting touched to be able to pull this off, and that's one. Hold up a minute. At this 18 seconds.
Yeah, that's the toughest part, is the time. Oh. Magic will find it. Solyara was slowly bleeding away, and that running didn't help either. You saw him. That health was near next to nothing when he makes that final peak. And the Polar Bears will make sure they stay on top. That's what we talked about earlier, right? They're always good at just keeping that head above water until they really turn and burn if they happen to get there. But at a minimum, just staying just in front of the pack. It's what they've consistently done that allows them to stay in the lead, that allows them to go on to win these games. And we haven't seen them drop a round yet or a map yet in ACS 5. It got close in that 6-7 overtime game, but that's as close as we've seen it.
Yeah, every car has to go through first gear, but Virtus Pro seems to cruise in second and third, and then when they get to their attacking side, that's when they really seem to put the pedal to the metal. They don't seem to lose rounds consistently on their attacking side. As I'm saying that, I'm watching blue names drop in the kill feed to red champions, and I'm starting to wonder whether we might see a change to this. Eevee holding a very Outcast-esque position here, tucked tight towards the backside of statue, might just play spoiler to Hard's handiwork in a second.
Hear that device beeping out here. Will FMX go ahead and scoop this up as well? Magic and Rask have already gone down. It's going to make this round very tough for VP. They're trying to inch forward on the B site. There's so many angles to clear, and if this peak comes in, basically timing is going to be the biggest factor here.
See everybody dotted about like a dot-to-dot puzzle over the B site. Blue in with red, in with blue, in with red. Solyara's tucked in a spot at devastation. Kominaka almost managed to whip for the 180, but the numbers do play out. 404 level the score with 5-5.
Doing exactly what they need to do to stay in it and getting one of those first 2 rounds of the second half. They found a way to tie it up yet again, but it's about getting out in front of that pack that Virtus Pro always does. We need to see that from 404, and I think to get that lead late in the game is one way to look to steal it away from the Polar Bears here as well. So I'd love to see a Bay 5. I'd love to see a team be able to take a map away from the Polar Bears, but it's something that we haven't seen yet. A real good opportunity now here for 404.
Hort needs proof to make him a believer, and although you might be a Smash Mouth fan, singing along doesn't make it so. Eyes on for first point of contact as Magic is dicing with a dance of death down this middle box. Push up position into Palace. Hard finds Solyara. Eevee out of Palace takes out Rask. Natrig on the back end of mid has to back off as pressure from Virtus Pro pushes forward. Drop down out of Cult as Eevee full rotates out away. Safely to go and top up that health bar.
They both lost a player here. FMX trying to shift toward Cannon side. There is one posted up for 404 as well. 404 doing a good job themselves of being patient here. It's up to Virtus Pro to make this entry onto site. Use that utility to smoke off these lines, and now we'll see Kamanyaka here getting this device down. 8 players still standing here in this one.
As we recalibrate our mind to the process of a name that's been adjusted for us thanks to the chat, we also see 404 recalibrating their approach. A bigger, wider spread to an defensive hold on this B site. Sees 4 of them now starting to close the gap on the net. 2 kills on either edge of the cordons. Do pull off a corner pull. Kominaka able to close out one of those problems. 3 now stacked together as they push towards site. The first jump is exposed and alone. Pamani's feeling a little bit left all on his lonesome on that site, but Natrig able to clean one up. Kominaka's too far away. He's not going to be able to stop this so long as Natrig just sticks his head down. This is a job done.
Goal. A job done indeed. The device deactivation comes in time. Kominaka not able to get there in time. And for the first time, we will see 404 on top and looking to lead the charge.
Can't believe I might have just borne witness to the first Virtus Pro mistake I've ever seen. Positioning is not always the easiest, especially under the pressure, but that is a very distended Kominaka from where that bomb was planted to be able to do anything about it. Well read from 404 to stick head down. Natrig just happy to take that one for a free defuse.
We see some cannon action here. Solyara posted up in the background here as well. Rask able to deal with him quickly, though, and that's going to open up some of the angles here for the site. Cautious of spawn, but the smoke is already there, and the entry comes with ease.
This is something that's scary, though. You don't see Virtus Pro make a mistake without reaping some revenge. Eevee is not going to be defied in this middle presence. Magic having a tougher match. Eevee having the better side of that fight in the duel. For the majority of fought so far, you see Eevee on a 14-7 scoreline. Magic having a much quieter game at 4-7 so far. Kominaka able to close out Eevee. Pamani takes the trade back for the favor of 404, but not to help the numbers. Still down by 1.
And the device already down as well. Always makes it tougher. You see him shifting forward. Rask waiting patiently, finds Ramza. The pincer play here as well. Hard will collect, and VP back to 6. All we go. Could we see another dangerous series and sets of overtimes?
Hey, don't you love the schedule squad swearing at you too? They've already been mad enough as it is that none of them have understood what a real bedtime is for the last couple of weekends. Hey, folks, don't worry. We live for this. Although us in the casting booth might enjoy it, a little bit of frustration and frayed edges at the seams, but these two teams are here for the golden goal of that 9th all-important victorious round. Victorious by 2 as well, by the way. We get to 8-8, and we're going to have another overtime fiesta on our hands. We've seen Silver Scrapes down to 6 sets of overtime, already courtesy of the Polar Bears and Mercenary. A 404 going to push them to the edge.
Hey, I'm all here for the extra games and get on the board here. I would love to see, to watch, to cast all of the above. 1:30 left in this round. All 10 players still standing, and see quite the opposite layout here on the mini-map there. Most of these VP players are through that B site. Pamani's going to catch one off guard, but somehow doesn't find the kill on the hard.
Somehow, some way. Is it in the air? Is it the team's gameplay? Is it just better rotations and just something a little bit out of the ordinary as Natrig catches one all the way back in CT? Magic so far extended from his team. The rare instead for the Russian squad as I pause between the gunfires oversight, the bomb being planted. Virtus Pro, despite losing a member, look like they have full control of the round.
We are trying to spot him. Comes out though, and it is FMX to find one. Rask to pick up the second, and bodies begin to fall. The domino effect in full effect now. And the Polar Bears looking to topple 404, trying to gain the lead late here on Fort. Pamani shifting forward, time whistling away. So many angles to check, but he'll find Rask. Ramza gets FMX, and they've got a chance.
He's just going to stick the diffuse as well. Not too far away from going to get back. Up 1-2. Kominaka is going to claim it with a double.
He fell a little short in that round earlier when that diffuse was coming in that was stuck by Natrig. He said, I will not make the same mistake twice. It gets a bit dicey, but Kominaka comes in to blast him down. The 2K and 1 away from match point.
Yeah, never make the same mistake twice. That is something that has almost become an unburdened second motto of the Polar Bears, other than plow, plow, plow. They do not drop the ball twice in a row, and Kominaka makes the adjustment, not just for 1, but for 2 vital kills. 7-6, they regain the lead. Utility goes off in front of his face, but like we said, the coldest of people, stare explosions, dead in the face. Hard's going to claim one as Romza goes down, and there's a little bit of a redelivery from the past. Do you want to talk about deja vu? Have it on rewind. Here's a replay straight in 4K.
Kamani, though, a strong driving force finds one. Eevee. It's taken out here by Magic. To a 4v2, double the player advantage. It's the solo of Kamani. Looking to make the magic happen. It won't happen, though. FMX has other plans. Virtus Plow up to match and series point.
Yeah, I think they might have been a little bit offended by that defuse. You poke the bear too many times and you might just make it enraged. And they angry. Boy, they angry. Hard. I think he may have just forgotten somewhere in between the chaos of the 40-round overtime that he was an absolute demon with a grenade. But he clicked the switch back on, and these two, well, they did not miss the mark. One over the top. Second goes off as well. Needy, big fight, big duel, and Eevee wins it out again. Solyara's got Kominaka down. FMX has the response. Solyara good for one.
Will pick up on one more. Harlow isn't done yet. It's a double headshot. And he's dropping bodies in bunches. The device already planted and now looking to work together here. 34 seconds. 4:04. The dreams dwindling away, and they might find themselves in the lower bracket after this round.
It was Eevee. It's now just Pamani. Eevee's done the work, but Pamani is not going to have the space to meet the race and the pace that was set by Virtus Pro after they were pushed yet again to limits, but not stretched far enough to be defeated. Virtus Pro rise up defiant and hold the line for a second time over.
2 9-6s here for them as they get the job done again in 2-0 fashion as well. And so much like we've seen many times before, the Polar Bears will get that ticket into the grand finals. They'll get the luxury of getting to hang out for the first set of games tomorrow and maybe take a look at the competition. We talked about them. They didn't quite get that three-peat last year. They fell a little bit short. It was 4:04 and OKAK who had toppled them, where previously XP Academy and Tarkov helped. So they're hungry for that revenge. They want that dynasty, and it certainly has showed throughout both weekends here of the Arena Cup Series 5. But with 2 exciting best-of-3s done on the day, we still got one more on the books, Crack.
Oh, yes, we do. Now we get to see whether Mercenary or OKAK are going to be joining us for Finals Day tomorrow. One of the two teams will not. One of them, however, shall. And we're going to be looking forward to seeing which one of them is going to be facing off against 404 after that match tomorrow, for the first of the day, to then go on through that lower bracket challenge and the gauntlet, and a chance at sweeping their way back to a grand final success. They're going to meet Virtus Pro there. That has already been confirmed. The Polar Bears have still yet to lose a map in ACS 5.
Yeah. And I wish I could say I was surprised, but I'm not. Again, they're a fun team to watch, and they've proven that they deserve to be here time and time again. I mean, this is a very talented roster. So I was glad that we saw EU give them a little competition in that one earlier from Mercenaries. You know, that's refreshing to see. But how many times have we not seen EU in the top 3 or not in that grand finals? And, well, we're only going to get one more opportunity to see that dream kept alive here in a few moments.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great delight to see so many amazing people in the chat here today as well, being blessed with some of the greater minds in the gameplay. I've seen a couple of comments and chats from a man, the Banshee, out there in chat, one of the greatest coaches that I know on the planet, and also an exceptional previous pro player with many years of experience playing in the competitive scene at the highest level under his belt. He's also managed to champion 2 different versions of teams to great heights, including successful campaigns in the EU scene. So just lovely to see everybody showing up and showing out for ACS 5. Of course, the best tournament for competitive arena right now brings out the best folks in the chairs watching from that cinema. Surely, Hort, that we couldn't expect any better than the best of Classic and Company in the chat right now.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why I keep coming back, baby. It's the chat, you know, and the wonderful action that we've got given here. Honestly, from Hunt Premier to Battle State Games, from Auroras and AMD, I mean, the giveaways, the action, the competitors, the teams, the competition, there's really no better place to spend your weekend. So we certainly do appreciate everybody hanging out with us here as well. And a reminder, we've got that giveaway for the monitor going on in the Hunt Premier chat only. So if you want to get involved, make sure you pop into the Hunt Premier chat, exclamation point monitor, for your chance to win that wonderful gaming monitor, that OLED 27-inch 280 hertz. It's a great way to take your game to that next level.
Yeah, absolutely. A massive shout out and thank you to Aorus and AMD Radio. I believe they might even have a cool little bit of animation with a bop of a tune to go alongside of it to help advertise some of the other amazing Ring, 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 ring. Hello, calling, hot prize line. Hot, I believe we have another drop for the folks in chat. That's right, roll it up, wind it up and reel them out. Ladies and gentlemen, if you fancy a quick slash at swiping yourself a free pass key card to getting yourself the customs tactical battle pass map for free, there are not one, but two. That's right, not one, but two codes being given away live right now in the Battle State Games channel chat live on Twitch. That's right, go to the BSG Twitch chat to be able to enter into this one. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, it wouldn't be a map pass without exclamation mark new map to be the code to get into that one. Okay, 2 Arena Tactical Battle Pass codes going live right now. Exclamation mark new map in the BSG Twitch chat to get into that one.
I got to get in that one as well. I have a feeling I'm going to be reaching back into the pocketbook there and purchasing that myself. I recently upgraded to Unheard. I had to take that step to the next level, get myself some extra stash space, some extra pocket space as well. But that tactical map is absolutely filled with great things. I was a little jealous watching Cracked the other day on stream and how far he had gotten in it. So something I definitely need to take advantage of.
I'm going to be honest with you. There's a couple of bits in there that are amazing. Obviously, having the Nikita announcer for your arena gameplay for two reasons. One, if you're like me and you're maybe not the best shot in the world, but you like to use your audio, Nikita's announcer voice lines are just a little bit quieter, which is a real benefit. It makes it a little bit easier to hear over the sound and still listen to his cool quotes in the background, as well as some cool drip for your character. There's an awesome Miami brushstroke blue and neon pink shirts that comes at the end there that really does just make you look a little bit flashy whilst you're rolling around in the arena, as well as being able to use this one in base game too. That's right, folks. Some of the cool aesthetics that you can unlock through that tactical battle pass map, as well as all the other parts of the great game that is Arena, can make your PMC look cooler in the base game. So if you've been enjoying your 1.0 endeavors, but you fancy making that drip just a little bit more to your taste, maybe check out Arena and some of the aesthetics they can offer. Maybe you earn yourself a free new tactical battle pass map to be able to get those rewards through that means or elsewise.
You know, as quiet as that Nikita voice line might be in Arena, I think it's that much louder in the base game. If you get a blacked out limb or in pain, you better be popping those pain pills quick, because my man is letting everybody know where you're at. But it doesn't matter, because the voice lines are so good that I will take that small part, that small con with all the pros that come with it. So really been enjoying those new voice lines. But guys, take advantage of them. And while you're at it, take advantage of all the wonderful highlights from Fort Year. This was a banger match. Look at Magic sneaking up behind. The trigger discipline will allow him to find two in the opening round. And this was another really fun series.
Yeah, they don't call him Magic for nothing, but Virtus Pro really took this map on Fort to show us exactly what they were made of. Again, 404 put them through the paces on multiple occasions. Great highlight plays. Romza doing some great work clearing, but we've got to speak to the effect of that main man Rask, because although a team performance it was from the Polar Bears, Rask There's a couple of highlight occasions you're going to see in this reel where he's done some great work.
Hard's another one, from the shots to the smoke to the nades, but we saw 404 putting their foot down. It was 4-2 here. We saw him battle back. It was a tied half there for a little while as well. And so Palmani, another really strong force that consistently finds kills with this P90 Nat rig, making sure that flank doesn't come in. I mean, we saw great plays and really some great moments of shining greatness from 404, but once it gets down to the end, it seems like the Polar Bears always find a way to stay ahead.
Yeah, we've had a couple of teams now that have been able to pull themselves into a lead on different maps versus Virtus Pro, but nobody able yet to convert on those final last 2 rounds that are really necessary to take it over the line. We see 404 level it up to 5 and 5. You've got Kominaka doing all that they possibly can to help get their team over the line. You see, even in the rounds where they're not so successful in, Kominaka was good for 1 or 2 kills to at least keep it competitive. But when the tide settled, when the dust hit the ground, and everybody gathered their senses, it was this moment here that really lit the fire. Kominaka, the round before, caught just too far away to deny the defuse. This time, adjustment made, and then Hard seemed to remember what grenades were.
That man has so many nade kills. It's disgusting. And that's what I was saying about Sabiri before we started the day. And then my man gets 19 in 1 series alone. Absolutely insane plays. When we talk about it, utility, it can be that big difference maker. And it certainly has been here for Virtus Pro as well. But that was an exciting one. Now we get to go on to that lower bracket where OKAK seemed to be upset earlier by 404. They found their way down here. Mercenary, a hell of a fight against the Polar Bears that just didn't end their way. But one of the best games we've seen to date finds them in this lower bracket. Do or die, win or go home. 2 teams here that are about to have another slugfest. And I hope we see the same team show up for Mercenaries that we saw in that Virtus Pro series.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, when we smoothly slide on into the next game, I am almost 100,000% that we're going to have a very small intermission in between, so that we can all grab some more snacks. So whilst I'm eating good in my break, getting myself set nice and ready for the next set of games, I'm really interested, before we send it out to that interval, to find out how the folks in chat are feeling with today's gameplay. Which of the 2 best of 3 so far has been your favorite one? If you were here to come and watch a particular team, has there been a different team today that has maybe stepped out of the shadows and surprised you? Or maybe a different individual player that you've not seen before that you're definitely going to be checking out from today? Either way, we'd love to see and hear about it. If you don't want to share it in the Twitch chat with us now, make sure you're getting onto Twitter in the week, throughout the week and to the weekend, so that we can find out all your opinions and cool achievements that you've been doing, either in the arena or in your base game endeavors. Folks, it's been a delightful experience being able to interact with 1.0 since its release, and that's why we are even more grateful for amazing arena tournaments to run alongside of it, so the action just doesn't stop. Whether your flavor is base, arena, or maybe a little bit of both, and you like either side of a Victoria sponge or a chocolate cake, we'd like to delight you with everything here at Hunt Premier with our partnership with Battlestate Games, and thanks to the partners in Aorus and AMD Radeon. Wouldn't be able to do it without any of them, folks. All you got to do, you want to keep locked in with that action, hit ! Socials in the chat, and make sure you are hitting that notification bell so you can get that little tick to say when we're going live.
As we get ready for that break, we're going to give everybody a time to make sure they get !new map in the BSG chat and !monitor in the Hunt Premier chat. And as we go to that break, I want to see in chat again, because I love to see them arguing. Who we got? Do we got some USECs out there, or do we got some Bears out there? I want to know your favorite as we get our snacks. Guys, don't go too far. When we come back, we've got more Tarkov Arena action.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the final stretch for day 2 of ACS 5. This is theoretically day 4, but it's day 2 of the finals weekend. We are here to conclude the 5th Cup Series season to find out which of the 8 teams that were invited we are going to crown as Arena Cup Series 5 champions. So far, today's matches have delivered us only a stronger testament as to why Virtus.pro have been considered the one real team to watch out for when it comes to claiming that title back for a 3rd time, not in a row, as OKAK, one of the teams we are about to feature, are currently holding that title from last year's ACS 4. But I fear that that grip on the title is starting to get ever so nervous if they've watched any of today's gameplay so far. As always, my name is Cracked Wisdom, joined here in the booth with Hot Sauce on the Hunt Premier Twitch channel and Battlestate Games channel live for you folks at home to enjoy. Hot, thoughts for our next head-to-head?
I mean, OKAK is one of the only 2 teams that I can think of that have been able to take a game away from the Polar Bears. I think it was OKAK and Worst Players back in Epic Season 9. So this is another incredibly talented team. Moyanri, Zerold, Aim Sabiru, we talked about him, another one of those phenomenal util users. Core's Disabler, and maybe a sub here today. Matara out for Evgen, it appears.
Ooh, interesting. Okay. Change of player on the day. We said this a couple of times over where we've been concerned that maybe a substitute might affect how the team turns up. It's become a bit of an off factor where more in the regional sense, playing within Europe or within CIS regions themselves individually, that might affect the teams. But when it comes to ACS, every substitute we have seen step onto the table, Hort, has been more than worth their weight of space.
Yeah, I think the standout one for me is probably Oni, to be honest. And, well, he's on the other side here for Mercenaries. So Zaki, Nivanos, Fox, Oni, and Goes should be your starting lineup here today. And they had one hell of a performance on Bowl against Virtus.pro, but I don't know if we're going to see Bowl in this next one. And, well, OKAK, a completely different team as well. Do they have what it takes to keep that flame burning here for Mercenary?
Going to be looking at OKAK Same Sabiri to see whether he's got another one of those mini games going on the side of his mind, as we saw a mad mind of a performance out of the grenade manipulation from Hard. Aim Sabiri holding any records that could be touted for the grenade's performance up until the beginning of today's action is now going to be up for contest. Aim Sabiri able to see if he can pull some of that util to the front across the 3 maps that we might be seeing played here. Be a minimum of 2, as Bol, no surprise, is going to be out of the picture after OKAK do not want to go down through that grueling fashion like Virtus.pro did earlier on today. Mercenaries' response as Bay 5 is also not something they would like to see. A strong scenario for most of the CIS region teams. Bay 5 not going to be allowed through, which means I'm a happy chappy. Always love the wonders of wisdom when it comes to the world of Iceberg. Hot, we're starting off cold.
Hey, I'm all here for it. Iceberg, it's been a great addition, and we haven't really seen it on the EU or NA side that much. But these CIS region teams, they've been playing it a lot over there in Season Epic 9 and forward as well. So certainly no stranger. But I will say, if there's one EU team that we see pick Iceberg more than any other team, it's probably the Mercenaries. So I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing for them. I'm sure they would love to get Bull at some point, but that's not the case. Headed to Fort as their map pick, and that final one, that decider, will be Skybridge, which seems to be kind of a Russian-dominated map. So if it happens to get to that map 3, I feel like this map layout really does favor OKAK here.
I completely agree with you. I think that you've very much picked at the point where everybody at home needs to be focusing on. When we spoke about the map pick and ban phase and who it favors going into the day, where we saw a perspective with a 2-1 reverse sweep opportunity for both of the first 2 matches today. This one looks a little bit more confident for the team, which we would expect on paper to come out on top. Iceberg, although Mercenary showed a good ability to play this map as one of the few EU teams that is looking to engage with the newer content in Iceberg, they were well adapted to and worked around by 404. They did give them a good match of it, and it was a close 9-7 scoreline that saw them lose there, but it was only just a loss. With this here, I feel like OKAK might show the same level as to what 404 did, and that is that experience where it's been played more in the Russian scene, and that they are going to be able to adapt just as well as 404 did, if not better, to what Mercenary have to bring to the table on Iceberg. There is the flip side to the opinion, though. We talk about the potential for a 2-1 reverse sweep. The maps are picked differently here. OKAK, in theory, have the first and the third maps locked relatively comfortably, with the second one being the point of contention. If you want to look at it from the side of the Mercenaries' thought process, they're going to be looking for a victory steal away surprise in map 1 to try and convert on their map choice in map 2 if they're going to be able to get out of this one. And to say that Mercenary are looking for a 2-0 to get out of the best of 3 versus OKAK is a real crazy statement again to make.
Yeah, and especially because OKAK has not ever really lost until 404 until ACS 5. It's the first time that they've lost to 404 and been pushed down into this lower bracket. So I'm sure, just like we talked about Virtus Pro wanting revenge for the entirety of ACS, it's going to be something similar here for OKAK. I don't think they expected themselves to be in this lower bracket, and so maybe surprised a little bit, probably back to that drawing board throughout the week and ready to show everybody what they've got here from the lower bracket. So I expect to see them come out swinging on Iceberg. I think Fort will be that closest one that we'll see from these two teams, but I don't know if we make it to Skybridge.
I kind of hope we don't make it to Skybridge for Mercenary's sake. I really do believe in that being one of the strongest maps that the Russian teams have to bring to bear. I'm not saying that they're not going to be able to put out a performance or be able to fight with them and contest for Skybridge, but I really do feel like if this is going to be set with the easiest route for escape, I guess, from this tie, Mercenary need to put home a 2-0. The first map really is crucial. Iceberg could be a trendsetter or a momentum builder, depending on which of the two teams really do grab the bull by the horns out of the gates. We see Sibiri online, on board already, utility inbound, and a smoke down for the A side.
Well, into round 1 we go. OKAK starting out on the attacking side here. And again, the majority of the action headed toward this A site. We talk about the importance of mid-control on a map like this. Moyanri spotted just through that smoke there. Will take a little bit of damage, and now Cords inching forward. Can he maybe get down below the smoke and look to find Zaki?
Pace slows. Both teams settle. Saki's audio coming up from the prone position, moving back across to the site wall, will have been fully read and communicated by Cords. Looking for the slight bit of info gathering through the peak in the wall. Right-hand side, and Zaki's shoulder peeks out. Cords with a little bit of pre-fire spray. Flash towards K2 to cover off for the double swing. Fox holding himself sat in this sand pit just over the A site here. Could be a crucial point of contact. He one jumping over the top. That's going to poke out. Fox heads to pick up the top. One Fox for a second. Moyanri cleans out the sand pit.
Henry finding Fox here to try to bring it back. Still searching for that equalizer, though. Mercenary is the player advantage. Nimanos, Zarld both finding a pick, and now Moyanri trying to figure out what they want to do, but you look at where the device down, and that is not in a good spot.
Zarald's not got any mind for the objective for the time being, though. He's playing again between 5 Moyanri coming in from the backside as OKAK house, and all 3 members left alive from the Mercenary squad have been removed one by one by one.
One by one, they fall. It's a full house for Moyanri and Zarald, and despite having that player advantage for a moment, OKAK solidifying the dub here, and it just feels like when Moyanri is on fire, the rest of the crew is on fire. It seems like they really rally around him. And when we saw Moyanri have a slow game yesterday, it led to them being in this lower bracket already on the right foot here in round 1. It's got to be exciting for OKAK.
Yeah, absolutely. Moyanri filling that role on the team that normally falls under the title playmaker, the one that the rest of the team is looking to push off of the play from. A similar play style, the likes of EPA having somebody in the name of Blitzer Girl that plays a similar style. Again, for the Mercenary squad, you've normally got Nimanas or Oni in that position trying to make things happen. If Sibiri, he's online for those grenade competitive charts. First down. Only first blood of Zaki is in the dust.
Yanri flirting with disaster. Will spot one, shot swing out, but still not connect. Looking to play off the utility here as well. Shifting forward, Fox does find Yanri. Cords looking for one of his own, and he does get Nemo as well. Shifting forward, it's Evgen to go down. Trades back and forth, and now Fox from behind will begin to put the odds in their favor.
Big three-piece from Fox. The problem with the play is not necessarily that the kills aren't good, but the bomb is not here. Mid a little bit desolate. Got Darryl wondering. Does good job of covering his corners and clearing some discipline, but that pincer movement from OKAK is going to remove Oni from his position of solidarity. The other site now fully exposed. Bomb on site, ready to plant. Waiting for the push. Out the angle over the free fire's not going to win out. Goes with a good headshot. The right is planted. Cords removes him, and it's down to Fox.
Oh, Cords and Fox from the top rope, dropping bodies, and that is a big round for Mercenary. We always talk about them able to keep it close, and how many kills did Fox get that round?
That's a 4-piece, is that right there? Huge round out of Fox. He gets himself 3 furious frags between K1 and K2. Or K2 and K3 even, actually, sorry. And then he comes around for the finishing blow. It's a little hop, skip, and a jump, like you said. Boink! Feel like you're in a scene out of Mario as he just bounces on top of the head of his final adversary.
1-1. OKAK on this attacking side, and again, you take a look at the nades in the pocket, and they are all in the hands of Sabiri here for this one.
Fox is out for the aggressive play this time. Cords is good for 2! Cords disabler, ripping out those LAN cables.
Oh, more nades coming down. Nemo and Fox have an early lead here in round 3, and the device is already planted. OKAK explodes onto the A site. They've got numbers and time on their side. Zaki, he has had insane games here today, and is going to need a big clutch in this round if they want to find a way to reel it back. 25 seconds. Time is quickly dwindling away now for him.
Yeah, this smoke and mirrors movement that's coming out of the Mercenary squad is trying to get themselves some way to sneak into a position to claim a multi-kill that would change the round, but it's not going to happen. There's 10 seconds left on the clock, and Goes is the last left alive. Inside outside is just to the death. OKAK, a flawless round, who themselves and push themselves just ever so that much further in the lead by 1.
Stepping it up, another round win. We got a couple winners in chat as well. Big congrats to Iron Man 1333 and David Off 0824. So be sure to hop on over to discord.gg/huntpremiere. You can open a ticket and claim your prize. Remember, everybody's working hard behind the scenes, so it will take just a little bit of time, but we'll get that over to you as quickly as possible.
Round number 4 out the gate. They push over towards the B site. No surprise, a little bit of an adjustment, a change up from OKAK, try and keep it fluid, keep the other side guessing. 3-man strong defending hold on this site, though, from Mercenary says they are ready.
Fury, nade in hand as well, and he always seems to find at least one. That one just behind the competition. Zaki takes a little bit of damage, but is still standing here momentarily.
Sets up for chaos again. You see the number 8 player in Evgen holding off back towards the elevators as Zaki picks up a kill on the Cords. You've got the number 3 player in Fox looking for alert. Zaki's going to take the forward front of the aggression for a 3-piece. He swings an aggressive left hand. Nemo drops a bomb as Moyanri and Evgen are the only standing lights left for OKAK in this one.
All down to Evgen. Mercenary looking to tie it up one more time. The sub. Can they find a big play here for the squad? Stepping out, shots just above the head here of Nemonos, who does return fire. On this attacking side, they try to get the double swing. Ev dancing around, finds Nemo, and is able to get back to a safe position.
Finds Evgen actually left wanting. Realizing that he doesn't get the kill on the first cross, Goes not afraid to re-swing the challenge, and out he comes. Great confidence. I'd scoreline 2-2. Only having a quiet one so far at 0-4, but again, Iceberg, one of those maps we said that it's a bit of a niche pick when it comes to winning new team. CIFS though, but not a surprise to see a newer face to the team finding a little bit of unfamiliar territory in a Russian dominant map.
Backy. Nice headshot on the Zarld here again. Mercenary's looking to work with this player advantage. Goes up top. It's the nice thing about being on this defensive side. You can allow the opponents to pressure into your angles. And now Oni, you talked about that 0-4. He gets that breadstick and gets on the board.
A much slower pace here for round 5. Again, contest to the B site. Couple of kills in favor of Mercenary, losing only one. Pun intended, only one. As he finds himself 1-5 on the scoreline. Double down on the strength behind the back of B site from Double Door. Fox is on the lurk. Cause Disabler goes down from elevate position, and that's actually going to be a bomb that's picked as well. Now, Fox leaves himself in an awkward spot. He's got 3 members now babysitting this bomb. The Mercenary have to be careful not to be suckered into this area, into challenges to die over and over to isolation. They have to push this as a team. Bomb is going to rotate out to A. And with 30 left on the clock, there's probably even room to plant here, but then it's a tough fight. Yeah. Outside, the shots aren't quite good enough. The first does go down, but eventually numbers pay true dividends. Mercenary pull another one. It's 3-2 if they take the lead here.
Back up on top. It doesn't surprise me, though. I mean, Mercenary's been playing very well here throughout this one, even despite the fact of having a couple subs. We saw that 2019 on bowl against Virtus Pro. We talk about if there is one EU team that tends to pick more of the Iceberg map, it is Mercenary, so it's a good start for them.
How many teams have we said have had a good start against the Russian team today that haven't managed to convert, though? Including a Russian team against the Russian team in the second. That nade through the door frame is really good. That's quite techy. Doesn't find a kill.
We're just going to back off. Yeah, I was thinking maybe he could find one through the smoke there. We've seen him. I mean, these spray spots, they got him memorized almost to a T here. Words shifting forward. We see Nemo. There's one in prone. I believe that's Fox prone here as well. Looking to hold each other's angle. And now as that smoke clears, Nemo will find Cords.
Off angle, the second straight back out, though. He's going to be Fox thrown down on the side. Moyano finds Nemo. Fox finds Moyano and a theory. Now, we're going to rip the head of Fox off. That was a nasty shot, but the long angle is going to pay dividends as well. Goes out on the work, the rotation from the B side from stage now, and Mercenary 4-2 up, looking real good on map 1.
Real good on map 1 for sure. They double that lead, but can they find a winning halftime? I think that's going to be the big thing for me. They can't allow OKAK back into it. When you got them down, you got to kick them while they're down. So that's what we're going to be looking for.
Bit of gravel in the dirt. Both teams having a little bit of taste of that concrete so far. Not even halfway there, just a few more rounds. Action popping up on the stage as Goes is hit by the mind, only for 1. Zarald takes Tacky, only for 2. Zarald clears Oni out as he wants to have to his own. Top heaven to Nemo. Zarald challenging. His device is down. Zarald's going to claim his third. Good positional advantages taken from OKAK. 3 versus 1 and just Fox left to defend.
Fox all alone. Not an ideal situation, and with time against him as well, it makes it that much tougher. We'll peek out. Shots exchanged. Darrell takes a little bit of damage here. Sabiri with that fracture. Easy spray here. Sabiri will find the headshot, and OKAK will try to work back in before halftime.
4-3. Do we favor Iceberg as an attacking side favored or defending side favored map? We had this conversation last weekend. I don't think it's down to the side. I think it's down to mid control. Who plays it better?
Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen enough from the EU scene as well to really get, I feel like this map is avoided a lot over there. So I think it is a very fast map. We see that a lot of these rounds happen quickly, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure. It might just kind of depend on that team preference.
Timing from Miami's real stick in K2. That's going to find Fox with his gun down on the challenge. That's a little unfortunate, but it's well read by Moyanri. Fox has played aggressively out of that angle a couple of times in a row, and although on different timings, it can still be read into and played into. OKAK set up that semicircle, the almost U-shaped setup towards the Ks, K1, 2, and 3, to encourage Mercenary to play aggressive into. And they can try and isolate these picks. Zaki, playing a much more slower pace than Fox was, will not be caught with his crosshair unplaced.
I love these games that they play with each other here. This toying with the competition. Cords, Nemonos, back and forth. It's plaid stripes in the kill feed one more time. And Siberia Nemo will get another one as well. Now into a 2v2. Nemo back toward the end of sight here. We see that device is down. Siberia's going to be able to scoop it up. Shots in the door. Won't find the mark.
And here's where Oni comes into play. And this is where Iceberg knowledge is top tier. Mid, central lurk. Sat stairs. Waiting for rotation. The bomb either has to cross and give information or has to fake out the A-site defender. Nemo is going to come around to split so that he is closer for contact should he need to rotate to the B site. Oni plays exactly as he needs to and pops out of the shadows to deflate what was left of the potential round. Severi is going to walk to site. Nemo's in proximity not to care. Hold up.
He does find the first, though. Now Nemo dangerously low. Sabiri, a huge clutch, the triple kill. And just like that, from that doubled lead to a tied half, OKAK right back in this one.
Ooh, we're going to be talking about that one for a little while. That's really well played from Sabiri. That is really well played. There's a question as to whether that should have been possible. But my word. We're at an even 4-4 scoreline. I did not think we were going into this half at 4-4. I thought that was 5-3. I had figured Mercenary had done enough there. Was I wrong? Was I ever?
Sabiri almost caught off guard here at mid. Loses a lot of the life, but Zarl finding Zaki first is a big pick here as well. We talked about the importance of mid control. Cody trying to regain some of that cords now, dancing around this staircase here. Not able to find him yet. Sabiri still hasn't been able to heal all the way back up here. Has a couple nades in hand, and we've seen him get magical with it, but in a real tough test at the moment.
Cord's doing a real good job of playing his life on the stairs here. He really make too much happen in the way of kills. Only going to get one, but Sabiri is going to be there for the trade. That's good defensive discipline again, OKAK. Making sure not to just leave it to one person in mid. Second one to reinforce. That piece of util towards Fox is going to go off just behind his ankles. Tanks a little bit of it. Now starting to rotate away just to top that health back up. 3v350 on the clock, but the bomb down still towards spawn leaves Mercenary with the tough spot.
See what they opt to do here. Yanri in toward the site. We'll back off a bit. Heard one rotating away, but you look at where that device is down, and they haven't even considered scooping it up yet. I think that Fox beginning to make his way back there. They've got some control on towards the site, and they'll get a bit more with a pick from Nemo, but Moyanri answers back. Can Mercenary get there in time?
They're going to be able to get there to get the plant down. Whether they're going to be able to do it safely is a whole other question. Moyanri's going to get the angles, throws covers off. Big pick. Bomb down, 2v1, Siberia again, with the count, and not able to execute on the second occasion. 5-4 Mercenary for round back.
Back and forth we go, that game of tug of war, and honestly, I'm really impressed with the Mercenaries on the day as a whole. To come in with a couple subs and one different than the previous day before as well. You know, you had Lukey, now you don't have Lukey. The fact that they're still playing this consistently well against teams like the Polar Bears, like OKAK, I think is great. It's refreshing for the EU scene, but it's about getting it over that extra edge and finding a way to win some of these important games.
Again, bomb left towards spawn, a play made from the attacking side where they're going to send players to both sides of site to try and see which one looks more favourable and then recollect the bomb later to move that way. Player already down with Zaki out of the equation. 4v5. Mercenary now have to send 2v3 on one of the sites and 2v2 on the other. They opt into leaving one lone lurk from Nemo Nas to try and catch an aggressive rotation off of A. Meanwhile, 3 players push towards this B site.
A bit of a spray coming out here as well. Zeryl's going to be the first to fall, though. It's Oni finding that pick. Zaki was taken out early yet again, and if OKAK can continue to take out Zaki early, it is going to make their job much easier. Zaki 30, 40+ kills and that one on Bull earlier, and this is that sub of Oni that we've been talking about really beginning to come alive now.
Siberi has his name now and his number. That one off the set box. OKAK 3 more seconds to goal. The jump shot out of Ghost is going to have the head ripped before the toes can touch the floor. Moyanri making magic again for his team. 30 seconds, 2 versus 3 in the bomb collect. Nemo makes the move on the A site. That opens it up, and we're going to go into a 2v2 with the bomb being planted right on the cordon of the time limit.
Can they make it happen? 15 seconds. And this is where OKAK can maybe be a little bit more patient, just to look to cover the site. We see him now eventually trying to get this device down. 6 seconds on the clock. There's no pressure coming forward, and Nemo knows from the other side. The timing is going to play out in their favor. He almost gets caught off guard here.
Again, Long's putting more pressure down towards the site than Short is, which is allowing them space to keep this timer draining. 30. Fox finds one. EveGen trades, though. Crucial pick from OKAK. He manages to make space to start to close the gap. The headshot angle is available, though, and Fox nails the headshot.
Extending that lead. They get up to 6. We've seen him in this 2-point cushion before, just before halftime as well. So you want to get excited for him, but at the same time, it's tough because we know how good a lot of these teams are. It's still finding a way to bring that back in, that comeback around. So OKAK, they find themselves down by 2 from this defensive side as well. Needing to put a couple rounds on the board. Mercenary, they're going to look to run away with it here. And if they can get a 3-point gap, they might just be able to close this one out.
Yeah, you're in the similar wavelength with myself right now. That one extra round for the Mercenary squad will help them secure what is a great lead. 1-for-1 trades as Moyanri and Zaki, leading men for both sides, start to make their mark. Ghost going to claim security as well. You don't want to forget Moyanri. That's all I'm going to say. Forgetting him is just something you can't do, because every time we get a pause in the action, he's back again. EveGen's got one into Nemo, and it's just all going down.
Moyanri from 12 to 13 kills. We talked about it. When he is going early, it seems like the rest of the team is popping off as well. And they kind of rally around Moyanri. I think we saw that slow Moyanri game yesterday, what led them to this lower bracket. So looking to make those adjustments. Doing a much better job here today, but they still find themselves down by 2. Realistically, in a 3v1, though, they should be able to win this round and reel it back by 1.
Yeah, you've got both Moyanri and Zaki playing out of their minds, but it's Moyanri that finds the kill onto Zaki that turns this round in their favor. And again, you're going to look at it. Sometimes it's the players on both sides, the one player that's making that vital difference. They come up against each other and the rivalry starts to develop. Goes last left alive in a 1 versus 3 onto site with one tucked just outside of the door to site wall. Moyanri and Long. in a good place to cover for the plant, but getting off is going to be really tough as 3 members form in. And the gap closes to 1.
I want to be excited for Mercenary. They've been playing so well today. We saw that one against the Polar Bears. They're doing great here on Iceberg versus OKAK, but to see it slip away from them late in this game, again, it's devastating to see after they're putting in this hard work. Up by 1 round here. They need to extend that lead. They can't allow OKAK to tie it up, but again, it's easier said than done. Look at Moyanri at 13-8.
Element control contact again. Keen Zaki onto Zarold. Sabiri's here. Sabiri's ready to fight, and he's not using his gun to do it yet. Grenade out. Successful trade, but arguably, more impactful than that of the pickup onto Zarold. The big man and Zaki down in the ground. Fox flying with 11 and 7. He's going to need to take the lead on the charge for this one.
Moyanri, we're on board now. Smoke just on the other side. Fox in that prone position as well, and Moyanri cautious and careful. We see Fox stand up, and potentially that housing of the scope could have initially blocked him, but will not be the case if he remains on his feet. Cords working around here as well, but it's Sabiri to find the pick on to Oni, and now OKAK looking to work off a player advantage.
Numbers are good. Position is better. Stage. Point of focus right now. Sabiri just putting a couple of shots down to keep Moyanri in a good place for the reload. Fox rotates away. Mercenary looking for a little bit more space towards Robbie. Bomb looking for collection. Nemo again makes a vital pickup on the A site, but do they... Well, they know about headshot now. Nemo doesn't need to know about headshot. Headshot's gone.
You can shift onto the site. That device still hasn't gone down yet. A lot of these rounds coming down to those last 10 seconds. We're going to see him trying to put this device down now, and they are going to get it. Goes. Finding Sabiri as Moyanri answers back. It's a 2v1 situation, and Moyanri needing this clutch now more than ever, but Nemo's got other plans. Mercenary, 1 away from just 1 away.
Whoa, 1 away from just 1 away from 1 away. That's the one. Because if they do, then they'll make themselves 1 away from map-wise to the series. And I can't believe that was a consideration of something we talked about. We did speak pre-game. If Mercenary have thoughts for keeping themselves in this one, it is through a 2-0, not a 2-1. Picking up this first map as a map pick from OKAK would be huge for Mercenary to go into the second choice.
Oh. I'm just waiting with that bated breath, as we like to say. Mercenary, they are 1 away from match point. Evgen stepping it up now, though, finding this first pick on the Foxes. Nemo looks to shift on this A site. They've had a lot of control of this A site as Oni finding 2, and it will open it up once more.
Open it up is an understatement. Sabiri and Moyanri together are going on a killing spree. We've got 2 kills apiece. Sabiri's got 1. Zaki's now got 1 of his own. Zarold's going to cover off, and it's going to be a fairly shared round for the majority of the OKAK lineup, but what looked convincing for the plant looked equally as convincing for the retake and the defuse. OKAK seem to have kind of woken up to this A play now.
Yeah, Again, so far, Mercenaries have been able to stay out in front of the pack, which is important for them as we get closer to closing this game out. And I don't think they have to worry too much yet until we see OKAK get those 2 rounds in a row and tie it up or look to steal that lead away. So OKAK also keeping it close, but I think it's to be expected from them, right? This is their map pick. I think they were kind of expecting themselves to be a little bit more dominant on a map like Iceberg. But Mercenary, we talked about it. One of the EU teams that's a little more comfortable here.
Three-man pressure from Mercenary toward the middle section as 2 members of OKAK are deep out towards B and 2 towards A. Nobody looking to try and give their life away for contest from mid-control. Instead, OKAK want that deep back right corner of the B site. And they're looking to try and manipulate and work out of 8. They've got to think at this point in time somebody's going to get a hand on Neimanas because he has been tearing up the A-site pair with deft ease thus far. Apparently he's also grabbed a hold of my vocal cords as a slight voice break passes through.
Much as we've been yelling at the mic all day through these last 2 weekends, it doesn't surprise me. The action has been non-stop, and sometimes I wonder about the chat's ears because it gets hype in here and goes. Looking for a lineup and find an explosion back toward the site. No, OKAK able to move away as Zaki will find the headshot on the cords. And again, they're comfortable leaving this device down and spawn. Sabiri finding Zaki, though, as we do see Fox now eventually scooping up that device. Oh, no.
I mean, there's a ghost in the night. That's going to be a demon that he's going to be looking to forget. Oh, Evgen able to also capitalize on the mistake, claims himself too, and what looks like it was going to be a pretty even round turns into an evenly tied scoreline. As OKAK pull us to 7-7. I always like to think for the chat, Hort, they've got a fortunate feature that comes with the browser. There's this beautiful mute tab button that allows them to shut us up if they really need to. Okay, we call it a friendly mute, and I don't blame them once in a while because we don't half yap, do we?
No. We definitely don't have, yeah, you're not wrong about that. It's all or nothing, but honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way with anyone else. 7-7, Mercenary and OKAK. OKAK does get those couple rounds in a row. They found a way to tie it up. Mercenary cannot afford to let this one slip through the grasp of the fingers.
Yeah, some people joke about it being very hard to find intelligent conversation in amongst all these sweaty gamers. Opinions aside, I like to think we have an intellectual conversation once in a blue moon.
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
Okay.
1 minute 20 into the clock. Both teams are deciding that a nice chill pace is okay for now.
Zaki sitting at 12-12, looking to make something happen around mid. We see Cords on the other side, as well as Aim Sabiri tucked down the hall here. And again, that mid control, so important on a map like Iceberg. That flash does connect slightly onto Zaki, as you can see in that bottom middle right of your screen. Nemo, though, has been playing very well on Iceberg. And you look at the kills for Mercenaries, they're all in toward that double digits. But who else but Sabiri? If it's not hard, it's Sabiri. And the nades kills continue to be collected.
Ghost has one back, though, and the one thing you've got to talk about is, again, it's the kills that it picks up that's so vital. Fox, big player for the Mercenary squad in Icebox so far, is going to be the one that's going down. We see the lurking fix. I was just hesitating because Cords was literally on the edge of finding the back of Goes. He does pick him up. But as the bomb goes to be picked up and collected, there's another lurk in Zarold. Look at this position. He's going to wait. He's going to use that trigger discipline to his advantage. Bomb collected. Now 2 members of the Mercenary squad left to deal with, and the bomb down in no man's land.
Oh, Zaki falling down. Zarold on to Oni here. And now Moyanre picking up on to Zaki. Mercenaries, they've had the lead for a while, and now it slips away at the end.
Are you sure?
I'm hoping not. I'm hoping not. But it's looking rough.
You think Mercenary are going to let us out of the first match without some cinema? Ain't no way, Chief. 40 rounds of overtime? You think they don't want to go more? Oh, I'm sure they probably don't want to go to overtime again, but I know I do.
Oof, that's a lot of OT. A lot of OT. And I'm here for it, but I don't know if Mercenary is. They don't want to let these games go on forever because they've got more games to play as well. We talk about the dexterity of these teams. Okay, coming in here today. Yanri taps to the smoke, almost find a mark, just a second behind.
This is a really auspicious position for Moyanri to be in, by the way. Like, how aggressive this is for a B-side defensive play. Crazy. It will work out if somebody got in behind, but it might find life covering. Okay, never mind. Zarold's in a beautiful position to help him out. Oh, Sabiri! Come on, man!
Come on, man. That's really all that can be said, I feel like. And probably what you're saying on the side of Mercenary as well, when you're just getting peppered by these grenades. Nemo, though, has been a strong force. A big power by Severi. And as soon as we say it, Severi drops some Oni, Moyanri back and forth. But the numbers favor Mercenary, or OKAK. At least Mercenary's able to get the plant here.
Yeah, Oni gets himself to a spot to be able to fight this off. If he can cross the door frame. Oh, he's got such a tough angle to be able to fight on here. The left-hand side's going to be tough for him. Moyanri and Zarald together are going to push up. Oni goes for the pre-fire peek. Second, notices... Oh, wow, what an attempt. Goes for the jump peek. The challenge is crazy, but Zarald decides to read the play. He expects the unexpected and holds deep back in split for that shot. And his crosshair already ready for the jump peek. Well, that's going to take OKAK out of map 1 with a victory and a 9-7 scoreline that did not look like OKAK were going to be getting out of that one with a dub.
Man, yeah, the fact that we see it slip away right at the end is what worried me. And it's been tough for Mercenaries. I mean, they're dealing with it again, first on bowl, now here as well. But at least they did that well on a map pick that wasn't theirs. They get to head to their map pick now, and so hopefully they can find a way to take fort here and push us into Skybridge, where, again, it's going to be a dangerous map for them. But I think, again, just getting that footing, getting a map under your belt can go a long way.
So, thus far, in the best of 3, OKAK find themselves up 1-0. The first match in the bag. It definitely felt like a closer map than what I think we'd both assumed it was going to be going into it. It did still play out as we see, where the Russian teams have spent a fair amount of time playing Iceberg, and that little bit of extra experience did just show out towards the end. Mercenary made an even stronger look to this first map in the best of 3 than what we saw versus Virtus.pro earlier, which gives me some faith that map 2 might deliver a different result. The problem we have spoken about in the pre-game, Hort, is that regardless of a different result, that third map pick does not favor Mercenary on paper when we take it to Skybridge. So they're going to be feeling really, really, really gutted that they didn't manage to steal a point away here in this first map to maybe give them a bit of an easier chance at surviving. I'm not saying it's gone. I'm not saying it's a lost cause. Mercenary need to put one in the bag first in map 2 here before we can even think about Skybridge, which is a task in itself. But I really think that the harder problem is going to be the final hurdle. I've got to speak to the quality of the action we've had on screen. I've got to speak to the amazing partnership that we've had that's taken us through it as well, Hort. I mean, Aorus and AMD Radeon have been with us since the back end of June, all the way through up until the end of 2025. We're going to be helping and having them champion us through the competitive scene, which has been a delight. And as well as that, they've got some delightful products that you guys can take a quick moment to feast your eyes over whilst we total up the stats from that game and collect. Bigger, bolder, faster. We ain't trucking around today. We're here for business. We mean business. That's right, biscuits and all. Chuck the cookies out the window. We go for the real biscuits here. All right. Time to see how the cookie crumbles. Speaking of cookies, because we are going to conclude this final best of 3 with 1 or 2 more maps. The next one, this is going to be heat. Before we get too much into the nitty-gritty for the next step in our journey, let's take a look at the highlights. Oh, here's some heat. Let me grab a hold of the stash so I can ride my way through the action.
I'm telling. Yeah, I mean, this was another great one. I think that's one thing we could be thankful for Mercenary for. Regardless of the outcome of the game, win or lose, they always put on that one of those words of the day, cinema, and it has been a cinema for them. So for me, yes, that Skybridge map might be a dangerous one, but I think they don't even think about that yet. They worry about fort and they address it as it comes. But They had some great moments here in Iceberg. It looked like they might have been able to pull away at the end, but OKAK just delivering when they needed to. But throughout this one, there was some really great plays from both teams.
Yeah, the battle back and forth, the K1, 2, and 3 control on the A site that then swapped into mostly B aggression, where we were seeing two different fights happening. Fox being tasked with the duty alongside that of Zaki to hold the line here over on A. Oni in the mid control. Great look to begin with from the Mercenary squad on the defending side. Nemo not called upon too much in the early half of the game, but the second half of the game saw him stepping really up for the squad. The amount of times we would swap to Nemo's perspective later on towards the backside of the round, where he'd get one or two crucial picks towards that A site that would allow Mercenary in to get this bomb down. It was really one of the part of unlocking some of the success that Mercenary had found to keep the game tight. The problem they found was that 6-7 rounds with the success is not 9. Doesn't win you the game, and OKAK came back just as strong as Mercenary stepped out into the lead.
Yeah, they get the lead, and they kind of stay afloat for a little while. We see the back and forth. We see it tied up a couple times, and we see Mercenary, I think, get to 7 first, but it was OKAK that would battle back and push it over the edge. And a lot of these rounds, again, we saw Fox that last one standing there. A lot of these rounds came down to the wire. It was just about what team was able to squeeze it out here. And Evgen, that sub as well. Big plays here. Sabiri toward mid. We saw the nades coming in from Sabiri as well. And things really beginning to click here for OKAK at the beginning of the game.
I'm going to say the one thing the Mercenary squad's going to have earned from walking away from today is a buttload of respect from the Russian scene. You've got to think that from 404 to OKAK to Virtus Pro now, having all faced this Mercenary team and had a difficult task on all occasions of doing so, the European region, well, the Mercenary at least, they're earning some cred for themselves on the street.
Absolutely. I mean, I think they did that with that amazing performance against Virtus Pro, and they continue to kind of let that ring through and ring true here in this one in Iceberg. But Fort is the important one now. Yes, Skybridge looks dangerous in the near future, but you got to get through Fort if you even want to consider Skybridge. So that's going to be the important task for Mercenary here at hand. It is their map pick, and so I think, you know, they played so well on what was not their map pick. So maybe we'll see the series tied at 1.
You did see a good performance from Oni on Fort as well. Back end of the game, Zaki also finding himself in a good position again. First map, Zaki looking good. Second map, it's normally where we see people start to really pick it up. Did they have enough in them to be able to steal a Fort map? Something tells me we're going to 3 again. Something tells me that Mercenary really have put enough effort into prep for both their map pick and the opponent's map pick that this should be a good win from them. I don't feel like it's going to be over close, but I don't think it's going to be a stomp. I'm talking maybe 9-6, 9-5. I think Mercenary can take this next map if they put everything together. We've seen a couple of mistakes from different teams today in different areas. Team kills, grenades coming through that just don't quite make it to their intended destination. However the mishaps have come about, everybody's fallen under the pressure, and anybody has shown that they are all vulnerable to that pressure at any point, including Virtus Pro. Anything can happen. I've got my eyes on the gameplay, and I'm going to be looking to the chat predictions as well to see who's been swayed which way, because I find myself, when I'm a little confused, relying on you guys at home to help me make a decision. Right now, I don't know who's winning this one. OKAK have looked really good. Sibiri has not changed. Those grenades are still on point, consistent.
When are they not? I mean, especially for these CIS region teams, it seems like most of them have kind of that designated util man. We've seen Siberia with all 5 in the pocket. You know, we've seen it on the other side for Hard as well. And so, you know, maybe there's some notes to be taken down here for some of these other teams as well. We talk about how important utility is, how it can be that little extra oomph to get you over the edge. And I think that's what we've seen from a lot of these CIS region teams. It has been a big difference maker when it comes down to it. I mean, when you're finding 1 or 2 early nade kills, or in the case of Hard, 3 in 1 nade kill, I mean, you're just setting yourself up for success.
Yeah, and I mean, it's couple of different meters either way with those grenades we spoke about on Skybridge from Virtus Pro, and Hard could have ended up netting himself 4 kills with the 1 grenade, 2 teammates and 2 enemies, depending on how it goes, you know. The grenades we've seen many a time before. I've thrown a couple myself, fortunate enough in my pub games to have collected a 4-piece or even the mythical full 5 every once in a blue moon. That one doesn't happen, and I don't think we've ever seen a full team kill from a grenade in live competitive play. I know we have been showered with 4, and I know we have seen some amazing 3-pieces, but very rare is the day you see everybody fall over to the one grenade. It's just so minute a chance to happen unless you're doing it intentionally.
Well, my biggest question is, can Mercenary take Fort away from OKAK, or does it end into a fashion and we find ourselves saying goodbye to Mercenary? Because we still got to say goodbye to one more team before we get ready for our final day tomorrow, which is all the more reason, if you haven't made your way to the Hunt Premier chat, make sure you stop over here and type !monitor in chat. We'll be giving that monitor away tomorrow, sometime before that conclusion, I believe.
Absolutely, sir. I'm just looking back through the match results from today. I realized that every single game set that we've seen so far has looked like it's been set up for a 3-match banger. We've had a second game that has been outstandingly close, but that second game has never made it over the mark to require a third map. Are we about to fall prey to the theme of the day, where Mercenary again throw out another amazing map, but OKAK just make it through? Well, we're going to find out right now. Zarold opens up with the first blood on Fort as OKAK take on Mercenary.
Opening up early, it is Fox, the first to fall here. Now on the peak, Zaki looking for something, has to be careful. One down below, but Zaki finds Sabiri quickly, and the nade god has been dealt with.
Can't throw grenades from the grave. You're right there. More makes the mess of Zaki. Nemo is going to take out Zarold. Steady as both teams jostle for position. EveGen's going to win out a really good fight into Neemanas. It's going to cost a little bit of health, but goes to try and capitalize on the med. Doesn't get the space to do so as Moyan recovers off and protects his teammate. A very momentary length of silence as both teams' worth of space just requires no attention from any member. Oni has a lot of room to move about in, but the smartest play is the stealthiest. And that member that's put away is going to have a full back spot open in a second. If Oni isn't going to be able to make mincemeat of the member the first point of contact, Oni gets up. Oh, good. Second is down. You get 8 seconds to make this work. 1 versus 1. Oni for the win. Behind the box with no time to plant. 2, 1. No, is out. Just out. That's unfortunate. That's a really good effort, but that is so close.
That was an insane effort, and you know, in my noobness, it might have sounded like a long pause, but I had just definitely muted myself, so I was yelling at the mic in excitement. But yeah, all alone apparently in my own thoughts. But OKAK, they steal round 1 away here. They get that first one. Oni, certainly, again, not for a lack of trying. And maybe had they stuck it initially, would have been able to find it. But it's just tough to make those decisions in that split-second moment as well. Liking what I'm seeing from both teams. It was a close round, so we'll see if Mercenary can find a way to tie it up here in round 2.
I didn't realize you'd fallen prey to the cultists in between the rounds. Sorry, Holt, we lost there for a second, but glad you're back. Here we come. This time around, a slightly more spread approach from the Mercenary squad. 2 players lurking over towards the B site, 1 mid, 1 lower donut. 3 players in towards the lobby 2A. Maybe a bit of a distraction being caused. Aggressive play out towards Garden. Only causes Fox to lose a little bit of HP on the arm.
Just goes. A little utility over the top here as well. We see Sabiri tucked toward the back of the site, but there are 3 stacked here for OKAK. Fox will creep fire here as well. A bit of back and forth between the 2 teams as they're trying to find the pick so they can inch on toward the site. This smoke might help them get there.
One difficult part of having able to get on the site though is being able to come out on the kills once you take the space. 3 quick Mercenary frags follow into the kill feed after it looked like it was all doom and gloom with the blue in the room. Moyanri making mincemeat out of that walkout from the Garden position. The continues to tear Mercenary members apart. He's still out there. The bomb is down, and he's got himself 3 kills so far this round.
Moyanri's got 4 on the board through round 1. And luckily for Moyanri, that device is down as well. He's going to check that mag, though. You can see one of them very, very low here. So going to opt to trade that one out. They know he's lurking close. He's able to find the first, and now he sets it up for success. He finds another 6 kills on the board, and OKAK takes a round that maybe they should not have got. It's 4 for Moyanri in that round. I said it before, I'll say it again. When Moyanri is popping off, OKAK is popping off.
Yeah, I thought he'd actually already had 3 kills from the swing out into garden. That was incorrect. One of the final blows was credited to Zarold, actually, who finished off one of the kills that looked like it was Moyanri that was making the magic for it. But it just goes to show you how each member of the OKAK engine is all working off of each other. Whilst Moyanri is out causing absolute chaos, he still has the help of a teammate there on his shoulder to make sure that all of the fights they're trying to take get finalized. Goes, whips, and snaps for a great one on point of contact to K1. Moyanri down. Evgen, Zaki, both trying to contribute. Siberian Fox taking a dirt nap.
Player advantage here favoring Mercenary this time, shifting toward that B site. But again, despite being down a member, OKAK has great positioning and control here, and Zaro's going to find Zaki. Now in a 3v3. We see that rotation on the minimap with that device as well, and all the way back toward their own spawn. It does look like they're going to go ahead and shift toward cords here.
Just love to see these teams playing with this like mentality of pure trigger discipline in mind. This position from cords is so risky, but it's so risk versus reward that it's like you have to pull off 1 to 2 kills here from giving yourself this positional space. 1 to Nemo, 2 is good, and he converts, and this is why they go for these plays time and time again, is because then suddenly, oh no, panic in the lines, and as Zarold takes a second to look the other way, he gets his head ripped off as well. Big risk, huge reward.
Hey, that's how it pays off. We always talk about the risk versus reward, and you got to be willing to maybe step out of that comfort zone to take a little bit of a gamble. And it's paying off here. I mean, I felt like we were going to see Mercenary play even better on Fort than we did on Iceberg, but it's a tough start for them. It's still early. There's still time to battle back, but with each round that OKAK gathers here, you see it slowly start to dwindle away.
Yeah, this has been an OKAK individual trait there, as Siberi is going to rip the thoughts of Zaki from underneath his feet in top of heaven with that grenade early on in the round. Is OKAK don't slow down. Regardless of who they're playing against, they do have a little bit of a slow start. But once the ball gets rolling, this team just continues to escalate.
Evgen's been up here in the same position pretty much every single round so far. For Mercenaries, they've struggled to deal with the placement here of OKAK. And again, you take a look at how they're spread out across this A and B site, the pressure, the control at mid. And it's something they've done really well through these first 4 rounds. Fox will get an extra nade here and see if he can find something. But, I mean, OKAK's fine being patient here and waiting for Mercenary to pressure forward. Ghost will find a big pick on the Zaro, but they're going to need a couple more.
I find myself forever asking when I look at the minimap and then we see Go's name in the kill feed how he's managed to pull that off, because he gets himself to such position. There's good cover from Oni. Goes onto site. Evgen removes him. Bombs down. Oni last left alive in a 1v3 with good position from all OKAK members to cover this off. Can't even really stand for plant. He's in just enough close proximity that he's going to be able to plant but get immediately killed randomly. And now the rotation. He comes in. Almost gets the gun up in time. You've got to give him his credit. Oni about half a millisecond away from being able to make that work.
I mean, Oni's had some really crazy plays. Like, I'm surprised that he is playing this well over the weekend, being a sub. But he has been a shining star in his own right. We've, again, seen some crazy clutches. Almost had that 1v3 in a couple rounds ago. Almost finds that pick there after getting that plant down. Has been in some really tough positions and still been able to come away with some great moments. But unfortunately, not a round win yet, and we see 4 already.
Out of spawn. 4 members towards the B site. Mercenary looking to be more aggressive this time as 3 members will be coming to the place. Goes for distraction. Bit of pre-fire through the wooden window. Can kite back out and then lurk. Rotation. So it's Goes versus Garden. The tides have been set. The 4th defender from the A side of OKAK moves up to reinforce B. Goes down to Cords. Lurk deleted. Potential flank inbound from OKAK. It can anchor that site. Well played out of OKAK. So 4 versus 4. They're holding it. Trust in the team.
Oh, Sabiri, Oni, back and forth we go, and Mercenaries again at the disadvantage. Moyanre and Sabiri combine for 2 more. Zaki all alone. The device is down here again in an awkward spot. It's just the numbers consistently stacked against Mercenary here. They'll find themselves down by 5 and 4.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Mercenary looking like they're just running into brick walls when it comes to how OKAK have set up versus their approach. It really feels like this is one of those Pokemon type matchups where they really are not very effective. For whatever reason, the OKAK playbook at this moment in time just seems to counter exactly the way the Mercenary are going to back the approach. One thing you've got to look at is how quickly that this flank rotation is going down. The 1 second that that person that is left out on the opposite site goes down, mid-space and control becomes a problem.
Oh my, and all of these kills in a matter of seconds. Corp will find 3, Sabiri 2. They complete the full house. And man, are they looking for a clean sweep here on this one.
Yeah, I think the CIS teams are just about done having questions asked of themselves today. OKAK, they're not here to mess about after how Iceberg went down. 6-0. That was definitely the first round that has been an absolute walkover, though. The first 5 rounds are a lot closer than that one. But it is authority and confidence in OKAK on 4.
Moyanre continues to pick up where he left off. Gores is right there as well. Off the back of a 3K, we'll find 1 more in this round. Sabiri, the nades continue to rain down, and Oni will find themselves in a shallow grave. Nemo, Zaki left alone in a 4v2, and I did not expect a scoreless through 6 from Mercenary.
Yeah, separate sides of the map, trapped in between foes. Go Power Ranger as Zaki does do good work into the first, but there's too many angles to cover off. Nemo is going to encourage a team kill out of a bit of intimidation action. Yep, he's definitely dead, sir.
He's definitely dead. Nemo needs to find 2 here. I mean, OKAK is looking for a flawless half, let alone flawless rounds. And now Nemo at only 2 kills here as well has been a tough start on Fort. The device down, 38 seconds on the clock. It hasn't been scooped up. And again, OKAK has that luxury of playing back, giving up that space, that distance, and really forcing Nemo to make something happen.
And it doesn't matter how disciplined you can be about your movement, how decisive and slowly you slice those angles. Reaction times out of these type of gamers don't give you a chance to slow peek. At the second that Nimanas's model becomes visible, he is removed. OKAK take themselves to a 7-0 scoreline.
I did not expect this cracked, especially after what we've seen here in that previous one on Iceberg, what we saw on Bull. But OKAK really starting to run away with it. Fox in the face of competition. It's Sabiri, good for not 1 but 2, and he's not done yet. Goes, sending out some bullets, finds a teammate, unfortunately, and the troubles continue for the Mercenaries.
It's a 4v1 before I get my sentence done. It's done as Sabiri slams the last one down into the dirt. OKAK moves to match point, and we might be about to see our first scorelineless 9-0 result. You can't blame Mercenary, honestly. After how much gameplay they have gone through today, you could forgive them for being deflated, run out of energy, tired even,
Yeah.
given they went through a 40-round ringer in their first best of 3. And that one just before this was also a pretty tough match on Iceberg. That was a very close game, but they did their best to be able to try and pull over the line. This one, it just feels like a little bit of tired minds, where OKAK have been fresh as this is their first series, second map they've played today altogether.
Well, we'll see if they can start to get one round on the board, or if OKAK will have that flawless game goes. Open it up with a pick on the Zarl here. But unfortunately, that's all they're going to get. Nemo does fall here as well. Gets in behind them, though, and finds a quick 2K. He's good for a third. No, Fox steals that one away.
Eve going to be the last alive. Down FGen goes. Mercenary do escape with a victory. Breadstick on the board. I'm not about to even think of talking about a comeback just yet. This is one of those step by step. You got to get 7 rounds in a row without losing one to get back into this. And I am not even about to suggest that the likes of Mercenary, Sabiri, Cords, FGen, Zarold, any of them for the OKAK lineup. I don't think they're interested in anything other than maybe 1 or 2 more rounds, let alone 7.
Yeah, again, you know, you just tell yourself 1 kill at a time, 1 round at a time. It's feasible. It's something that can happen, but certainly nobody wants to be in this position of being down by 7 or 8 rounds. So cards certainly stacked against them. It's going to get tougher as Cords and FGen find the first 2 picks, and now toward mid, Mercenary and crew continue to duke it out, but Mercenary has some help here.
Yeah, and all the reinforcements come in from the Mercenary. 3 versus 5 makes it very tough. Colt under assault. 3 members of the OKAK squad able to try and deal with the 2 rotating. There's still 1 headshot player now stretching out to the right-hand side. Fox trying to make a difference. Has to dip out of cave. Smoke disperses. Zarold about to walk into the awaiting arms of a Ghost that's just got out of prone. That audio cue is going to give away a bit of intel.
Close, but no cigar. Sabiri does find Ghost. Fox and Oni able to answer back here, though. And they're trying to reel it in. It's a 2v3. Zarl's taking quite a bit of damage. Mercenary finds Fox. Oni will dance around, kicks inside, but doesn't find the pick either. Mercenary finds Oni. And just like that, OKAK wrap it up in probably the most dominating game we've seen in ACS 5.
Absolutely. Mercenary MVP, 10 enemy kills, 3 headshots, but it did feel like a little bit of a weary warrior fight from the Mercenary squad after so much that they've gone through today. Nobody can really blame them. Tough adversary in OKAK as they were. Mary felt like he found some rhythm in the first game and just continued on the same trend. Mercenary made mincemeat of way too many scenarios. 9-1 is a stonker performance out of OKAK to close out day number 2 of the finals weekend.
Oof. That's a tough one to deal with, especially with how the day has gone. To end on a 9-1 note, I think is tough, but you know, that's just that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. You got to be able to kind of take that deep breath, reset, use it as a learning experience, and look to get better going forward.
You just got to give props to Mercenary for today's performance. We still credit them with cinema, although the last game might not have been as they would have liked it to go. Every single other performance we have had from the Mercenary squad today has thoroughly made you proud in the chat to be an EU fan if you've been sat here looking to support them. I know myself, I'm going to be having a fond feeling for the Mercenary squad when they step out onto the field the next time, as somebody that was definitely proud to say they represented our region extremely well at ACS 5 this time over. This is merely the beginning. This team came together in the EU scene for the first time this season over, folks. So as their first outing, not only into the HPL, qualifying for ACS and doing as well as they have, we're going to look forward to seeing more from them in the future. However, it does mean that we have settled with our teams to fight it out for that top spot. Hort, 3 best of 3s concluded. We weren't delighted with a third map match today.
Hey, at least we get some best of 5s tomorrow as well. But you know, again, we see the polar bears sitting in that luxurious spot up above, and you know, for OKAK and 404, they're gonna get a clash one more time in that best of 5. But it was 404 that, for the first time, was able to upset OKAK, where they've struggled in the past and they've been 2-0'd. So they've done it. They've beat OKAK before, but they're gonna have to do it one more time if they want to get that ticket into the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a long way to go for either OKAK or 404 if they have any thoughts of knocking Virtus Pro off the rails, as they are on track again to receive themselves a third title, the Arena Cup Series Season 5 champions. Virtus Pro Season 2, Season 3 champions, not Season 4. That position is held by OKAK, who we just saw take down Mercenary with a 2-0 sweep in their series. 404 await them tomorrow, first match of the day. Same time, same place. Boy, it's going to be an explosive one. I don't know which one of those two teams that I personally think at this point in time has a better chance of being able to take Virtus Pro down in the final. And for me, I would just like to see the best two teams make it to the grand final, and therefore the best team will rise from that playoff bracket in the lower bracket to go and take them on in that grand final matchup.
Oh man, I'm excited for tomorrow just because we get to see some of those best of 5s that we talked about. It's always fun when we get to see all those maps played out. You'll probably be blessed with a little more of your Iceberg, which you love to see as well. But you know, history continues to repeat itself. We don't see an EU team working toward that podium or in the grand finals. So maybe back to the drawing board for them. And you know, I'm gonna just pretend that maybe somewhere in the back of my mind, some of these NA teams will get a shot one day.
I'm really excited for it, honestly. A 4-region LAN is something that has been teasing at the back of my mind for the longest time. I can't wait to see the APAC squads get involved. You can't forget the 5 fellas, whichever name they've ended up under at this point in time, as I know they've had a name change like 7 times in the last 3 seasons, but they have continued their successful streak as the #1 team in their region for a long time as well, and I think they definitely deserve a shout in it too. The APAC boys, the NA scene, to be able to take off against some of these teams that are at the top of the EU or the CIS region scenes would be an exceptional outing. After we had such a great time going out to Seattle for PAX West and to Paris Games Week for the 1.0 release stuff, what more of an amazing occasion to potentially follow it up with than a 4-region LAN in-person tournament? Hey, I'm a dreamer, I'm a believer, and we're very optimistic at best, but never know. Hort's a fan of manifesting things, so I'm going to lock into that kind of energy and hope that it brings us somewhere. Meanwhile, Hort, let's have a little bit of a hover over those highlights.
Yeah, I feel like they're a little bit more of OKAK lights than highlights, but nonetheless, we'll bounce back and take. Hey, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Mercenaries are a very talented team, and I know what they're capable of. We saw it on Bowl against Virtus Pro, but this was not their game, and honestly, it wasn't a pretty one either. I mean, I felt like OKAK just completely controlled the entire tempo, the pacing, and really everything as far as Fort goes.
It did feel a little bit like once OKAK had gotten a grip of the first 2 or 3 rounds in this game, though, that Mercenary Light was the team that had turned up, almost that demo version of the real full product that didn't quite really make the moves they were aiming to do so. I mean, this here from COD's Disabler, that's not disabling, that's devastation. That's just a fat 3-piece that lines up into your line of sight, which a P90 loves to see. 50 rounders, very powerful. You give me more targets to shoot, the P90 just gets better. We saw some good pushes from Zaki. This here grabs himself a 3-piece. It's not quite the final killing blow on the 3rd, but he makes it work for Fox to pick it up. But it was literally a fraction of the power that OKAK had here on Fort. We saw 1 or 2 maybe glimpses of what Mercenary might have had to offer. But OKAK, man, they had a dinner date with tea tonight or something. I don't know, because they were out of here.
Yeah, I mean that was quick. They were ready to be done, and done they were. So I mean it's great for them. I think they needed a strong performance to bounce back. I don't think they expected to be in the lower bracket, especially this early, if at all. So, I think that's great for them to be able to bounce back. I know Matera had a kind of a tough game yesterday, or a tough couple games, but Evgen stepped in and I thought played very well today.
I think actually we've again had zero complaints about any of the substitutes that have stepped onto the field, that have stepped in place of other players, and none of them have looked out of place or out of the depth, which sometimes has been something that's seen a little bit of a stemming of the tides, as you have a team that has been crushing people throughout the entirety of the group stage and they're missing for the one game, and the substitute that steps up is just not well practiced. It's not a case that they're unskilled, it's just there's a different speed of game at this level of competition, and sometimes it catches them off guard. That has not been the case. Oni, another one for the Mercenary squad that stood out for me, has been exceptionally good. We had Alpi on the oil rig roster that joined new in, that was doing an amazing job. And again, we've had Sherbak, Jumbo Team Sherbak, not necessarily a sub, but a new face that's been amazingly well played. And then you can look to both rosters. There's either sides from most teams now have one or two good volatile subs that can step up and do just as good work as the main roster.
Well, Cracked, it has been a fun day. It's some short games, but some very long ones as well. The longest that we've ever seen here in ACS. But, as always, before we get going, we do need to take a moment to thank everybody behind the scenes here. As we often say, they don't get enough credit, and they certainly make our jobs easy peasy. So a big shout out to all of those behind the scenes, not including but not limited to Bush, Klish, Hellcat, Step, Sherpa, Raging Snake, Schmitty, the Turbo Bear, I'm Dan, of course, our King Connor, and old stepdaddy-o Philbo for holding it down. We appreciate each and every one of you, as well as all the competitors, Hunt Premier, Battle State Games, Auroras, and AMD. And most importantly, all of you hanging out with us in chat. We certainly appreciate each and every one of you for showing up, showing out, and showing that love every day, weekend in, weekend out. So we will remind you to hit that follow button. Tune back in here tomorrow at the same time, 3 p.m. GMT or UK time, and 10 a.m. Eastern. So again, guys, thank you so much for kicking it with us here today. We hope to see you back here bright and early. The handsome man, my brother from across the pond, Cracked Wisdom. My name is Hot Sauce. You guys have been absolutely wonderful. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. And as I said earlier or last time, for my Russian friends, до свидания, спокойной ночи.
Работаем.